Chat. We are live. Hello. Hello. Hi, GT. I'm first here. Yeah, hi. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hi, Mr. Kiwi. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. And hello, Aitsu. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Yeah. Really? Diagonal! Thank you for the $10 super chat again. You need to stop. This is getting out of hand. Good morning, Poker. How are you today? I'm doing pretty alright. How are you doing? How are you doing? What? You need to stop. You need to stop. Please. I beg of you. You need to stop. But thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. That helps. That helps a lot. Yeah, it's been a pretty turbulent Saturday with a little bit of family fights, but that's pretty normal. It is Saturday. I've got a couple of videos that I want to react to. As usual, I just came back home. I watched the Minecraft movie for the third time today. 3 times. Okay, Aitsu, but okay. Why? Why? Why 3 times? That's interesting. I also have the usual gift that keeps on giving, which is the English VA situation. It just gets worse every single time. It just gets worse every single time. Apparently, there's also apparently the Paimon voice actor completely crashed out. Like, actually crashed out. It's very interesting. New suggestion. Sorry. My new suggestion is not lewd whatsoever. When you say that, I know for a fact that you are lying through your teeth, bro. I can smell that lie from miles away, hundreds of miles. I'm doing great. I want to support you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. But yeah, I got a couple of things I want to watch. English VA situation, other stuff. Why? Because Chicken Jockey. I go out with different people, and they all want to see it. I think the movie's funny bad. Yeah, I've heard that the movie's bad, but the funny bad. I'm not. Yes, you are. I know for a fact you are. I've heard that the movie is just funny bad. Like it has great meme potential. It's horror. Why do I not trust you? Why do I not trust you? Anyways. I've been yapping enough, I would say. I've got a video. The starting one is already very interesting, I must admit. We all do love some things. Some specific things. And you know what people really like? A meowing cat? I don't think so, but okay, bro. Check it first. I will. We all know what we really like, and that is bad apology videos. Bad apology videos are in fact amazing. We got one. But this is from a TikToker, which is interesting. Let me check what that is. Not lewd. Ah, the newest one. The very newest one. Okay, let me check what that exactly is before I... Ah, Jurassic Park deaths. Why not? Sounds good. I'm gonna add that. Why not? Oh, okay. Neat. We all love a good, well, good or bad apology video. We all do. I wish I recorded the Flynn and Steel thing in the theater. Some dude got kicked out because he yelled Flynn and Steel and used a lighter and a deodorant can to start just throwing fire into the air. Literal monkey behavior. That is crazy. Flynn and Steel burns down cinema. Burns down the theater. Hi, Alexia. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. I cleaned my room today because I saw Asmon's trash situation, and oh god. Oh, and good evening, everyone. Hi, how are you doing? Yeah, that can't quite shock you. That can't quite shock you. Truly can. Anyways, we're gonna start with this. We're gonna start with this, an amazing apology video that's not gonna be good at all, because I know for a fact that apology videos are never good. The most disgusting apology video of all time by August the Duck. I don't know who that is. I wonder what makes it the most disgusting one though. I wonder. Because I remember a bunch of weird apology videos. I mean, we have the chick that was grooming minors and then pulled out the ukulele. I wonder. Let's just start, I guess, and we'll see.
But I figure we need to address it, or else people will never know the truth. People will never know my story. I tried really hard. I posted hundreds, if not thousands of times a day in so many Reddit pages.
Michael Duval. Huh. That name does seem to be familiar, but I don't know.
On my OnlyFans, on my Twitter, just stuff like
Oh no. He has an OnlyFans. No! You cannot ask for the link.
that. As you know, I was working as a preschool teacher, technically pre-K, pre-kindergarten, and so I had a lot of free time at work where I would post on those apps. I did go to the bathroom a few times and snap a nude.
Well, guys,
Hot take. If you make corn, you should not work as a teacher. I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's a reasonable take. Just saying. Fun thing I discovered was I found my old... You make me want to time you out so bad. I've said this before, but this also goes for you, Alexia. You can have thoughts. You're allowed to have thoughts. But you're not supposed... Some are better not typed out or said. Thank you.
we're back. Apologies for the lack of uploads over the last week or so. As I'm sure many of you are already aware, the southern United States has been kind of been getting the business from tornadoes recently, and for the last 6 days, my power has been out. So, been a rough time over here. But we're back. Hopefully. It's sunny right now, but that doesn't really mean anything. Hopefully it stays that way though. That's not what we're talking about today, however. Today we are talking about our quarterly scheduled shitty influencer apology video. Always a good time. Now, influencers and shitty apology videos is one of the great
I mean, that's a good combination. They go hand in hand. Or not just influencers. So it's people that post content. People that post content usually, if they fuck up, they apologize. But the problem is that when they make these apologies, you can tell you are technically not really sorry. You're just doing it because of damage control. I've rarely seen somebody like actually own it and say like, yes, I did it. Yes, I don't care. I rarely see those. I rarely do. Remember, guys, don't let your intrusive thoughts win. Yeah, I didn't need to hear about somebody's coom sock. What the fuck?
Constants in our universe. The day that we start to see influencers spend like, I don't know, 1/10 of what they make in a month on a PR team to try and save their career instead of throwing it into the toilet is going to be one of the saddest days on the internet. Because it's basically routine at this point. Every 2 or 3 months, some influencer somewhere is recording an apology video that is somehow going to make everything about 10 times worse than if they had just left it alone and not said a thing. It honestly seems like some sort of skill with these people sometimes, and one person who possesses that skill is the guy you're looking at right now, Michael Duval. Now, I never heard of this guy before this week, but apparently he's pretty popular on TikTok and OnlyFans. And recently...
Interesting. Like I said, these videos go like hand in hand. The problem usually is that when they apologize, they don't apologize about the specific thing. Either they double down, or they turn into a tiny little shriveled up shrimp. sometimes they talk themselves into a greater mess because then they say things that weren't even part of the original problem and make it worse. We had this before.
He's gone under fire for some OnlyFans posts that he's made in the past from when he used to work at a preschool. Yeah, now using the word caught doesn't really work here because it's not like he was really trying to hide it. But I guess it was discovered by people who weren't paying for this degenerate shit to begin with that a couple of years ago when this guy was working at a preschool, he was making OnlyFans content while on the job in the bathroom, posting totally normal pictures and videos of him doing stuff like, you know, ejaculating onto the kiddie toilet. Now, naturally, one
Uh. Why? 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 You probably have a home, bro. You could have just gone home after work and done that. What? Why? There's so many other places where you can do it in privacy. Why must you do it in a preschool on the in the bathroom? Why? Why? No, why? Why? Hi, Salmax. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
Once people started to hear about this, they got pretty upset and they started to call for a response from him. And the other day he gave one, and well, it's pretty fucking.
Do not goon. Do not goon. In a preschool. Why? I mean, it makes, right? It's... we love degeneracy, we love it.
Bad. No real accountability is taken during the entirety of this 10-minute long yap session. If anything, he kind of tries to blame other people. It's pretty damn bad, and more people should know about the sick shit this guy did, so here we are.
How do you even blame other people for this? You went and did this. You did this on your own accord. Like, are you saying, oh, that person made me beat my meat in a preschool? Why? Now I'm crashing out today. It was fine till it wasn't. Oh, poor Salmax. How you guys there? I'm alive, I guess.
Let's not waste any more time. Let's begin. Please subscribe. Now, the first few minutes of this apology or this response calling...
Exactly. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done that.
This an apology doesn't really feel right. He doesn't really apologize for anything. But the first few minutes is him talking about a past relationship, which doesn't really seem to have much relevancy in what he's talking about. If anything, it just sort of seems like it's him giving himself an excuse. He says the relationship was abusive and he did some things that he wouldn't do, and it's kind of...
Oh no! He is sympathy farming! Man. Like, this doesn't even make sense. That relationship was abusive. So now I'm going into the toilet, into the bathroom in the preschool, and beat it. That excuse barely makes any... there has to be more to it, because that excuse... Let's just be honest. You found it hot. You found that it probably turned you on, so you did it. Let's be honest.
What got him back to posting onto OnlyFans, but all of this happened after this relationship, so it seems sort of irrelevant to bring up in a video where you're talking about something like what...
Because he's sympathy farming. Because people can like go, oh, you poor little baby, you didn't deserve this. Nobody cares.
this guy did.
Now, growing up how I did, it's no shock that I was really excited seeing all this money that was coming in. And so I tried really hard. I posted hundreds, if not thousands of times a day in so many Reddit pages, on my OnlyFans, on my Twitter, just stuff like that. And as you know, I was working as a preschool teacher, technically pre-K, pre-kindergarten. And so I had a lot of free time at work where I would post on those apps. I did go to the bathroom a few times and snap a nude. A lot of the reason why I did that was because I was getting paid by people. And now when I said that, people thought I was getting paid by like I don't know if you can say this word, PDF files, you know what I'm trying to say. People thought I was catering to them, and now with some of those Reddit groups I was in, I should not have been in. They were definitely like dad, son, trans girls. I got kicked out of a lot of groups for
Would.
now with some of those Reddit groups I was in, I should not have been in. They were definitely like dad, son.
What?
Now, with some of those Reddit groups I was in, I should not have been in. They were definitely like dad, son,
Dad, son? Incest? What? What? How is this allowed on Reddit?
trans girls. I got kicked out of a lot of groups for like not even fitting the criteria, and it was definitely weird. But when you're in sex work, I don't know, I was just too blinded by the money that was coming in. I know that's no excuse.
Okay, so the way that this was brought up and the way that it was talked about is just very strange to me. He brings up the very fair criticism that a lot of people are having of him, that it seems like the only people who would want pictures like that are people who might be into some stuff that they shouldn't be. And he brings it up and he's like,
yes, I don't think people should be into dad-son relationships. That should go without saying.
like, people are saying that I'm catering to these kinds of people, and it seems like he's gonna try and defend himself, and then it's like he doesn't. He was like, yeah, I was in some groups I shouldn't have been, interacting with some people that I shouldn't have been interacting with, and then sort of just, like, excuses it all away by saying, oh, well, when you're doing sex work, you kind of just get caught up in some stuff. He basically acknowledged that he realized what he was doing, he just didn't really care. As long as he was making the money,
Another L for prostitution. We'd love to see it.
he didn't really care who he catered to, and with that mindset, it makes a whole lot of sense why this apology sucks so bad. Because if you can cater to those kinds of people for money, you had no morals to begin with.
So then fast forward to the day I took my first nude at work. I honestly don't remember it, but I do remember that I would get paid like, say, $45 to take a picture. They'd say, go take it, and I would. Now, I never did any of this while clocked in. I wasn't allowed to have bathroom breaks like that unless it was an emergency, of course. So when I was in the bathroom, I was upstairs, classrooms were downstairs, I was far away from everyone in the teacher's bathroom that was locked. That's another thing people are confused about, because they see that the toilets had like little training seats on it, and there was 2 toilets in the bathroom, which was kind of weird. And I think like originally a long time ago, those were kids' bathrooms and we would use them in an emergency, but for the most part, those were for the teachers. I'm not excusing anything I did. There is definitely no excuse, but I do just want to say that it would have happened at that time at any job I worked at. If I was working at the movie theater, still would have happened there instead.
Says he's not going to excuse any of his behavior, and then immediately begins to
Oh, I did it. But it would have happened anywhere, so it doesn't matter. Is it so hard to comprehend that you should not jerk off? Or... Yeah. You should not do that at work. And that goes for everybody. If you do want to do stuff like that, wait until you're in your own 4 walls.
try and excuse it by saying some bullshit like, oh, well, I have no self-control and I don't know how to behave in public, so I would have done this anywhere. Like, what kind of bullshit is that? Like, look, it's one thing to go into a bathroom and take a naked picture of yourself, okay? You're taking your pants off anyways. To try and say taking a video of yourself masturbating onto a child's toilet seat in a preschool is the same as taking a naked picture in a movie theater bathroom is fucking insane. And even without the context that he's purposely leaving out, you know, doing this shit onto a child's toilet seat, just taking a naked picture in a preschool is not the same as taking it in a fucking movie theater. You are a preschool teacher. People are sending their children to you. Trust.
Hot take. One is more gross than the other, but both shouldn't happen. Both shouldn't happen. Cause you better clean that shit. Another reason why you shouldn't use public bathrooms. This guy is another reason. This guy is another reason. 100%. I think I know this video. I definitely know this. Okay.
Trusting you to be a responsible adult, and you're up in the fucking break room making porn. No adult should think that's okay.
It just so happened to be at the daycare, which makes everything so much more worse. I didn't even fully remember anything until people
It just happened to be. Oh, guess I'm in the daycare. Masturbate. You just happened to be there. It was your job. This was your job. You knew exactly what you were doing. Shut up.
went on my OnlyFans and they found it for me, and a lot of people are saying that I'm still getting paid for those posts, so that they're still up, but they're not. I took those down already. And if you go to my OnlyFans, you'll see I have thousands and thousands and thousands of posts, and I scrolled so far as much as I could to find them all, and it was probably like 4 or 5 different posts. There's no reason or excuse I shouldn't have waited till I got home. I guess I was just too focused on the money.
So he keeps going back to this idea that he was just focused on the money and that's why he was doing all of this. But personally, I just can't really buy that. If a person is sending you money in the middle of a workday to go take a naked picture of yourself, that person probably doesn't have a whole lot going on. They're sending you money for something that they want. You are in the driver's seat there. You're in control. This idea that he had to just go do it right then and there because he was so caught up in the money, I don't really think that's what happened here. He basically said it himself that he found himself catering to a certain kind of person. I think the fact that these pictures and these videos were taken in a preschool is part of the reason why people were paying him for it. This does not seem like a thing where he just happened to be at a preschool. This seems like this was all done purposefully.
Should I have done it? No. It was gross. It doesn't excuse anything, but at the same time, I hate when people call me names when I know it's not true, or people assume that I was doing stuff that I wasn't doing just because it was at a daycare. Where it was had nothing to do with what I was doing or what I was putting out or the people I was talking to. Those people did not know where I work. Those people did not care where I work. I remember I did post in some of those groups before, like, I'm a teacher. I was trying to have that shock factor. I was trying to have that thing that makes me kind of different. A lot of the captions and the things I would use, like, I know I shouldn't be doing this here, I would use as clickbait.
I wonder if they fired him. I do hope that they did. Well, he said he was, so he probably is no longer. Unless you're a male. Your name because you don't have to touch the toilet. I mean, true, but still, that's another reason not to use public bathrooms.
This motherfucker is just talking to talk. He came into this with absolutely zero game plan. Says that what he did for a living or where he was working had no effect on what he was selling or the people he was interacting with. And then immediately follows that up by saying he was using what he did for a living and where he was making this content as a way to bring in customers. How stupid can you be?
I also have racist tweets, which I know if I address this, people will bring that up. I have tweets from like 2014 where I said the most insane things. I said things about animals I shouldn't have said, like abusive, not sexual. And I said things about people, groups of people, black people, Asian people. I was very much unhinged and kind of wild as a kid, and I don't want to use the house I lived in as an excuse. There really is no excuse.
Crazy thing to throw in right there, just as like a little...
Why? Like, that has even nothing to do with the issue. This is just completely pointless to throw that in. That has nothing to do with the issue. The issue is that you're posting degenerate stuff, and that you're filming it in a preschool. That's the issue, not your posts from 11 years ago.
Fun fact, but that's basically the entirety of the apology, at least what matters. He kind of just continues to repeat himself for the rest of the video, says the normal apology shit that these influencers say, how they never meant to hurt anybody, how they never meant for it to be taken the wrong way, when it's like, well, don't really know how many ways there are to take something like this. One thing I find really silly is that he apologizes to all the mothers of the kids he was watching, and he says something like, I never meant to make you guys question what kind of person I am, and it's like, what do you mean by that? that? Are you basically just saying you didn't mean to get caught? Because that's what it sounds like. I mean, what do you mean by saying you didn't want to make them question the kind of person you are? I don't think anybody sending their kid to a preschool thinks that the preschool
Yeah, thinking that the preschool teacher is taking is an online prostitute going into the bathroom and meeting his meat on a toilet seat. I don't think that's what parents expect.
teacher is the kind of person to make porn in the bathroom, so it's like, don't even know what that means. Shitty apology full of shitty excuses and a whole lot of talking that doesn't mean anything. So, you know, pretty much on par for the course of
The usual, I'm sorry that I got caught. That's what it is.
an influencer apology. At least you did one thing right, Michael. Well, guys, what do you think? How do you think we should treat this apology? Personally, I feel like for most things, if you apologize for something and you mean it, you should be forgiven. However, I think there are a lot of things that even if you apologize for and you mean it, forgiveness is just not really gonna...
Yeah, forgiveness is not gonna follow, since this is the internet. People don't care. Can these people for once keep their racist opinions to themselves? It does not no good. It's the opposite. So just why? I don't know why that's what I meant at the beginning, right? That's what I meant at the beginning. When they make these apology videos, they beg for sympathy and they throw in things that aren't even part of a problem, which makes them look worse. That's usually what it is.
Come, and you've got to be okay with that. In this case, unfortunately for Michael, I think we've got something that you probably shouldn't really be forgiven for, even if you apologize for it. And we also have a shitty apology where he clearly didn't mean a single word that he said, so, you know, kind of a 1-2 combo. People need to be held responsible for the shitty, dangerous shit they do. And you know what? Hopefully Michael gets a taste of that, because for the most part, seems like influencers don't really have to deal with that anymore. We're getting soft, people. See ya.
True and real, though, we are getting soft. People get away with weird shit that they should be getting away with. And in 2 weeks, I can guarantee you, in 2 weeks, that is all forgotten. In 2 weeks, that is all forgotten. That's usually how it goes. That's usually how it goes. Well, that's the end of the video. Now we know. Degen does Degen things and makes bad apology. A classic. A classic. Truly a classic. Let me drink something. A classic move. Truly a classic. And we will jump into this one.
What's up, weirdos?
That's interesting. That's interesting, I guess. Hey, calm down. I want to push that back. That's interesting. We'll jump into this. This is going to be... That was recommended by Samax. Let's see. The Homoerotic Alpha Male Island Cult by Film Cooper and his wife. It was 10 months ago. I'm curious what this is about. I haven't really seen anything like that. The things that I have seen were like these alpha male boot camps where men like to get degraded. That's what I have seen. I've never seen a homoerotic one. But yeah, let's go, I guess. Am I gonna... now he's in the top corner. I love that. This person was racist, not using it as a shield. They'd rather get hate for being racist than being the creep. Exactly, exactly. That could also be to deflect of the actual problem. Sure, yeah, that could also be. Let's go.
What's up, weirdos? We're engaged. Because the situation is, I'm
jealous of the man.
to be with her together forever. So that's, you get engaged when you want to be with somebody forever. So that's what we're doing. Anyways, there's a group of about 14 shirtless men, all oiled up alone on a private island, focused on...
Oiled up? Interesting. Oil up, little bro.
Getting closer together. And that's what we're talking about today. It's called the Bali Time Chamber. They have 480,000 followers on...
The Bali Time Chamber. 404 posts, 482k followers, 0 following. Bali Time Chamber. Building the next generation of strong men. Eat, sleep, train, and connect. Apply here. I mean, that sounds okay for now. I don't know. Oil up, ducks. No, Shadow Clips. I will not oil up. No. You can oil up, though. Maybe it's a good thing I didn't do drunk gaming as a channel because I may have made some mistakes. I'm saying like PDF stuff, but it could have still have been bad. I mean, I don't like PDF stuff. Exactly. Okay. You forgot the knot. You forgot the knot. Calm down.
On Instagram. I don't know who's following them, but they are, in my opinion, from my perspective, a little bit culty. Actually, I don't know about a little bit. They are like a cult. And this is how they advertise themselves. Just one example.
No women, no distractions, no procrastination, no junk food, no smoking, no drinking, no gaming, no negative people, no entertainment, no scrolling. This place removed everything that's distracting men from fulfilling their...
This place removed everything that's fun. Oh my god, Poker, no! I know what you mean. Minor spelling mistakes gets cancelled on Twitter.
true potential.
Girl, shut up. There's nothing. What's the point of even going there? I'm looking for 14 young jack dudes to come live with me in a secluded little hut in the middle of an island with no women, no entertainment, nothing but taking our shirts off, lifting weights, and getting oiled up together, talking about business. Because that's the only way to reach a man's true potential.
In a society that wants men weak, lonely, addicted, and easily manipulated, this place provides everything a man needs to retake control over his life and establish a clear vision for him and his family.
His family? I think that if your vision for your family includes
if your vision for your family is going into a, I don't know, alpha male island, do you really have a family if you go there? I can almost guarantee that almost all of these are single dudes. I can guarantee that. No negative people, but these guys are negative. They're not thinking negative. They are the negative.
leaving your family to go live with 14 young jack shirtless dudes in an island hut, you might actually be doing your family a great service by removing yourself from them. But if you want to feel sad, yeah, again, 482,000 men saw that and were like, that sounds fire. By the way, we literally got engaged. We actually did. So let's pop a little champagne.
Also, we're in Mexico.
Yeah, we're in Mexico. This is a beach episode. We're having a beach episode. Even a beach episode can't stop me from beaching off.
Whoa.
You want some brut? You want a cold glass of brut?
I want bread.
Cheers yourself. No, cheers yourself. Cheers yourself. Yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers. All right. Let's get back to some of these boys in their late 20s.
Why? She is super pretty though. Bro is lucky. Bro is clearly lucky. It's a secret gay club. I mean, who knows?
Foliating each other with their abs. Anthony, you got so much dead skin cells on your arm. I gotta washboard it off.
Everything a man needs to grow is in this venue. It's a secret location in the middle of the mountains of Bali that only accepts men who want to retake control over their lives. There is a sauna and an ice bath overlooking the mountain.
That's so, oh my God, their audience is exactly who their audience is. We're looking for men who want to take back control of their masculinity. We have a hot room that gets real hot and a cold bathtub that gets real bath.
Like what? Okay. Wow. Wow. Ice baths. What an incredible invention that nobody else has. And hot tubs and saunas. Wow. Incredible. Oh my god. Not again one of these. This is likely just a scam as it usually is. I'm so glad everyone knows I don't go for anyone under 21. I'm gonna delete my account today. No, you better not type anything today. You have a massive problems with spelling mistakes.
and really big mountains. Kind of reminds me of Lord of the Rings. If you want to feel like you're in Lord of the Rings, motherfucker, you better act like Aragorn, not like dumbass Grimmer Wormtongue, you little bitch. A secluded, isolated facility deep in the mountains of an island where this is the brand. Now, who do you think is gonna be going to an island where the advertising is just a dude shirt?
It's just dudes shirtless playing in the water. Like, if I saw that, I'd be like, okay, interesting, but no. I just stay at home. As bad or hard to do. Didn't last a minute. Yeah, but they're using it as like a form of advertisement, like it's something special. When you could literally just get a do it yourself. You could literally do an ice bath yourself. That's not really a reason to go onto an island. But hi Scruffy, how are you doing? Everything good?
Shirtless with his abs going.
Probably gay people. And there's nothing wrong with that.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, and that's fine. Listen, there are so many different places that you can go to be with your shirtless young men in a community, and you can actually embrace that. You don't have to have this guise of, oh, I'm actually focusing on business because I'm actually like a freaking like alpha werewolf or some bullshit like that.
It's okay if you want to see some abs. We all do.
Wish I had abs.
You do.
Thank you. So here's the situation. Basically, I see all this stuff. It's very homoerotic imagery, and I don't want to fall down the trap of being like, dudes, that's actually gay. Because I think that's a little bit, reductive. But in this case, it is okay, anyways. I saw that they have a website.
In this case, it is. I mean, maybe. Did you know the next JoJo got announced, but by Warner Bros? I'm scared. No, don't.
Called the Bali Time Chamber. This is what the facility looks like. This, by the way, is a very cool.
This is the real life version of the Dragon Ball Z Hyperbolic Time Chamber. This looks more like an island resort.
Place to go vacation at. It looks like a very nice place to spend a week. But I saw on the website that there is a documentary about it. The key to any good cult is a great outreach program. But interestingly, this place, which is supposed to appeal to the most masculine men, in the documentary, the guy who's talking is making a very interesting fashion choice. Just wait for the hat to appear.
Just train for a year straight with 0 distractions. And they would walk out of the time chamber completely transformed beings.
You ascended to the next level!
Now imagine if...
Why? That's not how this works. They really think they're Saiyans out here. Bro thinks when he leaves he's Goku. What is this? What are we looking at, huh? That makes no sense. It just doesn't.
A place like that was recreated in reality.
Yeah. He goes from talking about Dragon Ball Z to popping out with a folded pirate cat bucket hat. If you sign up to go here, that's who you're gonna be spending time with. By the way, I got no problem with Dragon Ball Z, no problem with Goku, shout out Brazil. But the way they talk about this is like they're removing everything that's getting in the way of somebody being productive. Like, look.
Take action on your own mission. Get rid of all of the things that are stopping you from being the man that you were born to be.
I don't know how I'm supposed to feel when I'm watching this speech that's supposed to be a stirring revelation on masculinity when it's coming from a man who is literally Gilligan. This guy. Literally this guy. The only thing stopping you from being a rich millionaire is, girls. Get away from these girls. Get in.
Ew! What? Girls? I want to see men! That's how these guys are acting. He's flexing. Oogly boogly. Hi Cube, how you doing? Everything good? I've noticed ever since Raven left, my grammar has gone to shit. Sorry for my language, but damn. Yeah, you're cooked.
Island in the mountains with a bunch of young, hot, shirtless boys. I'm not listening to you, Gilligan. Shut the hell up. Get off that island, you freak. Somebody needs to investigate Gilligan's Island. Wait. I've got a great joke if I can find a picture of Jeffrey Epstein with a weird hat. Damn, Jeffrey Epstein never wore any hats. Anyways, something about Jeffrey Epstein, Gilligan's Island, Epstein, something about that. Now you'd have to be crazy to see this kind of advertising and actually want to go learn more. So I gave them my email so that I could learn more. They sent me something called the Bali Time Chamber brochure, and it starts out, if you can believe it, real scammy. How it works, picture of a dude with a man bun, shirtless with his toes out. This isn't a regular retreat. It's more of a
The feet bro's gonna be happy. Hi, Jacob. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. What do you mean?
an immersive lifestyle experience. There are no classes, workshops, or program schedule. Okay, so what? You pay a bunch of money to go to this place so that you could unlock your masculinity, network, and become a bigger, better business boy? I don't fucking know. Whatever these guys care about. But the steps to do that are, there's like shirtless guys around you when you're in a mountain. Like, just go on vacation.
Maybe. What if they actually do have TVs there, and what if they're actually just watching TV all the time and playing video games? And it's just dudes wanting a time off. Hi Marcus, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Good morning everyone. Hope you're all doing well. I'm doing alright. What shenanigans are we getting into today? A homoerotic alpha male island cult. I don't know. It's very interesting.
With your wife. Oh, you probably don't even have a wife. I have half a wife over there. Come over here, half wife.
Half wife?
You're a half wife. You're a half wife. Throw a shadur on him. Put a shadur on him. Yeah. But hit him with a shadur, Sanders, though. Hit him with a shadur. Yeah. How do you feel about not being invited to an island getaway with 14 shirtless dudes lifting weights and grunting for 4 weeks straight?
Delighted.
So maybe that's what it is. Maybe girls just don't want to go. This is a place of radical self-responsibility. And it's up to you to use your time here as you see fit. Translation, we don't want to pay anybody to like...
Okay, let me get this straight. We are paying to go there. And we're supposed to do stuff on our own. Why exactly am I going there if I could do this all at home or at the place where I live? Like, what's the difference? What's the difference? Hello, dogs. It's nice to meet you. Hope you're having a great day. Wow, Chad. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Diagonal, thank you for the $2 super chat. My sovereignty making my brain go brrr. Yeah, I can tell. I can tell. That brain is going south. This is really just... Why? Why? Who's paying for this? I mean, apparently somebody's paying for it.
Kind of take care of things or like have a schedule or anything. We kind of just want a bunch of gullible dudes to show up, take their shirts off, and then rub their abs together. That's kind of what we're hoping for. Some come to expand their network and get inspired by other successful men. Can I just say something? If you are a successful man, there is no way that you're going here. The only successful men, which, you know, just rich guys who would be there, are motherfuckers who are looking to scam other people and get apprentices who will do free work for them. That's what networking is for these rich alpha people. Just getting other alpha people who are poor and then promising, you know, hey, he's a little bit of cheddar. I give you a little bit of cheddar if you do a bunch of work for me for free. And then they do it and they go, all right, you graduated. Now you're not my apprentice anymore. Go out and be free. And then the guy goes, oh, but we never even kissed. But the fourth and most important group of men who come here are others just need a break from their usual environment to spark new ideas and enter a new chapter feeling fresh and focused.
So a vacation. So a vacation. So... I can't predict the future. I said just a few minutes ago that they're just going there to chill and get out of their, like, taking a break. Well, they are advertising it as that. But you said hi, Chad, so you're not becoming AI.
A vacation, but a vacation where there's no women around. Here's the thing, if you are going on vacation and you specifically are like, if I see a girl, I'm gonna freak. You should not be on vacation. You should be in an appointment with a psychiatrist trying to figure out what's going on in there. Because if women flip you the freak out and you can't even freaking figure out what the freak you're doing, then I think that surrounding yourself on an island secluded in the mountains with 14 other shirtless, oiled up men, if it speaks to you, it speaks to you. I'm not gonna judge, but there's other places with, you know, different messaging that might be better for you. Now, if you think I'm leaning a little bit too hard on this is a homoerotic experience, what if I showed you their standard cabin accommodations? We currently have 4 mountain-facing cabins at the Bali Time Chamber with 4 individual rooms in each cabin, accommodating 16 participants in total. Now, when I'm looking at these pictures, do they scream luxe? No, they scream minimalism, which is what these
This looks like a prison cell. Okay. I don't see anything that's like out of the ordinary, except that it's very minimalistic, but that makes sense, I guess. But you don't you get it? There aren't naked men at your home. You need to go there. They could just literally Google naked men though. So why go there?
men are paying to experience. The fact that the creator of this has come up with a way to scam dudes into being like, yeah, I can offer you basically nothing, but that's actually a plus. Actually, as long as there's no women there, then it's gonna be good for you. I can put you in a freshman dorm from the 1980s for a month straight, and you're gonna thank me later. But again, about the homoerotic experience, each room has a bed that doubles up as a massage table. Sorry, what? Every
This gets more sus as we're speaking. This gets more sus. Interesting.
bed is also a massage table, so there's no workshops, there's no like teachers or anything, so I'm gonna be in there in my bed, and I've got to get one of my other shirtless, abbed up, oiled guy friends to come over there and massage me on my bed. By the way, the bed doubles as a massage table. Yeah, what, because you can lay on it? Like, I can clearly tell that it's not gonna change its shape in any way. This is a chair that I got right here that basically doubles up as a massage table, as well as a squat rack, as well as a sex chamber. If you wanna have sex, basically you just bend over the arms like this, but if you wanna get massaged, you just kind of balance up here. Are you 3 years old? Are you an idiot? Yes, but hey. Also, a wardrobe and a private working desk that you can use as a...
Wait, there's so since there's no women, there's two things here. Either the people that massage are dudes, or you actually need to get one of your homies to massage you. This is getting sus. Didn't you get it? You see the hat? I'm Ms. Nesbitt.
sitting or a standing desk. You're welcome. Hey, you came here for a month? Guess what we're gonna offer you? A little table, and you can also stand next to it. And you could put your little wiener and balls on there, and then it's also a massage table that doubles there for one of your friends. On the lower level, you'll find the shared bathrooms with 2 showers and 2 toilets per cabin. I don't know if you've been tracking with me, there are 4 men here, so these 4 men are gonna have to share showers with each other. And based on everything else, a lot of this is about, you know, minimalism and conservation, so I'm guessing that they're gonna be showering together. But maybe that's just me. But maybe the guys who are going here actually have much better experiences. Luckily, they have testimonials from these dudes, so we can actually see what their experiences were like. Within the first couple hours of arriving, I had so many different...
I don't want to say it, but I'm gonna say it. This might actually be just a what's the word? A vacation for closeted gay men.
Conversations around business, around my training practice, around other people's training practices that completely blew my mind. I'm not even just saying that. They were paradigm shifting conversations around what I could do next in my life and business. There is not a chance that you are shirtless, oiled up on a squat rack, figuring out that your entire life has been shifted because of the words that another man named Anthony just said to you. I'm sorry, no man named Anthony has ever shared paradigm shifting information over a squat rack. Unless the paradigm shift is that you just go halfway so that you're actually focusing more on the up part and not all the way down part, so it's more quads, less glute. But that's not really a paradigm shift, is it, Fernandez? But he goes on to say, everyone is on a similar path and is here for the same reason. Subtext, to get away from women and to get away from girls. By the way, they made sure to emphasize there is strong Wi-Fi both in the rooms and throughout the property, so you'll have plenty of areas to work from. By the way, if there's Wi-Fi, these motherfuckers are on their phones. They're
Yeah. They're on their phones. They're 100% gaming. They're consuming corn. Yeah. Talking about, and they have to have Wi-Fi because they need to work from there. So technically, they have access to everything they need. Netflix, whatever they need, they have access to it. So this is already like a complete lie.
They're on their phones, they're on TikTok, they're on Instagram. There's no gaming. We remove distractions. There is incredible Wi-Fi, and you are encouraged to like and share every post from the Bully Time Chamber. And by the way, we're gonna be having mandatory photo shoots and video shoots of the hottest guy from each cabin, all gathered together underneath the waterfall, splashing water, popping their abs out in front of everybody for them all to see. That doesn't seem like you're removing distractions. It seems like you're just removing women. And the removal of women is because, like, women don't know how to do business. By the way, I think Sophia's right. I can't see, whatever. Who gives a fuck? But let's go to another testimonial, because this one is actually very interesting and kind of sheds light in a new way. Patrick here said, after writing 3 books in the past 3 weeks here in Bali, and creating a 7-day fat loss mini course, and adding 88 pounds to my back squat max, and learning to juggle, these are the paradigm shifting experiences that are happening here? You learning to juggle? Sorry, I thought you came here to actually do some work, do some business. How's juggling helping your business? I came to the Bali
Maybe he wants to work in the circus. Maybe that's his new business plan. Working in the circus. Maybe even as a clown.
Time Chamber, stayed there for 4 weeks with 14 other hot, oiled up dudes with their abs popping out every second in ice baths and saunas, and all I learned how to do was juggle balls. I'm not surprised, Patrick. Anyways, he also said, and rebuilding my website, and helping my friends build their courses, and a lot more. That just means that he ran out of things that he actually did. Anytime you hear somebody listing 6 things,
But the a lot more could also go into the... Yeah, I don't need to explain what direction that is going. A lot more.
and then saying, etc. They're basically saying, I did these 6 things, which is fine. 6 things is a lot. But if you're including juggling, it's not. Sorry, I don't know how to juggle. I wish I knew how to juggle. Hey, I got some butter and jam. I'm gonna juggle it. Hey, what the fuck do you know about that, Patrick? He ended his testimonial, by the way, by saying, but on the flip side, the Bali Time Chamber is freaking awesome. And drinking 3 cappuccinos a day, 2 pounds of steak a day, and as much fresh squeezed watermelon and orange juice as I want is a pretty amazing place to create from. That's what they're feeding you? They said earlier in this brochure that there's like free meals that are included. The meals are just meat. You come to the secluded males only gym retreat. I'm sorry, right there, automatically. But then you're telling me that you learn how to juggle and you only eat meat. There's no, I mean, there's no, it's just like, I think it's a cop-out most of the time to say that these like alpha male things are very homoerotic. This one is so homoerotic, which is fine, but like, just do it. Don't be a jackass about it. If you want to have a homoerotic experience,
there was probably a lot of meat. Not from the kind that they are talking about, but there was a lot of meat probably.
On a private island in the jungle, just call up Luca Guadagnino and be in his latest movie. Is that how you say Luca Guadagnino? Tell the people what it is. Tell the people what's going on. Tell the people how it is. If you found out that I wanted to go to a secluded island deep in the mountains for a month straight,
divorce,
surrounded by 14 shirtless dudes, all oiled up in ice baths and saunas, what would you think?
I'd be happy for you.
That's so sweet. Hey, that's why we got engaged. To be married. We're engaged to be betrothed. The betrothal is upon us. Sip champagne for the birth of a dynasty. Just give me the willies. Now I want to show one more testimonial real quick because Zach here said, I guess I was expecting more of a rah-rah preseason football. Get hyped and go smash your goals like my favorite Rocky cutscene. That is, I believe, a very long sentence fragment. No, I expecting. Okay, no, he's good. Oh, he says something else. He says, in reality though, it's much calmer here. More of a monastery than a traditional gym. Strong Wi-Fi, a bunch of dudes eating meat, sipping cappuccinos, and getting in ice baths. Is that what monasteries are? I didn't know monks rocked like that. Hey, shout out monks. By the way, shout out Adrian Monk. What the fuck y'all know about Adrian Monk? He had OCD. I don't know how the portrayal of OCD has aged, but OCD be damned, brother could solve a case. He says at the end, very grateful to the Motion Guy and the Bali Time Chamber staff for building such an incredible environment. That caught my attention because the Motion Guy sounds like the founder. So I went to the Motion Guy's profile.
Oh god, it's gonna be like a really big scammer, isn't it? It just makes sense. Those most likely aren't free. You paid for them somewhere, just don't know it yet. Either you pay for it when you leave, or you had to pay for everything before you had to come. Because I can imagine that that's gonna be like in the tens of thousands of dollars, I would assume, These men are the type of people to say, you are gay because you like men. I am gay because I hate women. We are not the same. That is amazing. It is amazing, Cocos. Wow. But hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good, but that's great. That is amazing.
And believe it or not, he is a French guy who takes his shirt off and just
Opinion completely discarded. He's French.
dances around on camera and shows his package. If you were thinking that I was being a little bit too heavy-handed on the, oh, it's a homoerotic experience, there's a French guy who all of his videos are just him with his abs out, showing off his package. And that's who created this entire thing, which is an island getaway for 14 oiled up dudes. Now, the only problem is
The guy created it. The guy created that just to see naked men. And on that note, there's another content creator who wants who what's the word? He reviews the physiques of other men, and he wants them to see them shirtless every single time. If you know, you know. Which is so weird.
he doesn't speak English in his videos, so I don't really know what he's talking about. Luckily, Sophia, my fiance, lived in France, Paris, for a year. So she knows kind of some French. Come on, teach us.
My French is not fluent, so I'm gonna do my best.
My dad would say, what's better than mine? That's how dad's
I don't
humor.
know what that means. I don't speak Southern.
Les 3 excuses qui m'insupportent le plus. La dernière, c'est la pire.
The 3 excuses that... something.
Première, j'ai pas le temps de m'entraîner. Ça fait maintenant plus de 2 ans que je m'entraîne seulement 20 minutes par jour.
What is he saying?
Something about 2 years, something about 20 minutes per day.
Oh my god, I feel like I'm just in.
That's a bit out of context. I'll be back, and my ADHD is causing me to want to listen to music. Okay. This is very that is so taken out of context that it sounds like 20 minutes, 3 years doing it with other dudes for 20 minutes.
In France right now. I feel like I have to wait, no, because we need to talk about, he is sitting there, sorry, I tried to pick one where his Johnson wasn't out, but he's like this going, are you out of your mind? You think I'm gonna follow this man into an island secluded in the mountains for a month with 14 other shirtless, oiled up dudes? Je suis la popo, yamapala, et yamapola paya, mamapara.
Yeah, I actually...
Bro is 100% pulling up on you while you sleep. And then it's just over. You are now his man. They all go there and they all come back knowing that that is their boyfriend.
I don't know what he's saying.
But you kinda know.
Wait, I have like a general idea.
Avoir un physique sec et athlétique sans dépasser.
If you want to have I think
It looked like you
tight and athletic physique.
C'est un quart d'heure d'entraînement par jour et sans même avoir accès à une salle de sport. Alors ne me dis pas que t'as même pas 20 minutes.
Why does he keep saying meme? I keep seeing meme popping up on screen.
Mem means also or same.
He said athletic physique meme. I'm here for his athletic physique meme. Anybody else interested in my athletic physique?
Listen, he's speaking very fast. I don't know.
Speaking fast, I don't want to throw out any accusations here, but I think that he is. I shouldn't say any drugs.
No,
he's not. I know French people don't do
Going too
that.
far.
French people don't do that. I gotta calm down. Sorry, what's going on over here? From 1 to 5.
From 1 to 5 balls. The way that man sounded like he played with a lot of ball. How that man is acting, he likes to play with a lot of balls. How do you do 5 balls? That French caused my browser to crash. French.
Balls. Is this the motherfucker who taught Patrick how to juggle?
From 1 to 5 balls. Level 1.
You could have skipped level 1. Let's see if you can do level 1 with some butter. Okay. Ready? I don't want you to have to go learn from Jepalampa, Jepilapolo. I don't want you to learn how to do level 1 from him. I'm sorry, he's just...
Level 2. Level 3. Level 4.
Whoa! I feel like when like your 8-year-old son walks in and he's like, look, look, look.
Look what I can do.
It's like, okay, it doesn't mean I'm gonna pay you thousands of dollars to go live with you in a jungle for the next month.
Chat, we're all moving into the jungle. Look at it. Lumpy, calm down. She a married woman. She a married woman. Calm down. But hi, how are you doing? If you're doing good, then there are men with 5 balls. Monster men, there must be at least one.
Je tiens à présenter mes excuses officiellement. Dans un post précédent, je disais que
Advertising is just you with the shortest shorts on, trying to get your Johnson out on camera. Oh my, I guess it's French. Shout out France. Hey, France, we love you.
le secret de l'entraînement. Une pilule magique pour perdre du poids sans...
I honestly thought he was speaking English. I didn't think that, I wasn't ready for you to like translate anything. I was locked in.
Le secret de l'entraînement. Une pilule
The secret.
magique pour perdre du poids sans...
You're a terrible translator. How did you live in...
She wasn't friends for like a year. How is she supposed to understand what's going on? Nothing is translatable for her, really. She barely translated.
Paris for a year.
Listen, you took me out of France and I forgot all the French I knew.
He said, the secret of the magic, and you said, the secret? The athletic physique. Something about an athletic physique, I guess?
If you gave me Google Translate, I bet I could understand everything he says.
Yeah, same. All right, let's sip some champagne. I gotta get back to Gilligan's Island real quick. So now, knowing that is, she's so cute. Knowing that he is the guy who started this whole place. Let's look back at the videos advertising it and really understand, like, this is what this is. That guy who created it, I'm not making something out of nothing when I say that it has, I would say, interesting marketing strategy of just putting shirtless dudes in waterfalls. Like that's all it is. Look at this. Look at this. By the way, shout out guys, your physiques are very athletic. But if I'm seeing this, the first thought in my mind isn't immediately, I gotta get away from my beautiful fiance and get surrounded with these boys in a waterfall. And if your first thought
I think the French dude is just collecting photos. I think that might be it. Married? Aww. Yeah, I hit up a married woman 2 days ago. Didn't go well. Well, if the Monster Girls encyclopedia entry for the centaur is anything to go by, then the male would have 4 balls. I hate you.
is that you have to take a second and think about what you want to do with the rest of your life, genuinely. But in the comments of this post, Cesar asked, is this LGBTQ plus friendly? And they actually responded. They actually said, no. The shirtless French guy who likes to show off his package to his audience.
They said no. He doesn't want to share his boys. He doesn't want to share his boys.
Men said, Cesar, the concept is about removing all distractions and working on your physical, mental, and financial goals. We don't allow women inside to prioritize brotherhood connections. If you're not straight, being surrounded by other men is not going to be the right environment for you. Okay. So the reason there's no women and that there's no gay guys allowed is that, come on, you can't be having sex. You got to be focused on important things like learning how to juggle one ball. Okay, I mean, I think it's more of a don't ask, don't tell type situation where they're like,
It all depends, right? If he wants to work as in the circus, then that's okay, right? Maybe the goal is to create a circus and everybody is able to juggle. Who knows?
Like, yeah, there's no gay people allowed. Like, I don't know. I just think that if you're actually reaching out to go to one of these places, you are in a crisis and you need genuine help. Like, you need something. But by the way, Cesar did not take that very kindly. Somebody else said, we want our safe place also. And he said, what the fuck? I want the LGBTQ friendly place. Then somebody said, what the fuck does that even mean? And he said, gay friendly. You wouldn't understand. So he's not joking. Like a lot of the times in these Instagram comments, it's people just kind of trolling, trying to get a laugh. I think Cesar genuinely wanted to go if it was allowed for gay guys, which I think kind of tells you what their marketing is doing. And that's fine.
Brotherhood gay. A lot of people are hating in the comment sections of this new community of strong.
You literally make a video addressing it even as brotherhood gay. Is being with your homies gay?
Brothers. The Bali Time Chamber gathers many high-level athletes, professional fighters, and successful entrepreneurs.
That's not what we asked, brother. Is brotherhood gay? We've been getting a lot of hate. No, I think that a lot of the comments that you received are people genuinely thinking that this is for closeted men to go have, you know, experiences with each other. Because of, I don't know, the entire marketing behind it and the founder of it and his entire vibe. But that opening line is so funny.
Is brotherhood gay?
Is brotherhood gay?
Is brotherhood gay? Brotherhood sounds like a fancy word for gays. maybe they actually, who knows, maybe they are. Maybe they are, who knows? Or maybe only the leader is gay and he wants to have all the homies to himself. Who knows? It ain't gay if you don't look them in the eye. No, if you don't wear, as long as you wear socks, it should be fine.
Wait, brotherhood? Kinda gay, no? Two brothers? You guys are 69. The champagne has me acting up. I'm feeling like there is a French. Is champagne French? Hey, chime off in the comments. Champagne French, champagne gay.
I'm probably not the person to ask anything related to French.
I'm not the person to ask anything.
This place is getting viral on social media. The reason is they don't accept any women or vegans. It's reserved for guys who want...
They don't accept any women. And these filthy vegans. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, who would have guessed the vegans? You don't have to point it out like that. You don't have to point it out like that. Because like, how do these even relate to each other? No women and vegans. Where else would I look at the pecs? Those are nice though. Gay.
Want to isolate themselves and work deeply on their health, fitness, and business surrounded by like-minded men. The goal of this experience is to remove all the distractions from the modern world and enter in a bubble of productivity.
Yeah, I think that this is just very telling, honestly, where it's this view of women not being actually functioning productive members of society and just distraction.
What next? Women can't go there. They aren't human. That is very interesting. That is very interesting. Just don't drop the soap or rock. That means they are still fine with vegetarians, though.
To the actual people who can do anything, which is sad. And you know, I think that maybe the kind of guys who see this video and go, yeah, women are distractions because I am distracted by women and I have goals. I think those types of guys are also the types of guys who are like, women don't probably even have goals or internal personal lives. They're really more just like objects for me to look at with like boom.
It's more so that this island reminds me of like, oh, this could also just be people watching Fresh and Fit in the same way. It's really odd.
Boobs and like boobs and butts and stuff that jiggle around and stuff. So it's like it's more of a distraction than really a functioning individual. We need a I don't know. Something about lesbians in the jungle. Is there a place for lesbians in the jungle? Don't tell me.
Bro, why you want to know? But maybe there's a lesbian version. Who knows? There might be. Who knows? There might be. Why not?
I'm not a lesbian, but I just want to say I hope. I hope for y'all that there is. But also they said vegans aren't allowed, which in combination with the whole we ate 2 pounds of steak every single day, I think that kind of means that they only eat meat. And judging by how the accommodations look at this place, I'm gonna say I doubt that it's the highest quality. I think that this entire thing is a scam. And it's just to prey on men who are, you know, feeling like they're marginalized because they saw that the Little Mermaid was black. So they have to go in the jungle with 14 other oiled up shirtless dudes because, yeah.
Is brotherhood gay?
Is brotherhood gay? I don't know. I 100% assume that this is a scam. You literally just go there and then you're like free to go do whatever you want, and that's it. Like there's nothing to learn. If you don't do anything on your own, you're kind of cooked. Yay, vegetarians, we can go there. Samex, we? We! You are a woman. You are not going there. They don't want women. No, the gays brotherhood.
Which is an audience that I would say I don't really respect too much, because who gives a fuck if the Little Mermaid's black? But yeah, that's who's here. Just a group of guys who think that women mean nothing and just want to eat.
I give a fuck. Because I want them to make new characters, not replace the old characters, because you're not swap old characters because you're too incompetent to adapt African or black stories. Thank you, Disney, for being absolute talentless losers.
Eat a bunch of meat. And they are begging you not to look at the subtext of that statement. I don't know, man.
Is brotherhood gay?
If you make the most homoerotic experience ever, you can't then say, is brotherhood gay? No. We just accidentally crafted one of the most homoerotic experiences of all time. It wasn't to do with anything like acceptance of gay people. We would never do that. Trust me, we would never accept gay people. For real. For real. Take it from me, a Frenchman who likes to show his package on screen to his audience of men. I think that brotherhood is not gay. Just a bunch of dumbasses. But hey, shout out the Bali time chamber cult. I hope you guys keep learning how to juggle balls. I hope you keep learning how to eat.
They do, probably all do know how to juggle balls. The only brotherhood I would ever join are one of those 40k universe. I don't know, it sounds cruel and grim. What about Ezio's Assassin Brotherhood? Sure, that one works as well. Don't remind me, Poker. Don't shatter my dreams. You ain't going there!
Eat 2 pounds of meat every single day. I hope you keep getting in saunas, taking your shirts off, getting under waterfalls, splashing around with a bunch of dudes, and, you know, just really enjoy your lifestyle. Because you deserve it. And as long as you're there, you're away from everybody else. And honestly, that's all that I can ask for. Yeah, I mean, you literally just scroll and scroll and scroll, and it's just... But yeah, I've said it so much, I feel like I kind of also got to say the other side of, yeah, maybe all the guys who go here aren't gay. Maybe this guy isn't gay. Maybe this guy isn't gay. Maybe this guy isn't even gay. Maybe they just got a little bit of misogyny deep-rooted in their bones and they feel like they're Aragorn when in reality they are, again, Grimmer Wormtongue! But if any of the guys who are there are watching this and getting mad, I just want to say this is why you are shirtless, oiled up with 14 other young men.
I mean, they aren't necessarily oiled up, but they're all shirtless, always, at all times. One day you hang out with the Brotherhood, the next day there's a candle stuck up your... Maybe. While I was away from my moments, I found Death Machine curled up in my coffee pot again. It seems to find comfort there. That's cute.
In a sauna, popping your abs out, and I am engaged to a beautiful woman who I love, and she loves me. In my opinion, she does.
I do.
She said she does. And suck it. All right, anyways, please subscribe. I don't know, please subscribe.
Not the guys who are, whatever, you guys, you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, so we got engaged. Some people are calling it like the coolest engagement of all time. They're saying
that's pretty much the end of the video. Now we know there's an alpha male island cult who is oddly homoerotic. Just admit it, bro. Just admit it, bro. Bros, just admit it. Just do it. Just go ahead. Live with it. Accept it. That is crazy. That is wild. That is absolutely wild. One day that keeps me motivated. I mean, the guy is wearing an open shirt. Yeah, but he has a woman there. These guys want to be alone. These guys want to be alone. With no girls. Anyways, I think we're gonna jump into this one next. Yeah, let's go.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Ref. We're gonna watch this ref video. Philippines makes example of nuisance streamer now facing decades in prison by ref says Desu. This is about Vitaly. I wonder if he's actually straight up going to jail. I actually wonder what they're gonna do with this man. The only thing I know is that he got arrested. That was the last update I received. Let's see.
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here. So today we're going to be looking at some updates regarding multiple streamers causing issues overseas. We're going to begin with Vitaly, who's been causing a lot of issues in the Philippines with his recent turn to nuisance streaming.
Yeah, so pretty much what he did was he pulled a John. All you need to know is that he pulled a Johnny Somali. Maybe less. What's the word? Less crazy than Somali, but he still tried to pull one. And the Philippines didn't have it. They just said, "Yeah, you cooked, buddy. You're cooked." Ref is cute as always. There's somebody who made a video, like an 11-minute video or something against Ref. And like in this thumbnail, he had like Ref with like black makeup, like he just got the gulp gulp treatment. It is so weird. Why would you do that?
However, he is very quickly finding out that the authorities in the Philippines, they're not messing around with this stuff, and they are making an example of Vitaly. So hopefully nobody else tries the performative nonsense that he is doing for content over there. So in case you're not familiar, I'll give you a very quick rundown of what's going on here. So Vitaly is a content creator who's been making videos for a very long time. He popped off with prank videos about a decade ago on YouTube. However, he faced a lot of different controversies, including a very serious one back in 2020 when he was arrested for allegedly very brutally beating a random female jogger.
Alone for that, nobody should tolerate this dude, right? Alone for that, for just beating up a woman. Just beating up a woman. For no reason. Is this the guy that did push-ups on Japanese trees? I don't think so. That wasn't mentioned. It could be, but that wasn't mentioned. I accepted my bisexuality like 22 or 23. Before then, I kind of knew I liked both genders, but hated myself. I know that feeling of hating yourself, though for different reasons.
In an event where he claims he was on mushrooms. And what do you do when you are dealing with a lot of controversy and trying to make a comeback? Well, you go to Kick, and you can see the absolute bangers he was releasing in his final days before he was arrested. Banger stream titles like Vitaly disturbing the peace in the Philippines. And obviously, there is...
Or Vitaly picking up girls in the Philippines. Or Vitaly on the mission to find a wife in Philippines. Vitaly ex-mom caused chaos in Philippines. Vitaly ex-mom visits the most dangerous hood. What the fuck? What did the jogger do to him? I don't know. Beating up a woman as a guy, that just shows how weak you are. Well, it depends. If the woman is coming after you with a knife, beat the living daylights out of her. But if it's just a random female jogger, that's a problem. That's a problem. I'm in a hotel and I have so much fun at the swimming pool. But hi Zoom, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Apparently good.
There's a whole catalog of clips showing absolutely abhorrent behavior from him. I'm just going to play a short compilation of some of the most ridiculous stuff he was doing.
Sir, I have a question. I have a very important question for you. Can I shove this up your booty?
What?
That was one thing that I've realized. Speaking of home, good that we had chose this video to watch after the last one. He is also very homoerotic. He always is checking out dudes and flirting with dudes. Why? Why? He's also on that level. I'll beat up a woman, Dux. Her name will be Zegler. Don't hurt the Rachel.
Is that okay or no? Okay. Can I give you a kiss? No, I have a question for you. They won't recognize me. No, yet. Okay, yeah, they took the ass. Then, yeah.
One and then there. Okay.
I'm gonna fucking rob you if you keep walking away.
Yeah, that was also the clip with the I'ma rob you. That clip was also the clip where he said that she was woke. Which is like, yeah, the Philippines known for being woke.
Only fan left in the chat. Since I don't have any fans, since I fell off, my only fan, bro. Coming through. You want to get knocked out? It's coming through. Don't you want to scan me? Here, film yourself. Let me see.
Oh my God, so many laws have been broken today.
So yeah, I'm sure this comes as a big shock to all of you after watching some of those clips, but he has been arrested. That was something that happened.
And that the guy who filmed should also be arrested. I'll be honest, the guy who filmed should also be arrested. I hope he got arrested as well. Because like you're like a cuck, right? We had that last time. You're like a cuck if you film a nuisance streamer. Like if you're the guy that films it. Known for coaches women. Yeah. I wonder if being an alpha male correlates to being gay. Who knows? Maybe it does.
Happened a few days ago, and now we have the official mugshot. As you can see, Vitaly is very smug.
That's an actual mugshot, huh? Look how happy Vitaly is. Look how happy he is. He's gonna lose that happiness quite quick once he enters jail. Yeah, the Snow White theaters was a calm before the storm. The Minecraft movie did to theaters. Yeah, I've seen the clips of people misbehaving.
Was his initial demeanor whenever he was facing authorities, but I think that sort of smug attitude is going to be changing very swiftly because he's facing potentially decades in a Filipino prison. Also, during this time, he was banned on Kick, which is pretty hard to do. Pretty much the only way you get banned on Kick is, well, if you get arrested. Like, you have to get formally arrested for them to even consider pulling the plug.
That's one of the things I've realized. Like, literally, you could nuke a country on stream and Kick be like, oh, that's great content. Let's keep that around. Good that they banned him, though. Good for them as well.
On some of these channels, but that's kind of Kick in a nutshell. But on top of that, we saw him rolling into the station a few days ago. This clip came out, and as you can see, again, very smug, very dismissive of everything going on. That is not too surprising.
The way that smile will fade in a few months, true and real. Vitaly arrest footage for criminal activity in Manila. Very impressed at the speed at which this was handled, which will absolutely be deterrent to other kick nuisance streamers thinking of coming to the Philippines-based.
Surprising because, really, he thinks he's going to get away with it, even making a kissing motion towards the camera. He's very full of himself. However, things are changing, and hopefully his demeanor starts changing for his own interest eventually, because he's being made an example of on a national and international stage. So he was put out in front of Filipino authorities and absolutely blasted during this press conference. This is a still image from some videos we're going to watch in just a second, but basically you can see they are making an example of him. They are putting him front and center and making sure that Filipino law is going to crack down on this man. And again, I don't know if there's like a message here with this shirt. If anyone knows, feel free to leave your comments. Or
BIWF. What does that mean? Good question. I have no idea.
Leave the the funniest answers in the comment section of what this BIWF means, but your guess right now is as good as mine. But as you can see, he was made an example of. He is literally doing a perp walk in front of this press briefing. They are making an example out of him. They are making a show out of him in many ways. They're putting him front and center while he's sitting there in handcuffs. And during this press conference, as we'll see some examples of, he's still being annoying. He's still disrespecting everyone in the room, including people who are very motivated to bring the hammer down on him.
I think that's perfect. I think that's good. They should make an example out of him. So less and less nuisance streamers pop up, because these guys have been spawning like unwanted children. And unwanted children are more wanted than these guys. Japan should have learned a thing against mongrel streamers. I wish they did. Apparently there's another group of nuisance streamers somewhere.
I have no idea what he's thinking. I don't know why he's gotten to the state where he wants to throw away his life to stay in a Filipino prison, but that's what he's doing. He's completely cooked at this point. But there was also a very important stage in this, and of course it's translated roughly here, but they designated him, the Bureau of Immigration, as an undesirable alien. What that means is they want to keep him in the country, and later on in this clip, they say outright,
we won't deport them. Well, bro is cooked. Bro is actually cooked. That pretty much sounds like they're gonna put him in jail if they will not kick him out. Be more like PewDiePie, true and real.
We won't deport them. I'll just read the subtitles for you guys. He'll answer the laws here in the Philippines. Then, crimes they have committed can now be punished by Filipinos. Yeah. For example, we are serious that in our own country, we will not deport them. So they're just flat out saying, we are not letting him go. We are not deporting him. He's not going to be saved by a deportation. He's going to be tried here in the Philippines under Filipino law, and we're going to punish him. And they're very motivated to do so. On top of that, we have this this clip from Atozi here, is one of the people very closely covering this situation and other nuisance streamers.
Scumbag IRL streamer now facing 24 years in Philippines prison. Well, Reposo. That sounds terrible. But yeah, maybe it happens. Who knows?
Causing issues overseas. In fact, his video, one of his initial videos on Vitaly, was actually used in the police report alongside all of the various actions he committed during his stay in the Philippines. And in this recent video, he actually used some software to translate some of the things being said during that press conference, and we can get an idea of the charges he's facing and the underlying actions they are attributing to those specific charges. So let's give it a quick listen.
So here we have, I guess, the charges against Vitaly, which aren't 100% set in stone from what I can tell, because he just kind of threw out a lot of the things that happened that they're investigating him for. So first you have unjust vexation, which is engaging in behavior that caused annoyance and distress to others. Then you have...
Yeah, he definitely has that already. He easily has that. Easily. Filipino slang, BIWF, is an acronym that stands for Bring It When Found. It's a common phrase used to encourage someone to share what they've acquired, particularly food or snacks, after purchasing or finding it. It's essentially a way of saying share what you've got. Okay, should have been named FAFO. Fuck around and find out.
Alarm and scandal, which is actions that disturb public peace and order. Then you had attempted theft, which was trying to unlawfully take a security guard's firearm. That's a serious charge. That is, yeah, like, did this happen after my coverage? Did this happen after he was arrested?
And I'll answer that in just a second.
When did he... I have not seen a clip where he tried to grab somebody's firearm. That's a problem. Bro is cooked.
Let him keep going.
I don't remember that being on the stream that I skimmed through. That is a serious charge. Then you have the 2 counts of theft if they go after him for taking the motorcycle and the industrial fan, and then also that face mask, but they return the face mask pretty quickly. So we'll see what they do there. Then you have the threatening to rob an old lady as well. But what I didn't know until now is apparently if you steal a motorcycle in the Philippines, you can actually get up to life in prison. And this...
What? That is crazy! Potential imprisonment ranging from lengthy terms to life imprisonment for aggravated offenses. Bro is fucked. If that hits, bro is cooked.
Beautiful. But he's not going to get life in prison for that charge. I mean, him kind of scooting away like Fred Flintstone style on the bike without even a key in it. I don't think they're going to give him a life sentence for that. Probably not anything too serious, but still, the fact that he's going overseas.
I mean, this could be considered still stealing regardless. You took something that does not belong to you, so I don't know, there's a solid chance.
And putting himself in a position where he could face life in prison just for one of the many charges is absolutely crazy, okay? And apparently some of those theft charges, each one could carry a 12-year sentence, meaning he could be facing decades in a Filipino prison. I mean, I hope it was worth it, right? But you also heard Atozi talking about the situation involving possibly reaching for an officer's gun, and he's not sure where that came from, but I think this is what they are referring to. I played this in one of my videos reacting to these clips, and I thought he was just grabbing onto a random officer's belt, like with flashlight, other utilities and stuff like that. But I didn't know there was a gun. And if this is the correct clip, this is insane. So he begins by basically sexually harassing this officer, this guard, whatever you want to call them. And then we see him reach for his belt buckle.
Get the Shangri. Yeah, they took that.
Oh, so it is this one. Hope it does. It'll definitely set the standard for all streamers. True and real. Deported. You're already home.
Oh yeah, okay. So watching this again, by the way, I just noticed this now. Yeah, that's definitely a gun. That's definitely a gun on his hip there. And watch what he does next. I mean, not only is he already looking at it, but starts reaching for it.
No, they told everyone.
I don't know why I didn't see that the other times I looked at it, but yeah, that's very clearly a gun.
Bro might be fucked. Genuinely. Good luck getting fed, Vital, you mongrel. Prison is prison. Math is math.
So that is definitely what they were referring to. I think it's clear as day. That's really, really bad. He's lucky that didn't end a different way. If you did that in the United States and he saw you reaching for his gun like that, an officer, it'd be the last time you're reaching for anything. I think that's very clear. But yeah, it's not good. On top of that, I said his demeanor has been ridiculous. So as some of his clips are playing here, you can see Vitaly start applauding himself. He's applauding his own clips. Right, look at this death stare right here. Do you think
that bro is like, why is bro smiling? Hi Austin, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. I love how there's people defending him. I've seen people defend Somali. It's like, put them also in prison.
This guy's amused with you, Vitaly? This is the guy in the group of people who could basically bury you. I don't understand for the life of me why he's doing this to himself. It's just a crazy act of self-sabotage. Like, it's one thing. Like, it's bad going to prison. It's real bad going to prison. But the only thing worse than that is going to a prison overseas. Somewhere where you don't belong. And clearly, looking around, here's an example. Does he look like he belongs? He's going to have a very hard time in a very brutal prison system, by the way. I would not want to be in a Philippine.
Like, he's the only one smiling. None of these dudes are smiling. He's the only one smiling. That should tell a lot.
Prison or any prison for that matter. But still, why he would do this to himself, I don't know. I think he's on some sort of a mental break at this point. He's had many in the past. There's no way anyone who's thinking rationally would do this to themselves. On top of that, here's another very strange clip. You might have seen it earlier based on one of the clips we were reacting to, but watch how he's acting in the background as this clip is going. He starts reaching for this hat. He wants to put it on for some reason. They're just like, bro, cut it out. What do you... It's just stuff like that.
Why though? You're making it... You are literally making it worse. Why are you doing this? Why? I think bro wants to go to prison. I think bro had enough. I think he wants to go.
That's insane. While he's literally being put in front of national television to be made an example of, he's acting like a fidgety weirdo and just making things a lot harder for himself. Okay, so that's it for Vitaly right now, but I want to return to Mizkif. So obviously a very big content creator, been a long...
Mizkif? Okay, we're changing the topic, I guess? Sure. What happened here? I've heard a few things. I guess we're switching topic.
Around for a very long time, and he's facing a lot of criticism recently for this clip right here.
Oh! Since when is Mizkif a nuisance streamer? Bro, where are all these people spawning from? Why are you making pull-ups on a Japanese cherry tree? Why? Why is it always Asian countries? Why is it always Asian countries? Philippines, Japan, Korea, what else? If we count Israel as well, then Israel as well. Why? What's the point?
Where he and some of his friends are doing pull-ups and gymnastic tricks on sakura trees, which are very, very culturally and spiritually important for the Japanese. And basically they're only in bloom like this with flowers on them for 2 weeks, and he's obviously shaking the petals off. This is something that even a day one tourist in Japan should know is very disrespectful. I think that is a very fair thing to say. You have to know this is disrespectful. But of course, he deleted it after he got a lot of heat. Not because I think he felt really super sorry at the time. He was getting put on blast by other content creators and people all across the board. And eventually, he has now made an apology saying he wants to make a quick statement.
Fuck around and find out. What is this? What is this? Is it bait or mental retardation? Call it. What is this?
Statement about the cherry blossom tree, and he was doing pull-ups, and he was informed later that it was really, really bad, and he only noticed after he woke up the next day and there was these...
Let me read. Hey guys, I want to make a quick statement on the situation regarding the cherry blossom tree. A few days ago, I did pull-ups on the cherry blossom tree. You retard. I posted the video and went to bed. Why are you posting the video, you retard? The moment I was informed by a friend on the severity of the situation, I immediately deleted the post and regretted my decision. You are not sorry because you were actually sorry. You are sorry because you got caught. Once again. I have been in Japan for the past few months and I have loved the Japanese culture. Motherfucker, you should have known from the get-go. If you've been there in the past few months, you would know. So I think you just didn't care. I've loved it so much. I came back twice. I've grown a lot here as a person. But I kind of do not believe you. Made so many friends that I truly value, and I experienced so much of the Japanese culture that has changed my life for the better. I do not want to promote my actions as proper. They were wrong. It should be seen as such. As usual. Why? They are just hospitable and people like this guy take it for granted. True and real. Once again.
These viral things going on, and he's been in Japan, and he's so sorry, and he thinks this is a bad example, and asking
to any viewers or tourists coming to Japan, please understand these trees are sacred to Japan. You would know this if you went there a couple of times already. Do not touch cherry blossoms. They are sacred to the Japanese culture and are extremely delicate. And to my viewers, please do not attack anyone for who criticizes him, I guess, yeah.
his viewers not to attack anyone who's criticizing him and yada yada yada. But this doesn't seem very sincere, especially after there are multiple reports that he was, in a very angry fashion, DMing people who were criticizing him and saying some pretty unhinged things, which apparently, according to a lot of people, is not something foreign to
Kaho Shibuya leaks that Miskiv sent her angry Discord messages, which she later deleted after going viral for doing pull-ups on the cherry blossom tree in Japan. Sent me a personal message shitting on me. 3 me's in 3 sentences, all about me. I was shocked he actually deleted that comment. Of course, I screenshot it as evidence-based.
him. Apparently, he DMs a lot of people who talk negatively about him. But here's an example with Kaho, who is one of the main people calling him out. This is what she said.
Are you shitting on him? Because he sent me a personal message. Yeah, shitting on me. Yes, that's why. And it's all about me, me, me. There are like 3 me in 3 sentences. Yeah, so I'm like, okay, so your community actually reflects you. Wow. I was like, I was shocked. I was shocked. And he actually deleted that comment later on from like a Discord. Yeah, but of course I screenshot it as evidence. Yeah, you shouldn't be, Kaho. Our community is the best. Oh, thank you. Well, you're one of the best. Yeah, it's like so disappointing. I got so personally disappointed. Up until that point, I thought like, you know what? You know, he didn't know, or they didn't know. I mean, it's not about this one guy. They didn't know. You know, of course, they can always excuse it. I was gonna, you know, help them have the opportunity to explain themselves, even to the Japanese community and the English community. And they were like, oh, yeah, really rude response. Really rude. And there were 3 me in 3 sentences. And there was no period in the sentence. That really, you know, my OCD just like freaked out.
So apparently the message she's referring to is basically saying, like, I can't believe you did this to me. You're making me look bad. Me. Clearly trying to flame her for calling him out. She was the main person, I think, at least got the most attention on the Japanese side calling him out. And yeah, he didn't like that. And according to other people, he's been doing the same thing in other controversies where people were criticizing him. Just very strange behavior.
So pretty much what he is doing usually is when people are criticizing him, he DMs them angry. Wow. What a man-child.
But on top of that, some posts like those from Dexerto reporting on the situation have been conveniently deleted, which is very odd. So people are kind of scratching their heads as to how that happened. But the bad result, and almost predictable result, is that some Kick streamers are now trying to repeat the...
Why? Why is it always Japan? You're making it harder for actual tourists. For regular people. Just jail them all. Without parole, just jail them.
Actions of Mizkif and his comrades over there, and they're now going around and doing pull-ups and gymnastic tricks on trees.
Alright, Mizkif, I love you so much. I saw you come to this tree and touch it very respectfully, so I thought, you know, you looked like you were having so much fun. I didn't want to miss out. Let's have more fun in Japan, why don't we?
Oh no, he's gonna do it. Oh wow. Yeah, I don't know where they find these losers who do this stuff. Like, man, oh man. Again, it's just like I don't understand.
These actually spawn like unwanted children. These people spawn like unwanted children. Moms, you gotta swallow. 'Cause if you don't, that is what you're gonna get nowadays. What is this? What is this? why people are doing the wrong things, because it gives attention. These are literal. This is literally the definition of an attention whore.
Understand, there's not much attention for people like this. Like, believe me, this is not someone who's popping off and going crazy, getting crazy numbers in Japan doing this stuff. It's just scratching for any tiny bit of relevancy by being hated by everyone and being a laughing stock and a nuisance to everyone around them. This is absolutely the most embarrassing form of behavior. Nuisance streamers deserve absolutely nothing. And now they're desperately trying to mimic what Mizkif did for attention. And apparently, too, this person doesn't actually like Mizkif, by the way. Let me make that clear. But yeah, this is a trend now happening among kick streamers who think this is an easy way to get attention. But the attention they're getting is just people flaming them and making fun of how desperate and pathetic they are. But anyways, that's going to do for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
I don't know much to say. Good that apparently Vitaly might be going to jail. Hopefully he does. Hopefully they should keep him there and put him in jail straight up. But I find it's like really odd why people keep doing this. I mean, we all know they think it's gonna give like attention and like views and shit. No, the only thing you're gonna happen is that if you continue like this, you're gonna go to jail. Very simple. I think if people behave like this, jail. If not, maybe just a few weeks, maybe a month or so. Maybe that helps. The fun is disrespecting other people's culture. Correct? This is just why. Like, why we keep doing this? I don't know. Just retarded people at this point. Nothing much to say here. Nothing much to say. No, I'm a proper attention whore poker. This is an attention nuisance. We know. Chat, I'm taking a quick break. I will be right back. I need the bathroom break. Sorry for the extended break, but I needed to go outside with my dog. Because she was complaining upstairs and said, "Yo, Papa, I must go outside. My bladder is full." Yeah, so I had to go outside with her. Anyways, let's continue with another video. We are going to do this one. This one.
So if you don't remember,
This is a royalties here video. This one. Me real quick. Also, my little brother made too much instant ramen, so now I have to take care of that after stream. Interesting, huh? Bro made too much. Anyways, we gotta do what we gotta do. Femboys are the worst by royalties here. I don't think so. Most femboys are actually quite nice. So I wouldn't say that, but we'll see. It probably means degenerate, which in this case, yeah.
So if you don't remember, you probably don't, I assume most of you have a memory of a goldfish. About a year ago now, I made a video about femboys that may have indirectly, unfortunately, affected my reputation. Many to this day think I'm a part of said group. No, like all my other videos and like your average nature documentary, I just like...
Yeah. Bro's reputation is in the trenches.
Like to watch, observe, and educate. I am very much confident in my current character stats and build, thank you, and I am in no way a philosopher in this subject. Think I've exonerated myself there on those phallic claims against me. Anyway, that previous video was basically a very brief overview of femboys, and an answer to an ever-mounting question that has plagued us in current times, and probably the past decade.
Yeah, they're scary. The catfishing is real. It is a thing. It is a thing.
Is it gay to like a femboy? But one YouTube...
Yes. Yes, it is. Still biological male.
Really didn't like that video. Apparently due to some of the contents of it. Probably the first 10 seconds, I'm going to be honest. I personally think it was the thumbnail, which was gender-morphed pyrocynical, which is probably an accurate depiction of him nowadays anyway. And 2, the pyrocynical subreddit didn't really like the use of gender-bent pyrocynical, along with the discussion and attitude towards femboys in said video, which I don't think they watched fully, because I think I was fairly kind and understanding towards the subject. But most pyro fans are femboys anyway, let's be honest. But looking back at that video, it is somewhat outdated, and it was a bit broad regarding the topic. And yes, I know, it's hard to identify what my usual content is. I mean, if you look at my YouTube page, we go from serious topics to videos like this. No, I'm not bipolar.
Yeah, sometimes it's like actual serious shit, and then it's just this. I think he made a video about one of the worst VTubers ever, who like is literally suing you and like trying to go out of their way to harm you if you just mention what they have done. I don't know if these videos are still around. I wanted to react to that, but I don't want to get the heat.
In any way, I'm just interested in a very range of topics, I guess. Or maybe I'm making this video because I've unfortunately found out that a good percentage of you are femboys. The YouTube statistics do not lie. I don't know how I've achieved this. Maybe I've been preaching too much to the estrogen-filled War Thunder community. But yeah, here we are.
Wait, what? What do you mean? You are the average War Thunder player. Socks.
But yeah, here we are. And today we are jumping back into the expanded, excavated mineshaft that is the crevice of the femboy community. So clear your schedule, lower your testosterone, and jump back into the closet. Because first, what is a femboy?
Any of you femboys want to come play with my tit?
So the online definition
Oh. Okay.
of a femboy refers to a male, usually cisgender, who expresses themselves with traditional feminine behaviors.
I've rarely met. Yeah. I've rarely met a femboy who is not a biological dude. Though they do exist.
So basically the guy that plays the support role, or any female avatar in any game, with the ultimate copium excuse, that is, they just want to support the team and look at a female model over a male. Sure buddy, we all believe you. The blue striped thigh highs with the cat toe beans, the wax strips and the medieval chastity belt that are all in your Amazon
What the fuck? Medieval chastity belt? Shit is getting out of hand. A mushroom? Finally, death. Oh, sweet death.
wish list are only there to obviously enhance your gaming experience. Especially the pink Razer cat-eared headphones, which heighten your reflexes in game. But femboys can often be mistaken with other groups and aesthetics. Like twinks, for example, who are slim, gay or bisexual men with relatively...
Twink, among gay men, a gay or bisexual young man with a slim build and youthful appearance. Yeah. He'll play a female character. I oftentimes play female characters as well, though, just because the design better, and I do like to look at boobs. And booty. If you dress as a girl, as a man, you're gay, end of story. I mean, most femboys are probably gay. I would assume. And the ones that aren't, usually aren't in relationships, as far as I am aware.
no hair, and whose only worry is the impending doom that is...
Or bisexual.
twink death. But compared to twinks, being a femboy doesn't automatically mean you're gay, and that you reside in the borders of Poland, contrary to popular belief. But they also get confused with the trans community. Although some femboys are trans, being a femboy is more of an aesthetic thing more than a gender identity. But femboys have been around for some time, apparently all the way back to
The Greek! The Greek! Wasn't there a story, or was it the Roman? Either Roman or Greek doing something. I forgot. Also, armor designs are better. Example, Monster Hunter. True and real. Didn't Finster transition? As far as I'm aware, Finster did transition. Maybe? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't keep up with them. I don't know.
ancient Greece and Rome, where flesh sword fighting was happening on the daily, and it was somewhat normal, but they weren't labelled femboys, more just feminine men, and any activities with femboys weren't seen as gay, it was more labelled as male bonding. In fact, the only person seen as gay was the one that was getting the extended prostate exam, and no, you...
Did he just literally pull the one that gets the meat? Is the meat lover? What the heck? He did? Okay. I think Troy's Sivan. That man is pretty. Let me look who that is. I need to look who that is. Okay, you mean that guy? Okay. Never heard of him before.
Cannot use that excuse in the modern era. But for the love of God, I don't want to talk about the Emperor Nero story. That is just straight up nightmare fuel. But I would say quite recently, around the 2000s, they started to get popular again. Probably due to things like the progression of the internet. And yes, due to things like trends where femboys were comparing their schlongs to monster cans. And so...
What? What? Huh? What? Huh? Yaoi fans? Yeah, I know a lot of Yaoi fans.
Some took it a step further and put it in their extended inventory slot, which if you want a body temperature white monster, go ahead I guess. Aren't you glad you learned that was a trend? And even further through the 2000s with the introduction of things like Discord, YouTube, TikTok, and more significantly anime, more people were coming across femboys. Either question.
Why did he put that in here? Why did he put that in here? Okay, bro. That's it. I'm banning you.
Questioning their sexuality or wondering if it's a good financial decision to buy a full Astolfo cosplay. In fact, probably due to the COVID pandemic in 2020, it only accelerated the growth of this aesthetic and community at the time. Because people being inside most days with their only access to the outside.
True, low to God. There's so many versions of that thing now. There's so many versions of that thing now.
Outside world being the internet, which you do anyway, it resulted in a lot of people discovering themselves or things about them they never knew. Especially with things like hobbies, like art, crocheting, streaming maybe, and the odd Minecraft phase. Or maybe you decide to start programming in C+, and like most C++ programmers, you take a long look at yourself in the mirror and discover maybe you're not as masculine as you thought you were, and maybe you've developed an abhorrent addiction to Dead by Daylight and Fallout New Vegas.
Hey, I can almost see right down the barrel.
To the point where you see yourself in a new light, a feminine light. I think a good example is Finsta, who all the way back during COVID used to lean into the joke that they were a femboy with their Twitch chat, and it's no longer a joke anymore. They actually ended up discovering something about them.
True, true. That was the Finster thing. True, true. Which is interesting how that has eventually shown where, like, they fully leaned into it.
Himself, on top of the fact, it makes a lot of fucking money. Femboys are well associated with things like thigh highs, monster consuming, most things feminine, and skirts. Yes, like that one person that ruined an entire look during the 1940s. You cannot wear skirts if you identify as predominantly male. Unless you're Scottish, but then again, nobody really cares. Most people are more concerned with the fact one of your neighbours loves to touch livestock. But against
He got gaslit by his fans. I do think there could be a certain chance that he got pushed into that direction. There is a certain chance. I'm not gonna say anything, but there is a certain chance. Okay, I was gonna wait until they did something worse, but thank you, question mark. It's like, you can have your opinions, I don't care, but if you crash out in my stream, just go, like, I don't want you here anymore. Like, very simple. Like, this... Nah. Nah, if you crash out like this, hell nah, get out of here. Get out of here. You get banned and that's it.
Popular belief, most femboys can actually be found more online than in the biomes of the public outdoors. So yeah, finding an IRL femboy is somewhat of a rarity, as most like to keep their hobby a secret due to somewhat of a negative stigma developed as a result of the popularity of femboys, which we will talk about later. But most femboys don't actually express such hobbies in public, more just do it in the comfort of their own home. Like another group of people that get a harsh reputation. But
oh yeah, the furries. The furries. Who have a harsh reputation. Yeah, there's so many nice furries. It's just that the Degens are at fault here. He also dating Tyler from Mr. Beast. Is he actually? I don't know. What happened? I just banned somebody. I don't care. Good riddance.
to your surprise, there are many subclasses of femboys. You've got the gothic femboys, that for some reason, more than other types of femboys, are always quite armed with either semi-automatic weapons or...
Now that he mentions it, I know a lot of... I've seen a lot of femboys who are into guns, which is very interesting. That is a stereotype that I see.
just some level of arsenal. You've got the Hello Kitty or Sanrio femboys, which are on the same level as their female counterpart. Fun fact, did you actually know Hello Kitty is canonically British? Another hobby.
Is Hello Kitty originally British? When I was a child, I got a small white kitten from my father for birthday present. She said, however, more recently, Sanrio has provided a detailed backstory for Hello Kitty. According to the company, Hello Kitty's real name is Kitty White, and she was born in England. The British. The British. That is interesting. That is very interesting. A few negative opinions. Who? What do you mean, who?
We've managed to colonize. You cannot escape us. You've got the tomboy femboys, which seems like some sort of oxymoron. You want to look feminine, but...
True. That also... I don't know. I think these guys are mostly doing it for the joke. Maybe. But I don't know. Could be that they also mean it, who knows. Femboys have 2 guns, one strapped to their shoulder and one on their lip hands.
In a masculine way. You've got femboys more on the entertainment side of the spectrum, with things like femboy VTubers, which never cease to surprise me.
Ultra Kill is the shooter game with built-in butt. So, hey Google, remind me to buy Ultra Kill after the stream in like 4 hours.
Man. Yeah, but the femboy VTuber is also really popular. Not only for those who are not femboys, like there's people who use a feminine male avatar, but they are just regular dudes. Because first of all, it has a bigger appeal. It just has than just male models. That's just what it is. Or there's guys who just straight up use female avatars. That's also a thing.
I know what kind of man you are.
And you have additional subgenres of femboys, but don't worry, all of them are equally as racist. All of them have different spawn rates, and for some reason...
True, remember the femboy Discord server thing? Where there were a lot of racist and anti-Jew femboys there? Which is like very interesting combination.
Most of them are gun and history fanatics and play Dead by Daylight and Hearts of Iron. But you now know what a femboy is, somewhat their history behind it, and the genres of it. But what are the problems that such a community faces?
Ooh, you like boys. You're a boy kisser.
My God, young man, kill you!
Now the femboy community...
Actually, did my boy say that?
Does face a lot of problems. Yes, you can't just download a Linux distro, wear knee-high socks, and play War Thunder or VR Chat in peace, because there is quite a heavy burden that comes with being a femboy. One of the main ones is the stereotype of it, and the somewhat negative stigma that surrounds it. Over the years, especially recently, being a femboy has become more sexualized and advertised as a fetish more than anything. It's become characterized as this blatantly NSFW thing, and anyone that partakes in it must be somewhat gay, when in reality, it's just an aesthetic. It has nothing to do with your sexuality, personality, or anything else. It's just simply how you appear. But
True, there's a heavy sexualization around it. But it also comes from the people being into it. That doesn't come from outside, right? That is a problem that exists in the community itself, though.
Unfortunately, due to the popularity of femboys in recent years certainly blowing up, and the majority of the attention goes towards people that present themselves as femboys, who are active on platforms.
What the fuck? Hold up.
And the majority of
study for 20 minutes, gooning to femboys for 2 hours.
The attention goes towards people that present themselves as femboys, who are active on platforms like TikTok, YouTube, and God forbid Twitter, and post suggestive content which indirectly assists with the stereotype, and not to mention memes that represent femboys as attention-starved Viagra overdose.
Boys when they're bored. I don't know about that one, Chief.
Fiends.
Hi, my name is Reggie. I like guys. I really like guys. There's just something about them. I like their touch, their smell.
Why is that? Interesting, interesting.
Also doesn't help with the reputation of femboys, and leads to once again the topic being over-sexualized, and rather a poor reputation for those that are in the community. But we all have to remember another slogan of this channel. No, not the one you're thinking of. The loudest part of a community.
But I have to say that's kind of because if you let a community do what it wants, right, you get like weird spaces, like a lot of parts of weird fetish communities where like if they would participate in it in a way that is, how do I put it, less crazy, then it would be more fine. But since, for example, I don't know, one community that has always looked down upon are furries, right? We know this. If you would kick out the weirdos, it would be less like that. If you would clean up the community. But, that is not really the case.
It doesn't represent the whole community, or the average femboy. Because most femboys you don't even know are femboys. Most are very private about this topic and hobby. Possibly meaning somebody you know could be a femboy. It is not me before you finish that comment, you f***ing degenerate. And a majority of femboys don't actually act like the majority of what you see online. But of course we have to exclude any Discord using femboys, most of them are fiends. But you probably won't see the non-sexual side of this community. At least on most platforms. But keep in mind, not all femboys are as they are advertised, and if you approach one, contrary to popular belief and Reddit, they are not going to immediately spread their prostate and ask you to deposit your lineage in there, because...
Calm down. Good God. I mean, that obviously makes sense. Like I said, like he said, like we said, this is just an over-sexualized community because people are not properly cleaning up after their own people.
As previously educated, not all femboys are gay. And two, they're not all down bad to the point where they would lower themselves to someone like you. They will probably either immediately block you, or if this is in public, stare at you like a used condom they found in the gutter on the side of the road. But due to the stereotype and the online perception of femboys, it has led to many in the femboy community receiving harassment or unprompted sexual advances almost at default due to the stereotype. You want the experience of being a female on any dating app? Try being a...
Be a feminine dude. I guess. That could probably happen.
Femboy. You'll probably see so much circumcised meat you'd have thought you'd have walked into a butcher's shop. But it gets much worse when you think that some of these
Why does he do these comparisons, bro? Why do you do this?
Femboys are receiving these types of messages, and said femboys are underage. Yeah, it's not unheard of in the community, some femboys are minors, which with the combination of the stereotype is a horrifying thought. Another type of harassment femboys received is a title that used to be acceptable and now it isn't so much, and that title is trap, which back in my day was mainly used to describe anime characters.
Anime characters that are look feminine, that look like females, but they're not. Yeah.
That looked like girls, but they weren't, so it was called a trap. Femboys would often get associated with this title because they were not expecting a 12-gauge shotgun with an extended barrel to be under their skirt, but in recent years it actually developed into somewhat of a slur, no longer just referring to fictional characters, but now is a slur for people mainly in the transgender community and sometimes femboys. But to be honest, I haven't heard the word trap in a while.
I haven't heard the word trap in a derogatory way ever. Not once. Not once.
Except when it is actually directed towards an anime character. Another problem the community faces is gatekeeping, as you obviously only can be considered an official femboy if you're conventionally attractive, constantly on a calorie deficit of 1,500, your total body fat is around 5%, and you have to have default feminine features given to you at spawn. If not, you were not considered a femboy, and you probably got told to give up on all your hopes and dreams of being a feminine dude. I think with this problem and most others I've mentioned, people have this idea for a femboy, especially on the internet, that you have to act a certain way, often being NSFW, and you have to fit these like physical guidelines to be considered a femboy. But being a femboy is just presenting yourself in somewhat more of a feminine way, not a gender identity, a sexuality, or something that has any strict guidelines. Just boys being feminine boys.
Ooh, woo. You're so warm.
Why must he use these?
I couldn't help but notice your bulgy-wolgy from across the floor.
Why must he use these?
So in conclusion, I think the perceived definition and appearance of femboys has somewhat skewed over the years in somewhat of a negative light, when it's simply just an aesthetic thing. It doesn't mean anything else. And by definition, it is not gay to be a femboy, but liking them is a whole different ballpark. If you're talking about liking pixels on a screen, I'd just call you a loser. If you're talking about an actual person, either gynosexual or whatever it's called, or if it's anything else, sorry to break it to you, buddy, nobody fucking cares. It's the modern age. People are more concerned currently about Nintendo bending us over a desk and entering
That's so diabolical. That is so diabolical. Hi, Seeker. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
our anus financially than most things are caring at this current time. But yeah, bit of a quick video for you, and a bit of a change from what I usually do. But that's all I wanted to say, and bye-bye.
Cat. Oh, calm down. We're done with this. That was interesting. That was interesting. You know, it did do something good though. Reacting to that video did something good. I did filter a retard. I did filter an absolute retard. If you come here and you say gay people are maggots, you gotta go. So it did filter a retard. It absolutely did. I see this as an absolute win. Even unsubscribed, I see this as a win. Good. I can live with that. I filtered someone. That's a W to me. I filtered someone. I see this as an absolute win. Anyways. What I want to watch now. I eat more water. I don't know, I drink more water so recently. I don't know why. But that's good. Like, what the heck is going on? Like, I have my problems with the LGBTQ community, but it's not somebody being gay. It's more so the degeneracy. A bro crashed out. Love to see it. Anyways, that was sent in by Samax. Let's see what that is about. The most delusional TikTok community by Reball D. There. Oh god, what is this going to be? That's horse riding. But that's not a horse. What is this? What are we looking at? I guess we'll just start.
Strength, speed, precision, years of training, failure.
Is this the broke version of horse riding? What is this?
Pain, blood, sweat, and tears. All for the most prestigious sport known to mankind. Horse riding.
Without a horse.
Bruh.
It's like skydiving without a parachute. Surfing without a surfboard.
Surfing without a surfboard. I don't know if that works, but poke, I call myself the gay F word at times. It depends on how you use a word, right? It depends on how you use a word. The context always matters. If you call yourself that has a different meaning as if somebody calls you that in malicious intent. If I call you a maggot because you're gay, I don't say that as like a joke, right? Or like in a joking context, right? I say that because in a derogatory way, and that is where it becomes a problem.
Hobby horsing is all over my For You page, and I can't get out. We cannot escape. We cannot come out. So I decided to stop fighting. Stop fighting it. Stop swimming against the wave and just...
There's actually people that do horse riding but don't have a horse, so they're like, I'm too broke to buy a horse, so I'll buy one of these toy thingies? What? It's like if you come here, it's like if you come here and say, straight people are maggots, I hate them. Or I hate men, or I hate women. I'm gonna nuke you. I'm just gonna nuke you. I don't care.
Just embrace the art. Sorry, it's my other horse. Excuse me. Back to the stable. Well, I'll show you that. Oh, wait. This horse is so noisy. Now, unlike other hobbies, hobby horsing is not fun. At least doesn't look like it, the way the hobby horsing community talks about it. Their content is almost always about the
pain, the injuries, the falls, the failure.
Hobby horsing? I have never heard of this. Have I been living under a rock?
The suffering, the damage this sport does. You laugh, you think this is easy?
Look at my chapped up thighs! Look at my thighs! Look! Hobby horse fall caught on camera.
What? Okay. I probably need to move myself a bit so we don't block this. Give me a second. I'm gonna move myself over here. I don't block him too much, that's fine. Reminds me of the South Park scene where the kids are explaining using the word fag people who are loud using a motorbike, not gay people. Bad words depend on context, I understand, Poke. Like, I don't want that here. Like, I don't want that here. You can have your opinions, you can disagree, I don't care. Right? We can have civil discussions, but if you come here and start insulting people, then I'm just gonna either time out you or just annihilate you. And in this case, it was just a straight up annihilation.
That horse is dangerous.
Hobby horsing is not dangerous.
What is this? What am I looking at? What is this? What is this? Why? Huh?
Becoming a member of the hobby horsing community, which I am about to be, means joining a battle. They seem to believe they are amidst a grand historical struggle for recognition among the pioneers of social justice. Civil rights activists? Suffragettes? They fought for something, right? It is the hobby horsing athletes that are antagonized, marginalized, vilified for their unwavering commitment.
Roots in Scandinavian countries. The history of hobby horsing can be traced back to the 16th century, when hobby horses appeared in German woodcuts and Spanish oil paintings. No! No! Hobby horses have also been used in Murmurs plays and Morris dancing traditions. Interesting. Horse riding is fun when done with a horse. Yeah. 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 I wasn't insulted, but I appreciate your concern and respect you for what you do. Oh, that was less so about you. That was less so about you. I just think the opinion is wrong. I just think the opinion is wrong. It's very simple. I just think it's wrong to call gay men maggots. Like what? No. And I bet even from a lot of the right-wing people that I watch, you would eat a ban for that. Straight up.
You think this is good? These tiny ass hurdles. Child's play. Try pulling a hamstring while galloping in your backyard. In fact, here is a hobby horsist reenacting. Yes, reenacting, because acting and make-believe are some of the major tenets of this sport. How she hobby horsed so hard, she passed out. And when was the last time you passed out working out?
Hobby horsing is not a sport. It's easy and everyone can do it.
Oh yeah? This is me after my routine. I was
Hobby horsing is not a sport. It's easy and everyone can do that. Oh yeah, this is me after my dressage routine. I was passing out, couldn't breathe, almost throwing up, dizzy, shaking, whole body, burning in pain. What the fuck? It ain't that deep. It's just hobby horsing. These people are the football players of hobby horsing. They fall and they immediately completely die. Like, if you watch a football match and somebody falls and like they completely exaggerate what actually happened, stuff like that. That's what it looks like. We blame you, Pokets, your people. That is not one of my people. That is not one of my people. That guy would get banned in every other person that I watch. That guy, he would have gotten banned for the first message already that he would have pulled out. I can guarantee you that.
passing out, couldn't breathe, almost throwing up, dizzy, shaking, whole body burning. It sounds like a very unpleasant hobby. It doesn't sound like a hobby at all. Now, this moving video was posted on Hobby Horse Academy's Instagram page alongside this caption. Read this first before you watch the video, okay? The truth is, you can't really judge a thing but until you give it a shot. This video was replicated from a girl that just finished a dressage competition. The reality is the people actually have zero idea how hard it is to finish this kind of competition. Now, the thing that is really ironic here, okay, this is where we get a little bit sassy. The most of the people on social media, that's you, maybe they're talking about me, that hate on hobby horsing and are directly making fun of it are also the influencers that do everything just to get those views rolling and to bump up their followers. Guilty.
Guilty is charged. Like, it's not that deep, it's just hobby horsing. And yes, it looks goofy as hell, I'll be real. I wouldn't shit on you for it, but it looks goofy as hell.
I wouldn't, you know, buy a horse on a stick and prance around the city.
That looks goofy as hell. No, the hobby horsing people have German roots. Don't make them angry. But did you know that there are transformation items in the DLC for Elden Ring? There's only one major downside to them. You have to be naked. Okay, not allowed to wear armor if you want to use it. That's interesting. How does the moon cut his hair? He clips it. Goddamn, that's also pretty good. That's actually pretty good. Never mind. But hi, Fable Phantom, how are you doing?
Damn it, I did do that, didn't I?
Hobby horsing is nothing else but kids pretending with stuffed sticks.
Well, actually, hobby horsing is years of perfecting the skill.
Dedication to a lot of training to make jumps like these happen.
What is this? What is this? You are not, madam. You are not a horse. you what the It looks like he's horsing around. This looks so funny. It looks weird. I let the people do what they want, right? Nope, they're not harming anybody. But this looks weird as hell.
Perfecting the elegance and the flow of jumping. We make it look easy, also dangerous. Ah! For us, the ultimate freedom of expression.
What an artist, you know? Sorry, athlete. Look at a hobby horse jump. Just do hurdles. No, because I want to. Jump? Higher! Well, just do high jumps. That's a sport in the Olympics, by the way. Well, apparently, they did think of track and field. And there's nothing you can say that offends a hobby horsist more than the words track and field. Why not just do track and field? Because track and field doesn't allow you to jump 140 centimeters and keep running. Hobby horse is life. And then someone that does track literally says track does allow you to jump like that and keep running, and you can go way higher than 140.
So the argument for hobby horsing is to jump because you want to jump higher. You know what I think it is? You just want to have that little that toy horse between your legs. Because you actually enjoy doing that. And you wouldn't get the thrill out of it for jumping regularly. I think that's what it really is. Super question, have you seen the Goblin Slayer bridge? It's called Cloud Slayer. No, I've not seen that, actually.
40. I was in track, so I know. Always remember that the same people that mock us, bully us, disrespect us are the same people that will be shocked we made it. Like, y'all are not in a war against the world. It's not you versus the world.
It's just you versus... It's just the hobby horsing that makes it look weird as hell. Hi, Happy Tourist. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hi, Sway. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Goblin Slayer Bridge is not for the unrefined. Okay. I've not watched Space Goblin Slayer, so I don't know. I kind of like to pick homo haters' brains. I get a rise out of it. I just don't want to have you here if you have, like, for some weird reason, hateful... If you spout hateful shit, it doesn't matter who you spout it towards. If you do it, you're gone. Like I said, calling gay people maggots will get a ban from me. And I say that as somebody who's leaning right-wing.
You are as athlete as other sports players. You can be one of the best of your sport. We all need exercise. Just there, working out. Just go and enjoy your sport. She's just on the track, trotting. I feel like the only thing that makes this ridiculous is the toy. The prancing around, sure, that's athletic. Rhythmic gymnastics, I mean, come on. It's like make-believe, delusions. Sometimes talk about the horse toys that they're using. They talk about it like it's an actual living horse. If your horse keeps messing up the striding...
If your horse? But my girl, this is not a horse. This is a toy. This is a toy. This is a toy. It's just a toy, bro. I spell hateful shit to Poke. Damn. I still love you, Sway. It's all good.
I'm resisting her there, you see? Get rid of the problem by covering its eyes. Trust is key between you and your... POV, the coach gets on your horse to prove that you are the problem. Gets on your horse?
On your fucking horse? It's not a horse, though. It's just a toy, still.
Oh my god, you see how the horse was resisting her there? It's like, I'm not gonna jump. If this is not crazy, I don't know what is. I'm gonna think I walked into a different kind of institution. Here she is, channeling in her horse. I guess she wants to be a horse, not a horse rider, She says it right here. Have you ever wondered what these horses feel like? You haven't? Well, she has. Oh my, Holly is
stepping along just like a Pastafino horse does a wonderful job winning first prize. What? No? How do you win prizes for that? What is going on? Somebody needs to call her dad. True and real.
Along just like a Pastafino horse does a wonderful job winning first prize. Look at that. Look at those skills. This is literally pretend sports. Look at her failing because giving up is worse. Oh, good girl, put the stick down. Put the stick down. What's crazy is the song choice. They used labor over the song. That's the framing they always love to use, that there are heroes. What a hero!
These are just women taking a horse toy and jumping around with the horse toy. Why? I don't get it.
The delusions, look. Once she's done a successful jump, look at that. Wait. She's gonna jump successfully and look at the delusions. Pats the horse. Good horsey. Here's a time when your horse was acting up. Or do you know, don't you
What? Are you currently taking reaction requests? If you have something, sure, go ahead. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Scruffy, for that. Dude, I didn't even know that you were NPC. Calm down. Wow. If I was her dad, I'd still tell her to put the goddamn stick down. I mean, yeah. Man, I should have stayed asleep, yes. To be fair enough, be fair though, it is better that they're having fun with this kind of toy than the other kind of toy. Calm down. Calm down, we're not stepping into that territory, yes. I mean, they're not hurting anybody. They seem to have fun. They're still delusional though.
Or do you know, don't you fucking hate when your horse starts acting up? Here, look, she's had to like, losing control. Let's be careful. You know, maybe I'm the crazy one. You guys jump. That's talent. That's athleticism. Look, leading your excited horse into the snow. Look at that. Oh, so excited. You gotta like hold him down. Gotta hold him down. Oh my God, couldn't resist.
Leading your horse? These things don't live. They don't move on their own accord. Right? They don't move on their own accord. What are you saying? You're bad at hostage negotiations by berries. Alright. Okay.
The little horsey just jumped right in. The horse and her, they are one. You know, dare I say, she is the horse. As I mentioned, they're very sensitive.
I mean, yes, she is the horse. So it makes no sense.
About you calling hobby horsing a hobby, okay? It's a sport.
Not a sport.
Don't you dare suggest it's not a sport.
Which is very interesting, you know, because tell a grandma knitting is not a sport, she'll just shrug it off. Tell a potter that pottery is not a sport, he'll just keep spinning the clay. Tell a gardener gardening's not a sport, he's just gonna keep pulling the weed out. But tell a hobby horser that what they're doing is a hobby? You might as well have slapped their imaginary horse across the face.
Careful though. If you do that, they might shove up the horse stick up your booty hole. Who knows? New YouTube pooping request. Okay.
The moment you even suggest that running around with a stick between your legs is not comparable to, say, wrestling or pole vaulting, they go into full revolution mode.
How dare you? We train, we bleed, we suffer, we are athletes.
You want me to just enjoy my hobby the way grandma does knitting, the potter does pottery, the gardener does gardening, and not label myself a legendary athlete?
No, you have to respect it. You have to validate it. You have to acknowledge that my scraped knee and my pulled hamstring are proof of this struggle.
You know, the only thing I can acknowledge is you getting hurt this much. Do something else. They're pushing to be in the Olympics.
People are calling for hobby horsing to be an Olympic sport? SA by hobby horsing. What? If breakdancing can be in the Olympics, then maybe hobby horsing can be as well.
Okay, how come you got breakdancing and not hobby horsing? Bring them in. Bring them in. Okay, next we'll have competitive thumb twiddling. 1, 2, 3, 4, I declare a thumb war. Or how about extreme hopscotch? Here's a good one. I'm gonna get myself a gloves, a helmet, and drive my imaginary Formula 1 through Monaco. I might not be moving, but I am. No. What do you mean I'm not moving? This is a sport. I'm literally in Monaco, though. This is my gear. And then, you know, the competition, the sport, is a vocal sport.
What else what other silly things could we turn into an Olympic sport? Let me think. I don't know. If there's hobby horsing, could that be hobby cycling? Or hobby motor biking, whatever you want to call it. I wonder. Running around with the stick, we do that all the time. Men. An Olympic sport. Yeah, people would clown to these. Yeah, people would clown these. That's crazy. They want to be part of the Olympics. Yeah, they want to be. One day, lady destroyed the vitality of breakdancing in the Olympics. Okay, interesting. It's actually sad. That's crazy. Pancake flipping. Gooning? No! GT! No, not gooning! Not gooning! Melodic farts. Oh my god. What the heck? I have 6 accounts. Man, that's gonna be harsh. And she even had the audacity to copyright anyone who copies her worm dance. I'm gonna do a worm dance route right now. I'm just happy I got rid of that dude. I'm just happy I got rid of the dude that said gay people maggots. I'm just happy that guy got filtered.
So the harder my engine goes, I guess the faster it seems I'm going, the more likely I am to win. I mean, if you're an adult and you're doing hobby horsing, sit down, we have to talk. But if you're a young kid and you're just doing it for fun, I get that. Like, that's what that's for fun. It's a toy. Interestingly, and I'm not sure if my findings are very accurate, but I seem to have found what looks like a case system within the hobby horses community, where some hobby horse riders that don't have actual horse riding experience seem to have an inferiority complex to the great equestrians. One equestrian said, "I love how this is considered a sport and us equestrians are fighting to even be considered a sport."
I don't think anybody considers actual horse riding not a sport. I don't think anybody's fighting out here. Interesting. She discovered the worm dance like Christopher Columbus. That's mine now.
And another said, "As a real equestrian, I find this one offensive." Sorry, didn't mean to offend you. They can't say, no, we're more of a real sport than you are. So there is an inevitable, I guess, inferiority complex. This is so ridiculous. Hobby horse are just stuffed horses on a stick. Hobby horse is elegance. Hobby horse is athleticism. Those jumps are impressive. When I do this, I feel free. Look at this. They feel this when they run around the stick, and I don't care what you say to me. You know, it's always...
So what you are saying at the core is that you settle for hobby horsing because you're too broke to afford an actual horse. That's what it is. That's what it feels like.
them against the world. I feel free. They're becoming horses, you know? Look at how aesthetic they are. They're so aesthetically pleasing, you know? Look at that. Oh, gorgeous. Gorgeous. Look at that prance. Thing is, it's not a performance. Hey, it's a sport. Remember, don't make them get angry. This account, the Hobby Horse Academy, every single post, you open up the comments, and the first 3 comments are always so supportive. Okay, they're so positive, they're so full of love, and they're always the pinned comments. And you just need to scroll past the first 3, bestie.
Got 89 replies. Man, that sounds painful. Bro was fighting a war. How much are these hobby horses selling for? Ask you the right questions. And I wonder, if you win competition, you sell that hobby horse, does the price go up like as it would be for like actual horses?
And then the real shit hits.
Hobby horsing is legit impressive. If someone is saying, now jump 10 and there are so many hobby who've done that, hobby horsing should be an Olympic sport.
Elegance, grace, athletic, they're always the top 3. It's insane. I'm telling you, they're fighting the hardest at the front lines. But hobby horsing, it's not just a hobby. It is not just a sport. It is a personality. POV walking down the stairs, but it just gets more obvious that you're a hobby horser walking, you know, just me just walking down the stairs, but then something happens to her. It starts trotting. Oh, it's becoming a canter. Oh no, a passage. Oh my goodness! Oh.
Imagine if she trips. Imagine if she trips. It's not the hobby horsing that's getting you hurt. It's doing this on stairs that gets you hurt. Too broke to actually do horse riding. True and real. Esport has a high chance of being seen as a real sport. True.
Oh, she's just progressively becoming more and more a horse. It's cute. I mean, it's a kid, right? It just stops being cute when it's no longer make-believe, and I have to sit there and pet your horse. You know, I have to be like,
oh, did you like feed him? Let's feed him together.
In fact, it's kind of concerning because your hobby horsing has spilled over now into other sports, actual sports, like dirt bike riding. Leader of the hobby duro movement, Andy Breaker. First
hobby rider. Professional hobby rider. I'm too broke to afford a bike. So I'm becoming a hobby rider. Psychiatrist be buzzing with money. This is crazy. It's the dudes doing it as well.
Professional hobby rider. What's he doing? Well, he's riding a bike extremely dangerously. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, that's gotta be a stunt double. Like, no offense, but what do we need the helmet for? What's the worst that could happen in this sport? I don't know.
I guess for the, what's the word? I guess for the, aesthetic? For the feeling? Maybe? I don't know. Don't let OF people know about hobby horses. They will try to make riding a person sport. Oh god, the Olympic sex competition. No. 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 That was embarrassing. That isn't real. Well, it is now.
No, bestie. This one says,
don't try this at home. It's dangerous.
Don't try this at home? Don't tell me what to do. Hobby horsing is just something stupid the modern kids invented. 6th century is new, clocked you. The history of hobby horsing can be traced back to the 16th century. Last year's picture, this one? Oh, this one was probably taken with an iPhone. This one's probably from the US Championships last month. Yeah, it's been around for centuries.
As a toy!
Don't care what people think.
Nothing was normal from the first time. Reminder, the level of danger in sports doesn't make the sport better or worse. Just because your sport is more dangerous doesn't make mine legitimate, okay? Hobby horsing is not dangerous.
Oh yeah?
Like, these girls are trying to pull off jumps that horses are supposed to do. I think I should be a psychiatrist because I get clients like these. Go ahead.
Now I'm valid, because it is dangerous.
They're so cinematic with it, you know, so epic.
I'm living my dream, no matter what. We don't quit.
Listen, I don't want to shit on anyone's party, okay? That's not who I am. Yes, it is. No, but like, I don't want to be an asshole. I see how this is super entertaining and fun, but I'm just imagining like hosting events where we're meant to.
Again, they aren't hurting anyone, but I don't know. This has to be got to be a European invention. It is. It is. It is. Pokio Kanji is weird. It is. It is. I don't see black people claiming to have invented hobby horsing with the "we was kicks me." No. But I did see something weird, and that was that a black guy was claiming that the original Japanese were black. Do with this information you will. I hope this was satire. If it's not, that's crazy.
Go watch people do this, and I don't see that much different from going to a concert where everybody's playing an instrument, but it's invisible. Air guitar. But
we should make air guitar a competition.
at the same time, there is a lot of like super impressive jumps in there. There's clear athleticism. That is cool stuff, but there is a sport for that, minus the prop. But then you throw in the prop, and you start acting like the prop is a real thing, a real living thing, and I have to act the same too.
I love my Hoshi, and my Hoshi love me.
No, I don't think.
No.
Think so. The world is interesting. People are afraid to do what they want, you know? We're afraid to say what we want to. But yeah, that was pretty sad. I hope you enjoyed today's video. If the video comes up, share your thoughts down in the comments below. Would you rather hobby horse or hobby ride? For me, I'd rather the bike.
Neither. Hi, I just found the stream now. Hi, more stuff. Hi, how are you doing? Stopping by to say hello, new viewer here. Hi, hello. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. I heard about the Japanese thing. That idea comes from every country stemming from African migration at the beginning of humanity. They got off the rails with the idea there. Yeah. I agree. Yeah. It's just whatever at this point.
Mostly because I would have to wear a helmet and nobody would know it. This was me. Let me know your thoughts, guys. That was me. I'm gonna go.
I need to watch more videos from this guy. This is great. Okay, so what do I think about hobby horsing? It looks silly. Let's be honest. It looks silly. It looks like you were too broke to afford an actual horse, which is why you're doing it. But they're not hurting anybody. They seem to be having fun, except when they do their walks downstairs, which is not a smart thing. But aside from that, I think it's alright. It does look silly there. It does look silly. Barry's alright video next. Sure, we can do that. Why not? Yes, we can do that. Let me reload. They probably wear special helmets. Let me check something real quick as well. Okay, neat. Anyways, hobby horsing is the result of not telling someone no. Or maybe they were children, wanted to hobby horse as a child, but they were told no too much. Maybe it's the opposite. They weren't able to do this as kids, and now it manifests as an interest as an adult. Who knows? Also, I need to move myself. I'm on the wrong side of things. Hello. I'm here now. Again. Hello from the other side. He's doing the hobby Formula 1. Anyways, this one. Interesting. When you're bad at a hostage negotiation. At Long Beach Graffiti animated by Barry is alright. Let's just see what this is about. This is an animation.
What we got?
Armed suspect holding up a bakery. There's 7 hostages he wants to negotiate. Put him through.
All the places you were able to rob, you chose a bakery. Interesting.
Hey, how's it going, bud?
I got 7 people in here and I'm not afraid to do.
That was a spontaneous decision. Bro has underwear on, some Crocs. At least he brought the mask along. What?
Something bad, bro.
Hey. Take it easy, bud. What's your name? Cornelius. All right, Coco, listen up. All right? We don't want anyone hurt. We want everyone to walk out of there alive and well. Okay? You give us what we want, we give you what you want. All right? What do you want, big guy?
I want $1 million cash for every hostage. That's $18 million. And I want a helicopter unfollowed in the next 30 minutes.
Okay, I understand. I understand that you've never finished middle school because what the fuck is that number, Cornelius? That math ain't mathin', son. All right, but we may be able to work something out.
I mean, true, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let's just get it. Let's just get it.
All right, so you're happy and they get to walk away alive. Can you do me a favor? Can you describe the hostages?
What?
Like, what do the hostages look like?
There are 3 elderly women, a young child, a older gentleman, a younger gentleman, and a young lady.
Due to my calculations, we...
Wait. Hold up, wait a minute.
Due to my calculations, we...
Gentleman and...
This one seems like bleeding. Maybe that's just me.
And a young lady.
Due to my calculations, we won't be able to process your request, Cornelius.
What do you mean?
Cornelius!
Nobody in there is worth $1 million! $300 max!
Dude.
$300 max. Bro might be bad at negotiations.
You got 3 old bitches who probably on their way out anyway. A younger boy with the possibility of growing up and being a sex offender, so you're doing the world a favor. 2 men. Who gives a f about men nowadays? And a younger lady. Is she bad, though?
Okay. That's the most important part. If a woman is taken hostage, is she hot? Also, he's true with who cares about men.
About a 5.
Excuse me?
I'm sorry.
Oh, my bad. Did I say young lady? I meant a fucking duck. And also, Cornelius.
She's not hot, so now she's the duck as well. That's interesting.
You're robbing a
bakery! I know you needed the bread, but that is ridiculous.
So this is what we're going to do, Coco. And this is me being very generous. You got guts. All right? So, $10,000 and a 5-minute head start. You still there, Coke?
Okay. I'll do it. I'll let the hostages go.
Yeah! That's my guy! Hey!
5 minutes after receiving my payment.
Who is bad at hostage negotiation? It's the guy or the police guy? It's both, kind of. But I guess he takes the money.
We'll let them out, one by one.
I'm glad you're letting them go, Cornelius. Because you were probably too fucking pretty to go through with murdering everyone.
Well, everyone dies.
In there anyway.
What?
You grew up an only child. Mother died giving birth to you. Father blamed you for it, neglected you your whole life. Never even had the chance of making him proud.
The faces of these 2 guys. Nah, the faces of these two dudes be like, oh no.
Before he died, he didn't even want you at the funeral.
What's happening right now?
Wife cheated on you. You couldn't satisfy her sexually. She left you for Nick the plumber. Yeah, he's unclogging them pipes, all right.
The problem is, Cornelius, you let people walk all over you your entire life. You're too p***y to claim what you deserve. You could have had $1 million and you settled for 10,000. You are pathetic. I'm not pathetic. Yes, you are. You are pathetic. You are pathetic and you cannot commit. I'm not pathetic. Show me then. Show me you are not a fucking pathetic puss boy. Show me. I'll show you. I'll show you. I'll show every fucking body in here.
Nah. They're both bad at negotiations. Well, it's over. They're all dead. Nick the plumber. What the fuck? These dudes seem to be like, oh fuck, nah. This guy's like, oh, he actually did it. That is awesome. That was awesome. Well, nobody survived. They all do be dead. They all dead. No, not the comp saved 10k. At least he saved 10k. That is very true. At least that. Damn, I need another break. That is interesting. Whoops. I need another break. Chat, I'll be right back. Hello, I've returned. Hi there. Hello. Give me a second. Need to adjust the audio again. No, it's fine. Do this tomorrow. The tile is interesting. Sure, we can do that. Let me add it. Very interesting. Alrighty. We'll look at that later. By the way, the Xenoblade Chronicles 1 lo-fi mix is out as of yesterday, Poker. Okay. I might add that to the ones I like. Okay, neat. It's horrifying. Scary, even. Barry's alright, makes funny animations with YouTube comedian voiceovers. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Alright, we gotta do this one.
So
ever seen Shoonhead's first video? Because that's what it is. That's what it is. Shoonhead's first video. Ever. I didn't get this recommended, however, I saw Kitsunero reacting to it, so I decided, yup, this is it. This is it, we're watching it. We're watching it. I saw Kitsunero reacting to it, so I decided, yep, that is it. I'm gonna watch that. I've never watched that, so I'm gonna watch that. That was 9 years ago. But I don't care. That seemed interesting to watch. So we're gonna do it. I've seen this video she's reacting to. Yeah, I haven't. Questions for men answered by women by Shoonhead. That was her first video. I saw somebody else watch it, so now we're gonna watch it. Let's go.
So we all know BuzzFeed is the internet equivalent of ass cancer. We know this, and I'm pretty sure the website is a government experiment created to
Does BuzzFeed even exist nowadays? A question.
test my patience. They're known for hits like, let's get fat women to do
Women try to pose like female comic book heroes. Why?
poses only fit gymnasts can do. Being a woman is hard because compliments and damage control the
Being a woman is hard because compliments.
video. So without further ado, I present to you 36 questions feminists have for men.
How does it feel to be the same sex as Donald Trump?
I don't feel much different. I find it weird how people like to portray Donald Trump as like the worst man around the world. There's like millions of other men that come before that guy. You know that, right?
How does it feel to be the same sex as someone I personally politically disagree with? The man is literally Satan to these people. Like, they could have said Hitler. And they basically meant Hitler. Trump is their Hitler. It's very trendy to hate
On that note, if you're familiar with the YouTuber Wendy Goon, there are people literally on Twitter shitting on Wendy Goon for being a Christian. He is literally, somebody called him Hitler adjacent. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? That man is just a Christian guy who has a YouTube channel and does charity. What do you mean?
Trump right now. I'm pretty left-leaning, but I've been called a Trump supporter like 6 times in the past few months.
I'm somewhat right-leaning, and I've been called a communist before. Do with this information what you will.
How does it feel to be the same gender as Trump? How does it feel to be the same gender as, like, who do you disagree with? Like, Sarah Palin. I feel nothing! Hate yourself because someone I hate has a penis and you too have a penis, therefore relevancy.
Why do you hate rom-coms?
Who?
Why do you?
I mean, I think it's just not a genre that men enjoy. At the same time, I hate rom-coms because they remind me of what I don't have. A lot of people hate Christians because of misinformation. That is very true.
You make women sit around and talk about men in movies
when y'all easily just sit around and talk about boobs for hours.
I have never heard a man talk about tits for hours. What do you mean? This makes me mad already. No man on earth, maybe corn actors, maybe, or people who are gooners 24/7. Okay. But the vast majority of dudes do not talk about boobs for hours on end. That doesn't happen. You are making guys up in your head. I'm gonna lose it. How does it feel to be the same gender as Zegler? or probably there's probably other really horrible women out there. How does it feel to be same gender as Amy Schumer? Only the gooners talk about boobs and plastic surgeons. Not me. Yes, you do.
Who?
Why do you automatically assume that you won't like TV or movies that star a female lead?
Who are you talking about? Not every man on earth is your ex-boyfriend.
Maybe that's the reason why. They have an ex, and then they project their insecurities or problems that their ex has caused to every other man. I know I'm onto something. I'm onto something. Also, I just don't. Most stuff, I really just don't care if there's a female lead or not. But nowadays, I know oftentimes if there's a female lead, it's likely bad. And I'm talking about Western media, not Asian, Japanese, whatever. But yeah, rom-com comedies I can watch. True. That's fine. Side note, I actually like fit women. I do too.
Why are you surprised when women are funny?
Listen, I know many funny women. I know many unfunny men. Men are not naturally funny. Women are not naturally unfunny. It is
Being funny is a skill you need to learn. Like, I'm not funny. That's a skill you need to learn.
just a personality trait. There are a lot of theories behind it, and I'll probably go into that in a video I've been planning on doing forever.
I'm probably funnier than you.
You are the girl in your group of...
On that note, Shu, you said you maybe want to do a VTuber video. Where is the VTuber video? Chop chop, we're waiting, internet woman.
friends who calls yourself the funny one, and then when you leave, they all call you the annoying one.
Why do you think that we're obsessed with you when we hook up?
What?
I just want you to leave too.
Nobody does that. I would assume that people that hook up with each other maybe do it a few times and then get out. Like, oh hell no. Huh?
I'm busy. I got shit to do.
Oh, look, everyone! The funny one has shit to do. It's so funny hooking up with men, then making them leave, and possibly toying with their emotions. Oh, you!
Why can't I sleep with as many people as I want to without being judged?
You know the whole key and the keyhole thing? Yeah, no. Do what you want, as long as both parties consent and know that it's just a fuck buddy situation.
I'm just gonna make fun of you, regardless. Get your honus right, stop. Imagine hooking up. I won't. I'm a good boy.
And as long as you're hurting nobody, you do you. You shouldn't care what others think about your personal life if they're not involved, including me. So, black girl with nose ring, from here on in, on this subject, please cover your ears, because you might hear opinions that you do not like.
When men do it, they're congratulated.
By who? Other sluts? This is like the most repeated...
True. That's accurate. Shu is accurate with this. That thing is still 9 years later. That thing is still relevant. Like, yes, male horse will congratulate other male horse. And here's a little spoiler alert. Female horse do it too.
Stupid feminist talking point I hear. I don't know any guy that's like, yeah, man, you slept with all those chicks, man. Yes, sluts. They're so hard to get. Wow, what an extreme achievement, bro. In my opinion, it's a huge red flag if a man or woman I am interested in has had many partners. That's not cool. Your dick hasn't been in like 20 meat flaps. Your meat flaps.
I mean, it is a red flag because if you have a lot of bodies and you have switching partners a lot, that means that you like to have variety. That means if I'm in a committed relationship, monogamous relationship, there is a solid chance that you might ditch me because you get too bored. Or you might cheat. Because both of those increase with more partners. It's called attachment issues. Yeah, pretty much.
Has had like 20 dicks in it. That's disgusting. They're contaminated. Get it away from me.
Why do you consider a woman a
Real. Kind of real.
tease if she doesn't sleep with you after 3 dates, but a slut if she sleeps with you on the first date?
It sounds like you're talking about two different...
I mean, I can't really talk on this. If you would try to sleep with me on the first date, I'm running to the door. I would run for the hills. Immediately. I would leave the restaurant faster than you could count to 10. Oh no, I'm a red flag. I mean, if I was a woman, or a gay man, or a bisexual man, then you would be. But since I'm straight, I don't care.
Guys now.
In what world does no mean yes?
No means no.
Are they talking about rape now? I was wondering.
Yeah, but the problem is that no means no unless it doesn't. The amount of times of women that I've encountered in the internet that say no, but want you to put more effort in, that want you to chase, is way too high. Like, I've seen women be like, men nowadays don't put in any effort. When you tell them no, then they just stop approaching you, and I'm like, isn't that what you wanted? Like, I'm not trying to get myself into a bad situation. Like, isn't that what I wanted? Like, is that what you wanted? Huh? Huh? Oh, GT, why?
When the inevitable mention of rape would occur.
Why do you think that just because you're nice to me, I owe you my body?
Yeah, nice guy syndrome is fucking embarrassing, I will give you that. Being nice is a basic human trait. It's like expected of all of us. Please.
No. Well, technically, is it expected from all of us? There are people who are not nice, but they still are, I don't know, liked for some reason. I think it's being nice to get something out of somebody that's here is the major problem, the nice guy syndrome. Though that goes not just for women, that goes for everyone. I know plenty of women who are nice to get something out of men. I know plenty of men that are nice to women that get something out of them. I know plenty of men that are nice to other men to get something out of them. And women that do to women. It doesn't matter. But you are a nice guy. I'm an alright guy. I don't consider myself nice. I don't even consider myself good. I have lower self-esteem. Stop.
Please develop more personality traits, because romantic attraction has to go both ways. Never mind, this entire video is basically nice girl syndrome. I have a vagina, please cater to me.
Why would you ever send an unsolicited dick pic?
Skeptics, don't listen to this.
Why do you feel like it's okay to harass women?
I feel like these—
Obviously, you shouldn't send your pee-pee around. That makes sense. But we also need to tell women, I don't want to see your boobs. I don't want to see your punani. Keep that shit away. Thank you. Just because I say that I'm waiting until marriage does not mean that it is now a great conquest to try and corrupt me. Because yes, that has happened, and it has happened multiple times. I am not a goal to conquer, so you can have my virginity. No. I'm nice to Poke so he doesn't spoil. I will spoil now. Speaking of nice guys, there's a weapon in the DLC of Elden Ring that will immediately give you a mental image of a fedora because it's called Milady. Interesting.
These people have never actually talked to a guy in person. Like, their vision of a group of men hanging out is, hello, fellow men, isn't it awesome to harass women?
This is still so relevant. Damn, they had the same talking points 9 years ago as they have now.
Tits, Donald Trump. No means yes. Who wants to go rape some bitches?
How does it feel to interrupt me when I...
Feels pretty good.
Why do you have to sit with your legs so wide open?
Men.
I have balls. Of course, there's people who do it, like, to a degree where them being comfortable limits other people. In this case, close your legs, bro. Close your legs. Or close them a little more. But generally, we have wieners and balls. It's uncomfortable. True, the boob sending epidemic is real. Someone's getting boobs by a minute basis.
Have balls?
Get that you have balls, but
No butts. Balls.
I don't stand around with my arms wide open to make room for my boobs.
If their testicles were on their chest, no they wouldn't. But if your boobs were between your legs, yes you would.
Why are women perceived as the weaker sex?
Because on average,
women are the weaker sex? What? Send dudes! You mean nudes? No, I'm in a fight. I need more men. What? What?
Why are women perceived as the weaker sex?
Because biologically, it's true. Yes, you are the weaker sex. That is how nature designed you. Why?
Because on average, we are. It's a fact. Trigger warning. Facts.
We literally birth you.
Our bodies are naturally designed.
Okay. Okay. What? Huh? So? That still doesn't change anything. When we look at how people are spread out through jobs, men are almost exclusively do the heavy labor jobs. Because most women just can't. But it's annoying, don't do it. It's not that I can't, it's not that I don't have a choice if I do it or not. It's that I kind of have to do it. Because I have balls. You do not have that. You do not have that. You are a woman. And you're not allowed on the island. Poke, what if you are not in a normal fight, but in a cat fight? Wait, makes no sense. Please go on original design. He had a pale skin that looks scary like a demonic. Okay.
To give birth. So yes, I guess women are better at giving birth than men.
Why is it so bad to show your emotions?
It means you're human.
Why?
Because when I show my emotions, it fires back. When I show my emotions, the exact moment where I get into a fight, especially with women, I know that's going to get brought up. It's going to backfire. Don't do it. It isn't men shitting on me for being a bit sensitive, for having a sensitive moment. It is women. The women that I've met in my life would rather see me die on my horse, on my white horse, than see me fall. Exactly. That's not my problem. Keep it to yourself. Don't do that. Again, you could say that to women who are pregnant. Oh, it's not my problem. Keep that to yourself. Or people who are disabled. Oh, we don't need spaces for disabled people, or make it easier for disabled people. That's not my problem. Oh, your breasts are too heavy and they're damaging your spine. Oh, that's not my problem. You see where I'm going with this?
The patriarchy shames men about crying and showing their emotions, but we feminists are helping to stop that sexism.
Male tears. I need a cup, but for the other gender.
Why the f isn't it ladylike to cuss?
No, it's not polite to curse. Once again, gender is irrelevant. No surprise. I curse for comedic purposes, but you will never see me cursing in public or in front of my parents or people like.
I curse. I curse a lot on stream. Way more than I do IRL. Way more. Madam, your boobs look... No, you misunderstood. Madam, your boobs are heavy. Let me hold them. But Poker, those are different. They have no choice, you do. No, I do not have a choice. If I do that, it's going to be uncomfortable. Just like it would be uncomfortable to have two heavy water jugs, so your spine, your back is always hurting.
That because it's rude and it's trashy. When I see guys walking around cursing for every other word, it's gross and it's no different for women. I swear to God, feminism has just become these 20-year-old and 30-year-old women bitching and moaning about things only preteen boys and old people say. Like period shaming. I didn't know period shaming was a thing until I...
There's period shaming? What? There's just one problem I have, and that is when you use your fluids and put them over some figurines, then that's where I have a problem. I curse Poker forever bitchless. That's not a curse. That is my natural state of being. The only women I talk to are either married, already in the relationship, not interested, or not a virgin. I'm cooked.
I dived face first into this dumpster that is third wave feminism. Never in my life has a guy shamed me for having my period. In fact, it's quite the opposite. A lot of guys are usually supportive. For example, Dad! Dad, go get me tampons. Dad.
What do you want Daddy for?
Get me tampons.
They're right under the cabinet. Shouldn't you be making me grandbabies by now?
Most guys I knew were supportive because all they know about periods is 1, we're fucking bleeding, 2, we're in severe pain. I forgot what that feels like though. Thank you, birth control.
Yeah, I remember with my ex, I took care of her a lot during her periods. Now, hers weren't as severe as other women I know, but still, that's usually how it goes. Cursing is second nature for Australians, okay. Fair, but I hate it when some specific people do that a lot. You don't hate that men do it. I think what you specifically mean is when it's so much, when it takes up so much space, it makes you uncomfortable. That I can understand.
Thank you, feminism.
Why is it your first instinct to doubt women who have been sexually violated or raped?
Not doubting. More so being, what's the word? A desire to have the truth. Do not dismiss it. Do not dismiss it. But also do not believe without, like, having the truth, right? We need proof of that. You can't just go up and say somebody stabbed someone without proof. You need proof. That's what's important. I just don't want people spreading their legs in public spaces a lot. Like I said, I would say it depends on the degree of how much it is.
Oh look! Rape again! They fucking love rape! They can't go like 3 minutes without...
Calm down. I didn't know how niche what that is. When she says that, they love rape. Good God.
Without talking about it. They just... Lots of people are skeptical about rape cases because unfortunately there are many cases of women crying wolf about it. So before you go and get your pitchforks and start a witch hunt, people like to have evidence.
Why do you think women that wear makeup are false advertising? We can say the same thing about your dick size.
What?
Makeup or false advertising. We can say the same thing about your dick size.
I can put eyeliner on my eyes and enhance the color and
Because technically it is not your natural beauty, it is not your natural body. And it also depends on the degree, severity of makeup, right? Makeup, a little bit of makeup to enhance it is pretty, right? It's pretty. But when you start looking like, if you put on layers of makeup like you're a fucking onion, then I'm going to start and have a problem. Also, this is not the same thing. What even is that? So covering up your face is with makeup is false advertisement, but how does that relate to someone's pee-pee? Most men, how does it even work? Like, are there men out there that false advertise about their pee-pee size? Do they add like a dick lengthener or something? What? That it can take off? What is this? How does that even work? I'm glad I'm not in the dating scene anymore. I'm glad as well. I'm glad as well that I'm no longer in the dating scene. Most guys don't walk around with a cucumber in their pants to make a big bulge. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Enhance the shape. But you can't put eyeliner on a dick and make it look bigger. Unless men are contouring their bulge to make it look bigger, this is the worst comparison I've ever heard of my life, of anything ever.
Why isn't it weird that there's a bunch of old white men sitting in a room making legislation about what I can and can't do with my body?
Probably because they got those job positions by being the... You know what? Why am I even... You're not...
They were qualified for those job positions. Also, old white man, in brackets, derogatory. Also, there should be legislations on what people can and can't do with their body. I don't want others to run around naked. Butt naked. I don't want that. I don't want to see it. So that's something that is limited by law. And yes, to a degree, you need to limit people's freedom. In this case.
Listening. Why am I doing this?
Why are straight guys so obsessed with lesbians?
Wow, this chocolate bar sure is good. But you know what would make it better? Wow! Another chocolate bar!
I don't know, man. Politicians are shit. Yeah, all of them doesn't... Yeah, but that includes all of them. Man, woman, anything in between. Kind of all of them. Replace them all. Immediately. Also... Yes, I can't understand that. But yes, though.
Two of a thing I like! Together! Besides, according to Pornhub stats, lesbian porn is the #1 viewed porn by women. So women, why...
Okay, women! Also, I didn't know that. I did not know that! But also, yeah, women. Why are you obsessed with lesbians? Interesting.
Why are you so obsessed with lesbians?
You ever get tired of trying to be manly all the time?
Says the girl in the baggy ass...
That's actually a good question. That's actually not a bad question. That is not a bad question. Sometimes? Sometimes? That's not a bad question. That's not necessarily a terrible question here.
Plaid shirt and flat brim hat? Are you kidding me right now?
Why do I deserve to be paid less than you?
Not again. Not again. Oh. But the thing is, it's still accurate because people bring it up still today. The wage gap only exists because women choose to do jobs that pay less. Women are more agreeable. That's just how it is. And women get babies. Men don't. Women need to take breaks when they get too pregnant. That may also cause it. What?
The wage gap is simply the average earnings of men and women working full-time. It does not count for different job positions, hours worked, or different jobs. It has nothing to do with the same job.
Men are also more inclined to do overtime. The wage gap is just we take all the wages of men, all the wages of women, compare them, and say, okay, women get paid less. That's not true, though. There's even places where women now get paid more because women have more college degrees.
Job. It has nothing to do with discrimination. What world does 77 cents equal $1?
Canada?
In what world does 68 cents
Shots fired! Canada catching strays.
equal $1?
Why is the number changing?
Are you intimidated by a woman who makes more money than you? That's awesome. More money.
I'm sorry.
It's not intimidation. It's just that there's an attitude coming with it that you do not have with men. That's just what it is. Also, it has nothing to do with intimidation, because when a woman usually has a man, like, dates, she will usually go for somebody that already makes more than her. Which may cause problems for some women. Women take more vacation time as well and take safer jobs. Exactly.
But didn't you guys just finish bitching about men apparently getting paid more than you? So let me get this straight. In a world where women on average earned more, this wouldn't be a problem because more money. God.
Why are opinionated women seen as bitches?
When opinionated men are seen as bosses.
No. Opinionated men are told to stop mansplaining, are mocked, and are even kicked out of conventions for disagreeing with you.
Why aren't you speaking up when you hear your male friends behind closed doors make jokes that are offensive to women?
The funny one doesn't like when you make jokes.
The funny one doesn't like when you funny. I'm a man. You have to consider this, right? When I'm with the boys, and even their wives, we make the most horrid, diabolical jokes on the entire planet that if I would say them out loud, it'd get me banned, cancelled, castrated, put in a prison, and burnt to crisp.
Why are you so afraid of recognizing your own privilege?
Oh my god, privilege checking is like confessing your sins to these people. Check your privilege and say 20 Hail Anitas.
Doesn't mean you're a bad person. Just recognize it and do something about it.
Checking your privilege doesn't make you a bad person. But all these other things.
My privilege. Working until I'm dead. Yay! Am I considered one of the boys, Poker? Sure.
Things in this video do. Including sharing a gender with Donald Trump. How's it feel? How's it feel to share a gender with someone I disagree with? He has a penis, you have a penis too. Hate yourself! I like how 99% of these questions weren't even questions. It was just pushing feminist agenda. There was one legit question that was like, how does it feel to get kicked in the balls? Like, okay, that's the question, but the rest were just like, 77 cents. Like, oh my god. So here's your homework.
I mean, do you get tired of being masculine all the time? That was not a bad question. That was a solid question, I guess. That was a fine question that would need to take a while to answer.
In the comments, write some questions that you have for feminists. And generalize all you want, because this entire video of theirs was generalizations the video. I'll see you guys next time. Follow me on Twitter, I'm there like all the time. Okay, I feel like such a vlogger right now. So I'm done. Okay, bye!
That was the end of the video. This is 9 years old. It's still relevant. It's still relevant. That's crazy. But yeah, that was nice. Can we do my suggestion next? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Jurassic dork. Alrighty. Let's do that. Masculine, woman, feminine. Well, but it comes from female. It comes from female. So there's that. Also, masculine could also come from male. So male, masculine, female, feminine. That would work. Anyways, horrifying Jurassic Park deaths that will give you nightmares by shadows. I don't know about that one. Content warning: the topics discussed in this video contain scenes of violence and gore. This video contains flashing lights. You have been warned. So if do you have epilepsy, you gotta get out of here.
When you think of horrifying Jurassic Park media, your thoughts immediately go to the deaths in the novels, right? A great example is Dennis Nedry's death in the novel, where he gets attacked by a Dilophosaurus, his belly split open, where he's desperately trying to hold his intestines back in. Or perhaps it's Dr. Wu's, where
I feel like him when I have to fight the 300-pound whale so my homie can date the beauty.
he himself gets set upon by a pack of raptors, and he desperately tries to wrestle his own intestines back from the jaws of a velociraptor. While these are horrifying and gruesome in themselves, nothing compares to what I'm about to talk about today. These deaths are seemingly forgotten, lost to the dark abyss, and were never shown in the movies, and rarely even talked about from the novels. Many people
Lost to the dark abyss, huh? Just like my love life.
Remember the deaths from the Jurassic Park novel? That's right. But no one really talks about these deaths after the Jurassic Park novel. And that's what we're going to be covering today. Horrifying Jurassic Park media that will definitely give you nightmares. And immediately, I'd like to talk about Eddie Carr's carcass. Now, we all know Eddie Carr from the Lost World movie, right? Everyone remembers him as the guy who was ripped in half by the two T-Rexes, saving the crew in the trailer. And you would be correct, but in the novel, his death is completely...
Oh, real? I would, if I showed up at heaven's door, I would flex that. Oh, you died by getting stabbed? Ha! I got halved by a dinosaur.
Different, and in my eyes, far more horrific and tragic. You see, in the novel, Eddie is much younger, and he's kind of like an innocent assistant to all the team, and he is the one who actually brings the injured juvenile to the trailers. Not Sarah or Malcolm, literally Eddie. He is also the one who takes the kids to the high hide. But in the novel, he doesn't go back down and get attacked by a T-Rex. Something completely different happens. You see, what happens next among the most brutal passages in the entire book. Hell, in the entire novel series. You see, after Eddie brought the Tyrannosaurus infant back to the trailer, he decided himself, Thorn, and the children would then head to the high hide for safety. That's when a pack of velociraptors actually attack the high hide with all of them in it. Eddie attempts to beat them back with a metal pipe, or pole.
Wait, but isn't this up in the trees? How did they get up there?
However, a velociraptor grabs this pole while Eddie is holding it and wrenches him and the pole out of the nest. And well, I think you know what's coming next, but let me read the extract from the book. One of the raptors caught the strut in its jaws and jerked it hard. Eddie lost his balance, twisted, and fell backwards, toppling over the side. He cried, "No!" as he fell. Immediately, all the animals dropped down to the ground. They heard Eddie screaming in the night. The raptors snarled. Levine stood in the center of the high hide, frozen with terror. The raptors no longer jumping, no longer trying to climb the structure. He heard them down on the ground, snarling. He heard the snap and crunch of bones. Levine went to the railing and looked down. In the light of the red flare, he saw 3 raptors, dragging what remained of Eddie's body towards the jungle. They paused frequently to fight over it, snapping at each other, but they still managed to hold it.
Well, bro got snacked. But then again, if I appeared at heaven, I'd flex that. I'm walking home and about to enjoy some cheesy chicken rice with broccoli. Enjoy. You die from a stab. I died buried under stacks of my dungeons. Yes, that's a real... Source. That's an actual death source.
It away. Now I know you're expecting some graphic description of what happened to Eddie, but it's not the fact that what happened to him, it's the aftermath of what's happened to Eddie, his carcass. You see, that isn't the end of Eddie's story. Sure, the raptors had got him and they start to drag off his remains to their nest, but throughout the book, these raptors are carrying Eddie's dead carcass around the entire jungle as they continue to chase the rest of the squad. I mean, at one point the raptors are chasing Kelly and Sarah through the woods, and they're still dragging Eddie's mangled corpse through the jungle.
Damn. Poor Eddie. At this point, he's like a backpack.
I mean, this poor guy, the group had heard him scream while he was eaten alive, and then in this extended chase sequence, Sarah and Kelly see the pack continuing to drag his remains, or what's left of Eddie's body, through the fields and the woods. The poor, poor man. What a haunting image that's ingrained in my mind. But we're not done there. You see, there is a death which is described in a graphic way, and that's the death of Howard King, who was also killed by velociraptors just before Eddie Carr. And believe it or not, this actually inspired the "stay out of the long grass" scene in the Lost World movie. And I think it's better if I just read it directly from the novel.
Nah, he just needs to stay out of the tall grass because you could get attacked by a Pokemon. That's just very simple.
And listen to it in its entirety. So here we go. Howard King backed away from the river, moving deeper into the tall grass. Then he turned and ran. He was chest deep in grass and running hard, gasping for breath, when suddenly another lizard's head rose up in front of him. Hissing and snarling, he dodged, changed direction, but suddenly the nearest lizard leapt in the air. It jumped so high its body cleared the grass. He could see the entire animal flying through the air, its two hind legs raised to pounce. He glimpsed curved dagger-like claws. King turned again and the lizard
Bro just got arced. Bro just got the Arc Velociraptor treatment. In Arc, when you get pounced, you're pretty much cooked if you're low level. You just die. He's the trophy. Yeah, he's like a souvenir.
shrieked as it landed on the ground behind him and tumbled away in the grass. King ran on. He was energized by pure fear. Behind him, he heard the lizard snarling. He ran hard. Ahead was another 20 yards of grassy clearing, and then the jungle began again. He saw the trees, big trees. He could climb one and get away, but off to the left, he saw another lizard moving diagonally across the clearing toward him. King could only see the head above the grass. The lizard seemed to be moving incredibly fast. He thought, I'm not gonna make it, but he would try. Panting, lungs soaring, he sprinted for the trees. Only 10 more yards now, he thought. His arms pumped, his legs churned. His breath came in ragged gasps, and then something heavy struck him from behind, forcing him to the ground, and he felt searing pain down his back. And he knew it was the claws. They dug into the flesh of his back. As he was knocked down, he hit the dirt hard. He tried to roll, but the animal on his back held on. He could not move. He was pinned down on his stomach, hearing the animal snarl behind him. The pain in his back was excruciating, dizzy.
Rip Bozo. You died too soon.
And then he felt the animal's hot breath on the back of his neck, and he heard the snorting breath. And his terror was extreme. Then suddenly a kind of lassitude, a deep and welcome sleepiness. It took him. Everything became slow, as if he was in a dream. He could see all the blades of grass in the ground, in the front of his face. He saw them with a kind of languid intensity. And he almost did not mind the sharp pain in his neck. He almost did not care that his neck was in the animal's hot jaws. It seemed to be happening to someone else. He was many miles away. He had a moment of surprise when he felt the bones of his neck crunching loudly. And
Bro started being a masochist at the end.
then blackness. Nothing. Don't look, Fawn said, turning Arby away from the railing on the high hide. Don't look! But the kids watched, in silence. For me, Crichton's really putting you in King's shoes. You're feeling as if you're there, it's happening to you. Very similar to Nedry and to Wu. Sure, it didn't have the gruesome aspect, but it was chilling nonetheless. And it's something we don't really hear talked about all too often. We all know of Dennis Nedry's death, sure, but King's? Eddie Carr's? But we're not finished yet. You see, there's someone I really want to talk about, and again, I don't hear it spoken about all too often, overshadowed by Nedry, and that's Ed Regis. And to sum his personality up, he was a cowardly person and even helped cover up the death of InGen workers in Jurassic Park. But
whilst Ed getting eaten, as it should be, probably disassociating Poke, bro got the Lily Phillips treatment of the 30 men.
the way he actually dies is at the hand of a juvenile T-Rex. And it's not like you'd think, you think the T-Rex a big baddie, roaring, chomps down in one. Well, this isn't the case here. The juvenile T-Rex actually hunts Ed Regis quietly. No roaring, no huge footsteps, nothing. Ambushes him and then plays with its food. And again, for full effect, I'm going to read directly from the novel.
Wait, is that the guy that got eaten when he, went onto that ship in the second movie to check.
Because it sums it up best. Please listen to it in its entirety, and then let's chat about it at the end. The attack came from the left. The juvenile roared as it swung its head forward, knocking Regis flat to the ground. He yelled and scrambled to his feet, but the Tyrannosaur pounced, and it must have pinned him with his hind leg, because suddenly, Regis wasn't moving. He was sitting up in the path, shouting at the dinosaur and waving his hands at it, as if he could scare it off. The young dinosaur seemed perplexed by the sound and movement coming from its tiny prey. The juvenile bent its head over, sniffing curiously, and Regis pounded on the snoot with its fist. Get away, back off, go on, back off. Regis was shouting at the top.
Yeah, bro. Shout at the baby Tyrannosaurus. What could go wrong? That didn't help you, bro.
Of his lungs, and the dinosaur backed away, allowing Regis to get to his feet. Regis was shouting, "Yeah, you heard me, back off, get away," as he moved away from the dinosaur. The juvenile continued to stare curiously at the odd, noisy little animal before it, but Regis had gone a few paces. It lunged and knocked him down again. It's playing with him, Grant thought. "Hey!" Regis shouted as he fell, but the juvenile did not pursue him, allowing him to get back to his feet. He jumped to his feet and continued backing away. "You stupid... back! Back! You heard me, back!" He shouted like a lion tamer. The juvenile roared.
Okay, this was not on a ship. This was during the first park. Okay. Any chance you can watch the parody before I go to bed? Yep, I will.
Roared, but it did not attack, and now Regis edged towards the trees and the high foliage to the right. In another few steps, he would be in hiding. "Back, you! Back!" Regis shouted, and then, at the last moment, the juvenile pounced and knocked Regis flat on his back once more. "Cut that out!" Regis yelled, and the juvenile ducked his head, and Regis began to scream. No words, just high-pitched screams. The scream cut off abruptly when the juvenile lifted its head. Grant saw ragged flesh in its jaws. The juvenile's head snapped up, and it looked...
Well, the juvenile doesn't seem to be as small as the juvenile in the second one. Interesting.
Towards the top of the hill. Tim picked up the goggles as Grant grabbed both the children's hands and began to run. You see, for me, this really confirms the animalistic nature of the T-Rex. I did a video a few weeks back talking about the T-Rex and how she was actually playing with Grant. That's the reason she didn't attack him. She could see him perfectly. It wasn't the fact that she couldn't see him if he didn't move. She was just playing with her food. And this is exactly what's happening with Ed Regis. Ed Regis is literally treating this juvenile T-Rex like some type of naughty dog. The only difference here is it's a dinosaur, not a dog. And I mean, even dogs are known to take down human beings. So why does he think this is going to work with the T-Rex? Well, a juvenile T-Rex at that. I had a great comment which summed up the T-Rex a few days ago with, she was kind of like a cat with Alan Grant, playing with their food a little bit, and that really stuck with me. And to me, these deaths we've talked about today are horrifying in their own right. Sure, they're not as gruesomely described.
How many deaths are there even now? Interesting. But yeah, it makes sense that you could not play with the T-Rex
as they are in the Jurassic Park novel, but the two from The Lost World give us more of an aftershot, the harsh reality of what actually happens to the body after death, what the raptors are actually doing to their prey, and the animalistic nature of these animals. They're not pets. But what do you think? Did you know of any of these deaths? Don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe for plenty more Jurassic horror content like this. There's plenty more on the channel, and I highly recommend watching these videos which are on screen now. I know you'll enjoy them, and I'm very proud of them. And let me know your thoughts in a comment, because I read every single comment, and if you've got an idea for a video, let me know and I'll see what I can do. Massive thanks to the members.
That's pretty much the end of the video. A lot of death, apparently so. I knew none of these. So it's interesting to know. You can only play with a baby dino. Yeah, but even that would probably, depending on the dino, that would be already risky. But yeah, I did not know of these. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. That I should really read these novels, I'll be real. I should. But yeah, it was a nice video. Anyways, let's do the Goblin Slayer parody. Why not? Hopefully I don't die if I do this now. Why is it already put in there? Okay, anyways. Clout Slayer Abridged parody. One shot. Second Gear Squad 2GS. Okay. 2G by 2GS bootlegged. Anyways, let's see what this is about. Let's go. I have never watched Goblin Slayer, though. Never, so probably most things I will not get. Also, I need to check something real quick. Give me a second. Okay, now.
Assign me to the quest that leads me to the goblin-infested cave.
Excuse me?
The goblin-infested cave quest. Give it to me.
Oh, you ain't going nowhere near that cave.
Why not? I'm the damn Goblin Slayer.
'Cause if you go to that cave... Whoa! If you go to that cave, me whooping your ass will be the least of your worries because you won't have an ass when they're done with you!
Yeah, sure. Hurry up.
Interesting. Is the Goblin Slayer being grounded? Next, the Goblin Slayer cannot slay goblins because he's not allowed.
Do your job, woman. I ain't scared of you or the goblins.
Fine. But you better come back for me with that nice ass of yours!
Yeah, no.
What the fuck? Where are women telling me that?
Joined this party to preach in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus, but I honestly don't
At least that's what I'm assuming, since that's what Ma and Pa keep screaming at me.
Well, my name's Bastard One, son of old dirt.
Bastard One? Also based, she's Christian based.
Bastard himself. Paul told me I was the chosen one, but the coat hanger didn't read.
My name's the accident, and that's the first thing Mama called me when I came out her womb.
And we're all brothers and sisters, and we love each other.
Preach it, brother.
Praise God.
Preach.
Oh no. And me.
We're just about to go rape us some goblins. You want in? It's funny.
Good.
What the fuck are these accents? What is going on?
What, honey pie?
Oh, thank you, sis.
We're trying to unification the world by breeding with different species.
Do we have captions?
So join the orgy.
Yeah, the orgy.
And remember, y'all, a family that rapes together stays together.
I'll have to respectfully decline. I'm just here to help heathens know the ways of God. And you guys are inbred heretics.
Inbred heretics? That's an interesting combination of words. That you could account of that maybe in Warhammer.
Is that music I hear?
And goblins are really smart and fancy. They love studying while listening to some classical garbage.
Oh, goodness, Goblin Richard. We have guests. Oh, goodness me. Someone call the Dean.
Yeah, all aboard the Right Train Express. Choo-choo!
Oh me, oh my. Well, it seems you're trespassing, and I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you to leave.
She just got puny guarded.
Yeah! Hey, Goblin! We all come inside those sweet Goblin walls! Yeehaw!
Wait, butter my butt and call me a biscuit? Also, what a stupid death that is. What a stupid death that is. Bro lost his weapon because he hit the ceiling. They used heckin' Stitch. Ain't no way.
Oh, I see. You four are volunteering for a science experiment for us to dissect.
No, that's just them. I'm here to tell you all about Jesus.
No, stop it. I'm the one that's supposed to penetrate you.
Hold up.
What the hell is going on?
What the fuck is this? What the fuck am I watching? Huh? What? What are you recommending me?
Between the sheets in my home.
She gotta dig my G. What the fuck?
Be careful, it's a trap!
Oh, it's about to be.
Why don't they like me?
You meant to tell me the goblins kicked you out of the cave?
They put the clothes on there again? Uh-oh. Grimjack's Goblin Slayer is more refined, this one isn't.
Don't worry, you'll get better if you believe in Jesus.
What if I don't believe?
Then you can go and die, bro, like him! Nope, this...
And you're rent.
The tax collector. Is this Germany for some reason? Because that's exactly how they actually pull up if you don't pay your taxes. If you don't pay your taxes, you can die in a ditch.
Concubine.
My name is...
Magic hands. Oh my god. That's amazing. Magic hands.
Why?
Your name.
But I don't want to be called that. My name is...
What's the situation, Cortana?
He's Master Chief? Huh? Well, now she's Cortana.
But a southern sex cult came here to do indecent acts on some little green men and I got roped into it.
I see. Well, you may call me.
Goblin Slayer, though? Fine. Whatever you say, G-Mac. Hey, do you have a potion to save her?
Don't mind her.
Fine.
Don't mind her being all dead.
Whatever you say, G-Mac. Hey, do you have a potion to save her? Even though she's sick in the mind, she's still one of Jesus' beloved.
Well, let's see. When someone has been assaulted by goblins, gotten their nipples bitten off by said goblins, and injected with AIDS, is it
Okay, injected with AIDS.
ethical to save them? Would you live without nipples? 'Cause I wouldn't live without nipples.
We must unifamicate the goblin race with ours.
I don't negotiate with terrorists. May your sick dreams die with you, ho.
Getting right next.
Taxes.
He's collecting taxes. This is weird as fuck. Why did this just turn into a metal concert about killing little green men? Leave the Namekians alone! The blood tax, yeah, the death of Poke Eminent. Not yet.
Don't worry, I know what you're thinking. You're probably mad because your father's name is Damien and your mother's name is Sharquisha, but it's all good. I'll make this a quick and painless death.
No. Make it a slow and painful death. I want to hear them squeal like pigs!
Whoa, that's a bit much, even for me.
Eat damn goblins in this goddamn cave! Kill them all!
But they're just children! Yeah, as far as I'm aware, these goblins are irredeemable. I'm aware. That's how much I know about Goblin Slayer. Like, I swear on everything, I love that the other version is 10 times better. It might be 10 times better. This is interesting. This is like goblins. This is like a bridge brain rod. Here's Croc Rock. Hi, Croc Rock. How you doing, Croc Rock? Hope you're doing good.
But slowly.
Is it wrong that I have a boner right now?
No.
Oh, Mr. Farmer!
Damn! Those are some nice water jugs! They look heavy, madam. Let me hold them.
Your milk cow needs to be tended to.
Jesus Christ.
How about you come over here and milk me? Milk
Fuck, milk me. No, do not milk her!
me.
Stop it.
Milk these puppies, baby.
God damn it, woman, for the last time. You are not a breeding cow. How many times do I need to teach you this lesson, woman? Shut up and stop bothering me when I'm checking for goblins.
How about you shut up and squeeze my udders?
Fuck you, cow bitch.
Yes, that's the...
What is this? What am I looking at? What is this dialogue? Do not milk her! She has nice milkers, but do not!
Idea, cow slammer.
Listen, I've paid you everything I have this month, so could you please just hang out with my niece for a while? Why, you don't even have to talk to her. She just likes your company.
First you're late on your taxes, and now this. You've got some big green goblin balls to be asking me for a favor.
I hope y'all love the milk. It came fresh.
God, no! What is this? Oh my, they do look heavy. Calm down. Who suggested this video? It's Gruffy. Also known as NPC. Also known as... I don't know. He has many names.
Fresh out of my breasts.
Please. If I have to hear another word about nipples and milk, I think I'm gonna commit self-goblin-cide.
Fine, but I'm raising the tax service fee by 20%.
Thank you, kind sir.
With interest.
Oh, come on!
No deal then.
Ooh, I need to be milked again, Dad.
Okay, fine! Just please save me!
Oh, yeah, Goblin Slayer's the name. He's ahead of the game. He puts the goblin to shame, break him back like bang.
So, would you say the Slayer has clout?
Yeah.
Where can I find him? Where's the Clout Slayer? I demand you summon him at once!
Slam my desk one more time. One more fucking time! I fucking dare you, Zelda!
I fucking will!
Zelda.
Fuck your desk and fuck you, bitch tits. I can do whatever the hell I want, because I'm a sexy rich elf. And judging from the men in this joint, you all want to have sex with me.
Damn, that elf be looking like a snack. I totally tapped that ass.
Dude, she's like 2,000 years old. She's old enough to be your grandma's grandma or something.
Doesn't...
That wouldn't stop me. That wouldn't stop me. She could be 1,000,000 years old.
Bother me. To me, booty ages as fine as wine.
I seriously regret being your partner.
You listen right here, you flat-chested, Dorito-eared, sit-on from Sword Art Online ripoff! If you lay a finger on my dear Goblin Slayer, I will find you and rip your head off and feed it to my rabid Pomeranian dog named Chucky!
I'd like to see you damn try, guild bitch! And you just insulted me, and people who insult me don't live for long!
Bitch, move the hell out of the way before I stab you with my dick and put you on display for the
Hey,
goblins.
just who do you think you are, buddy?
Oh, Goblin Slayer. How are you? Do you need anything?
I didn't even notice. This is like the average woman fighting each other. This is like the average women fighting each other. This is what it looks like.
Can I be of service to you in any way?
Goblins.
Oh, of course. It's always those damn goblins.
So you're the Clout Slayer.
Goblin Slayer.
Clout.
Goblin these nuts!
Slayer.
Goblin Slayer.
Clout Slayer.
Goblin Slayer.
Teach me how to get clout, so me and my band can get famous. Guys, introduce yourself.
I am Badulu, son of Gachulu, grandson of Daichulu, heir to the Yoshi throne.
You can call me Johnny, and judging from the way your armor hugs your hips, you must be one of them damn gays.
Yeah, note all of that. I'm just gonna take my shit in Cortana here.
Sup?
So I'm afraid I'm gonna have to kindly ask you people to fuck off! Why are you people following us?
Dulu is in pursuit of the essence of the golden gods, the force of all omniscience. The holy elixir, my brother.
Why is Uganda Knuckles here? I just realized that. He knows the way. Why the fuck is Uganda Knuckles here? Even with the tongue sounds. No.
You mean cheese?
The holy elixir. This is certainly the way, my brothers and sisters.
How did you get that?
I bought that at a convenience store for 1 copper piece.
Let me have some of that elixir.
Cheese. It's cheese. It's fucking cheese.
I'd like it if you threw
I mean, cheese is a holy elixir. I give them that.
some of that holy sauce my way as well, Rainbow Boy. No homo.
If it'll get you Hicks to shut up, then take the damn thing.
Hey, we need to say grace for this wonderful meal.
Yes, this is the way, my brothers.
Yo, give me some of that dick. I mean, clout.
Yeah, no to both.
Ha! Told you he's gay.
Shut up, Warcraft. You're just mad because you're short and ugly. So back to what I was saying. Come on, Slayer. It's for a good cause.
I'm going to kindly ask you to fuck off, you cougar!
I am only 2,000 years old.
Can that even be considered a cougar if she's 2,000 years old? I mean, how young does one have to be considered being something of interest for cougars?
Oh, the
I will stick my sword up your ass.
I wouldn't mind that.
I meant my sword.
Yeah, keep going.
Cortana! Status report. That means help a Slayer out.
You didn't pray before you ate, so help yourself. Because Jesus and I sure ain't.
That's cause he's a little fag.
They'll never find your...
Good God, man. Because just had a realization she's made out of milk. Let's hope that this cheese isn't made of by the cowgirl. But what if it is? I'd eat it immediately.
Bodies.
The Holy Palace! Yee! I can't believe we're in the Holy Land, let alone the Holy Palace!
So, this is where your Messiah showed your people the way?
No, this is where Mel Gibson portrayed Jesus in Passion of the Christ.
Oh, I see. Well, it seems your culture and people are devoted to their ancestors like mine.
Oh, of course!
What is Mel Gibson doing here? And whoever that is. I'd rather watch Parrot at this point. We can do that. We can watch some older videos if you'd like.
Of course! We love and worship our dearly beloved God and Jesus.
Would you tush?
Wait, it's all just Mel Gibson.
Shut up about Jesus on the way! Think I can speak for all of us that none of us other than you
Silence, heathen!
Welcome, O brave adventurers. I am the Sword Maiden.
She's so well endowed and looks like a goddess.
Yes, it is indeed the place where Mel Gibson portrayed Jesus in Passion of the Christ. Greetings, Slayer of Goblins, heir to Yoshi's Island, Johnny of...
I just realized heir to Yoshi's Island. That went completely past me. That went completely past me.
Of John's and Princess Zelda.
Hey, what about me?
Oh, and flat-chested lowly priest girl.
What do you want, woman?
I have a job befitting of you, O great goblin slayer.
If it doesn't involve goblins, then I don't care.
Why, of course it involves goblins. Lots and lots of goblins.
First you have my attention, now you have my interest.
You see, in this holy sacred land, something dark and terrible has been happening.
Cut to the chase, woman! Every second we waste is a second a goblin doesn't die.
Fine. Here's the abridged version. Goblins have been forcing people to attend study sessions and seminars in the sewers below us.
Study sessions and seminars? What is this, my college? Everyone there looks like a goblin, so that makes sense. Do you know the way? I do not know the way. Where is my queen?
I want you to go in there and kill them all. Their lectures about climate change are driving me insane.
And that is why, if we don't change our ways, global warming is going to kill us all in the next 10,000 years! I'm Goblin Steven, and thank you for coming to my TED Talk today!
Damn, those green fucks are learning. Question, do I get to keep some heads?
You may keep as many as you kill.
Excellent.
May I ask why, though?
Ha! Probably so he could use them to give himself head, because he's a loser.
No! 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 Ugh!
No, you fat ass. It's so I can throw darts at them and turn them into mugs.
I absolutely love the way you think, Goblin Slayer.
And what's our reward?
Your reward? Your reward for doing this great deed will be 1,000 gold pieces for each of your party members and sleeping with me for one night.
Oh, really? I get to smash the most thickest of holy bitches in the land?
In your dreams, shortstop. No, that last reward is
Short men catching strays again. I'm turning off.
exclusively for my dear Goblin Slayer. Who would even want to sleep with the likes of you, old man?
What? How dare you insult me?
You thinking you even had a chance with me hurts my insides more than what they did to Jesus. Oh, the other maidens have got to hear this. Oh, girls!
That old fuck wants to smash? What a loser! I wish the best for everyone, but I think you're an exception. I'm sorry.
Actually, I would put that into. That's going into my list of insults. I wish the best for everyone, but you are an exception. I'm talking about Sway here.
There's no saving you.
Look at his face! He's so hideous!
Hey, me mother calls me handsome!
Your mother lied. She pities you.
Yes, spit on him. Ha! That's what you.
Yes, spit on him. No.
Faggot. Oh, what happened?
Oh. That was great fun. Now, go off, oh brave adventurers.
K, bye ho!
Oh, how I love your rudeness. Oh, little one, I need to speak to you for a moment.
Yes? What is it, Sword Maiden?
I know exactly what you're doing.
What?
Cut the dumb and innocent act. I know you're trying to seduce Goblin Slayer, but newsflash, you little blonde shit stain. Goblin Slayer is mine. So take your lowly ass and flat chest elsewhere and get with someone your own age and league. Goblin Slayer only deserves thick women like me.
What the? But I don't even.
Fuck off, lolly. Thick women it is. Oh, poor Sway. What the fuck, Poke? I still like him though. Have you seen You Gun Knuckles versus Perfect Cell? Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Like him like that! He calls me Cortana! That's not even my name!
Yes, you do, you little liar. I can see it in your blue, lustful eyes. Ugh! I hate the ones that act like goody two-shoes. All right, just so you know, I'm watching you, you Christian cupcake.
How can you watch me when you're wearing a blindfold?
Shut up! It's actually
Christian Cupcake? Is that an EDP reference? Maybe it is.
just for roleplay and makes me look sexier.
Well, whatever I say won't convince you that I don't like Goblin Slayer. So I'll just say it. Yeah, I'm after Goblin Slayer. He's mine.
I knew it! You conniving little whore!
My chances are higher because he doesn't roll with thoughts like you.
Well, we'll see who wins Goblin Slayer.
Bring it on, bitch. By the way, your 2B cosplay is shit. Don't
There's a lot of women fighting in this one. I love it.
disrespect me and my Jesus ever again.
Thought Slade respect plus. To be honest, I'd probably take the lolly too, because she believes in Jesus.
Alright, we gotta go into the sewers and find where those green freaks are holding their seminars.
Do you seriously think I'll go in there? Someone of my elegance, seen in that shithole.
Yes, because you're actually a hoe, so shut up and quit complaining. We have work to do.
Are we there yet?
No.
Are we there yet?
No.
Are we there yet?
Yes.
Really?
No!
Are we there yet, faggot?
If you end up getting goblin.
Why? Why? Are we there yet? Why?
Know for a fact that I won't be helping you. So I've got a question for all the women in the group.
What you gonna ask? How to put on some panties?
Shut up, Daddy. What's the question, G-Mac?
If you women are so afraid of getting raped, why don't you just wear a chastity belt with a protection seal inscribed on it?
Ew. That's just repulsive. Do you know how cold and unsanitary that'd be?
What if it gets rusted down there and it forms some weird infection?
What in God's name is wrong with you?
And this is why the goblins keep multiplying.
Excuse me?
I mean, he isn't wrong. I mean, that would solve a problem. Especially, I don't know, maybe you could enchant it with magic and it would, I don't know, shock somebody if they touched it?
Shut up. Do you hear that?
Fresh water for everyone. Well, if we truly want a good agricultural change to our society, we need to evolve. Of course! Brilliant!
Wait, who the hell is that guy?
You know what? I feel like you guys get me, you know?
Why is Zoro here? Where are you coming from? The One Piece is real!
No. Everyone back in my old crew always makes fun of my green hair. Those pricks.
Should we kill him?
Nah, he seems chill.
Of course you wouldn't kill him, cause you're a hammer. I bet you'd want to kill a woman, huh?
And of course, the guy whose only use in this party is cracking gay jokes that sound like a 9-year-old wrote them. Which, by the way, is not useful or remotely funny. Pussy. Pull your weight, kids, or daddy's gonna have to put you in timeout. In other words, get off my dad, boy!
I'm useful, Daddy! Protection!
I'm useful too, Daddy!
Tulu has made you a weapon worthy of your special skills, my comrade.
Sick. I feel like the Prince of Persia rocking this shit.
Wow, a Prince of Persia reference. In modern media, there can be when the goblins keep multiplying because there is this legendary knight called the Goblin Fucker. But I feel like a lot of goblins are male here. So, we're the females.
Come on, Tulu. Not you too. Don't tell me I'm the only Leon man a part of this group.
Keep telling yourself that.
Tulu! Away! Experience the secret art of Tulu's homeland. Get must, bitch!
Oh no. He's nutting Susan.
Bro just has the Sharingan, I guess, sure. Guess there are no females, and they only multiply through human women.
Making me look bad in front of the ladies. I won't stand for it! Tengai Shinsei!
You'll never be Madara, you half-breed.
Shut the fuck up!
My Buddhas, Tulu's Yoshi senses is tingling.
Alright, girls, go ahead and make yourself useful.
Oh, hell no! We already proved ourselves anyway!
Your worth is 5 dead goblins.
No, you misunderstand. I'm saying that we are in danger.
They're all male in the anime. Well, like I said, they're all reproduced in this case by using other women from other species.
0 to death.
What does that even mean?
It means he's not a goblin, so fuck this guy!
Hey, isn't he a lizard like you? Why don't you tell your kind to bug off?
Lizard? That's racist. Apologize.
What? Your reptiles all look the same
That's racist. He's lizard phobic.
to me.
Tulu will drop you in doo-doo butter poison water here and now, you bastard.
Yeah, drop him! All dwarves are useless fat fucks.
Hey, Elf, that's racist. Apologize.
Sayuri has a tube that allows the urine to pass out of the body. It also carries semen in men and women.
Yup. Seems like she fell victim to becoming a test subject to the remedial health classes.
Yeah, the health classes. No, I never said it was a female knight, a male knight. True. True.
Not remedial!
What's so bad about remedial?
Think about it. A bunch of infidels and hormonally struck little green teens doing indecent acts with your body. Ah, hell no!
Accurate wording.
Pop quit!
No! I hate surprises.
I call upon the tribe of Tulu's great-great-great-great-grandfather Kakachulu. Lend me your aid and heed my call.
What up, nigga?
What's up, my nigga? Please take...
Okay, fine.
this woman to the refugee camp.
You mean the place where either me too? Shadows be going. Got you, homie. Yo, why it smell like urine and semen here?
But Tulu commands it.
I got a black mama. Cheers.
Speaking of surprises.
What's this? What's this? What the?
I'm not gonna read it out. Bill, if you're reading this, you're a clout chasing whore. Ho. Anyways.
Shit.
Happy Elfmas.
10 silver for breathing, 30 silver for walking, 50 gold for each arrow I use. That's not fair.
Because working with me. Bombs!
Why aren't you billing them too?
Because rich people can eat a dick.
Aha! See? I knew you wanted this pussy.
the weird air thingies. That's the stench of some of the. This is like the stench when some of VTubers leave their door to their room. That's what it looks like.
Oh, come on now, guys. Now why do you have to go and interrupt my research?
And what kind of stupid research would a goblin like you be doing?
I am a professor in fecal matter. I eat ass. Male ass, women ass, human ass, elf ass.
He does not discriminate. He eats all ass.
Dwarf, lizard, goblin ass, you name it. Also, for your information, I'm not a goblin. I'm an ogre. Ogre Typhon. Got it? There's a difference. Thank you very much, you uncultured swine!
Wait, what? You mean you're not a goblin? Oh, come on, dude! You know what? No. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Come on, party's over, guys. Party's over. Let's get it moving. We're done here.
Out of that entire sentence, that's what you chose to pay attention to.
Don't let them eat my ass, sissy boy. I mean, Goblin Slayer.
What a stupid mate.
Now he calls him sissy boy. That's interesting. Slime ass. No, not mine. Mine is safe.
To excel in. I won't be surprised if his behavior is asinine.
What? How dare you? I will show you the true power of knowledge. This certificate in electrical. This diploma in engineering. This is a master in business. This is even further beyond just a PhD in neuroscience. Unlimited network. Nani?
Sorry, I don't get impressed by it.
Damn, bro, it's just torso now. Well, it is what it is.
Pieces of paper.
What happened? My privileged status should have nullified you!
I attached a gate scroll to the nervous system of a frog that I found in the fields of some noob town. And no, I didn't need college to figure that shit out.
No! That's just thick
Konosuba? Interesting.
kidding!
Sorry, but you don't need to talk shit anymore, bitch.
Yeah, get out of here, sissy boy. Not you, buddy.
Where'd you even get that scroll from?
I got it from some woman that either did too much deep throating or maybe has lung cancer, I don't know. I can't remember what she said, though.
Oh. Oh. Crazy. I don't know why, but I feel like rewatching Goblin Slayer for some reason. I've never watched Goblin Slayer, so I wouldn't know.
Do you want to know why they call me Sword Maiden?
No, I don't, and don't.
No. Is it because she can wield a sword or because she has a sword? It depends.
Really want to know either, so.
Well, you're about to find out. Behold!
Did she just bust his balls? Okay. That's pretty much it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That is, whatever that was. Scruffy, we need to talk. That was weird as hell. That was weird as hell, I'll be real. That was heckin' weird. But funny, but still heckin' weird. Nah, I'm good. I am good. I am truly good. Chat, I need another break. My bladder is going insane. I'll be right back. I'm with your ass, Sway. I have returned. I have returned. Fun fact, there's actually a guy who died because he thought it was impolite to go to the bathroom, so he held it in for too long and then his bladder exploded. He died, I think, about 12 days later. Honestly, at that point, I'm the guy. It is impolite. Don't use the bathroom. That's impolite. Never shit. Or pee. It was in the Middle Ages. He was something like a noble and was attending a party that lasted a couple of hours. After that, he couldn't pee anymore. What the heck? What? That's crazy. That's interesting. That's highly interesting. That's highly interesting. Chat, I won't be streaming tomorrow. I have a date. So yeah. It is what it is. Okay, can we watch some good brain rot? I don't know. Do we have good brain rot? Huh? What do you mean, huh? You do? Of course not! What do you think I am? Attractive? You fell for it, you moron! The YouTube poop, sure. Sure, we can do that. Wow. How could you betray my trust? You could obviously tell that that's a joke. You think a woman could love me? Do you truly believe that? If I don't believe it, why should you? Hope it works out. She still believes it. Well, I could also say you have a date. Let me guess, it's with your right hand. I don't beat my meat, bro. Stop projecting. Like, look how easily you are to trick. You ever think a woman would like me to the degree I could go on a date? Do you really believe this? You must be retorted. Immediately fell for it. Good. Anyways, YouTube poop. Yes, wait, yes, what? Yes, you retorted, yes, you would fall for that. Chat, you may have forgotten I'm unlovable. What do you mean? I couldn't get a date. What do you mean? For somebody to like me. YouTube poop, Xenoblade Chronicles! Reconnected by the agu. The agu. Let's go. This is gonna be terrible.
Melly, we're inside Malcolm.
Right. I'm bored.
Where are we?
Melly, we're inside Malcolm.
We're inside of Malcolm? What? Poker, we're holding out hope for you. There is no hope. Yes, we do, Poker. Someone needs to believe it. You should stop believing it, because I 100% gave up. This is not even a joke. I give up. I surrender. Hell no. It's over. If I can accept, so can chat.
Right. I'm bored. What?
What?
What? This will teach you to visit the Rosamonis.
I'm still bored. What in the world was that?
Melia is so breathable. God damn. Nothing much to say. But I don't like the voice work for Future Connected.
One Piece.
Also, this entire video is a spoiler, my guy. Just so you know.
It's Kino and Nene.
So tell us, what are
Melia,
what?
I think these jokes are junk. I think these jokes are junk.
These jokes are junk.
Are you quite sure?
When you consider sauce, I think it's edible. It's always delicious.
Sauce? Sauce? I don't know and I don't care. Okay.
So that is junk then. Shit. But even though we want the capital P on Zanz's, but I appreciate Zanz's feet.
I realise that. And I also know that you've been looking at every effort. If the capital is on the shoulder, there are people there. If there are people there, there are feet there.
Wow. There are people there, there are people there. You should have said, if there are people there, their shoulders or something like that. You can't ask a genie to grant his wish to get a woman who loves him, and the genie would just flat out say, there are now 4 things you cannot wish for. That would be the case. But as far as I'm aware, genies can't even wish for love or something like that. If I remember correctly. Low accurate genies.
I thought you'd want to go.
Shush.
Who wouldn't want a goat? I heard you want a goat.
It's a bit of a hike, but could we check out that massive plant?
Explain.
It's a massive plant.
True.
It's a massive plant. I would check out a massive plant.
Yeah, this is a good result.
Legend of Hero Volcano! It all started here! Mahey!
These flowers, don't they smell flowery?
Miss Melia is big flower?
Yeah.
Check out that massive plant.
What is this? Why do we bring up flowers? Why is there so much flowers? Also, don't Melia to be a flower. She's my wife.
My mother said flowers are nice, but nothing beats a warm dinner. I got no dinner from her. Finally, fate sent me some dinner. What? Oh, just talking to my dinner.
We can eat Ricky.
No! We will not eat Ricky! No! She said we can eat Ricky. We will not eat Ricky. We will not eat Ricky. They can't? Yeah, apparently lore-wise, they can't. Actual genies cannot grant love. See, even the genies are against me. So if I find a genie, I can just throw that thing away.
I'm a big fan of dinner too.
I should have known. You watch Whitey, please. Hold on. When you said Sos, did you mean as a Whitey joke?
Meh? There is meaning other than?
Stop talking about Among Us!
Did something catch your eye?
And you scoffed at me over the whole made you select debacle. How very hypocritical.
Wow, what a view. It's nice to see Dunban like
That's Dunban over there.
this. Good!
It's enough to make me transform into Telethia.
Good!
I don't have... Much as I hate to admit it, I have not been able to find dinner yet.
I ate the dog's dinner.
I don't remember asking about you.
Can I say okay?
Much as I hate to admit it, I'm still bored.
Miss Melly needs some weed.
Very true.
Well, she may need some. She may need some for what is going to happen.
Weeds all cleared up.
hope. What's that you say? Look! The rift!
It's... Oh no! Look out!
Wait, I didn't read that. Bye guys, need to do my stream. Bye GT, take care. MetaQuest. Today we're announcing some important updates to how people log into Oculus devices while still keeping their VR profile. Starting October 2020, everyone using an Oculus device for the first time will need to log in with a Facebook account.
That beam!
What about it, Shulk?
That was the beam!
Shulk, what about it?
Beam!
Then that would mean...
That was the same attack that brought down that beam.
What now, Shulk?
We might as well pull back!
That would seem...
Pull back! Pull back!
He's just running back and forth and says pull back.
Pull back!
It won't work!
We might as well try. Nay, nay.
Understand. Bye, lol.
Bye, lol! Well, that was the YouTube poop. Very nice, very nice, very interesting. Very, very interesting. I must admit, very interesting. Get spoiled, little bro. Get spoiled. Anyways, another video I'm gonna watch. We have more Genshin VA drama. The Gift.
Hey, what's up?
Is he covering thing? Oh yeah, he's covering new things. Perfect. I want to watch that because I'm invested, and since I'm invested, I need to watch it. Apparently the Paimon VA is also crashing out. I don't know what any of it means, so no spoil. Oh, I could do it though. I could do it. Anyways. Toxic English VAs! Ruin careers to enforce Genshin strike! That was a complete lie. By Ressus Desu. The Genshin, the English VAs, are continuing. They are continuing. It's the gift that keeps on giving. Let's go.
Guys, we're here. So today we're going to be once again returning to the ongoing English voice acting drama that has really been dominating a lot of headlines over the past week or so. In our previous two videos, we talked about a strike that is being used to essentially put pressure on non-union actors in order to join the union or to have various companies sign contracts with the union. Now, with the help of a very knowledgeable individual on this subject, we're going to really put a final nice bow on this situation, and it's going to be very clear that this strike was not some formal action trying to protect voice.
I think that guy isn't it the same guy that voices one of the Wuwa characters? I might be wrong, but I thought it was. I forgot his name though.
Voice actors from AI. Instead, it was an informal attempt by these voice actors to dogpile on non-union actors and companies in order to make them want to join SAG-AFTRA. So before we get into the new stuff, let's quickly remind ourselves what we covered in the previous two videos. So several, probably a few dozen union voice actors were immediately jumping on non-union voice actors over their supposed crossing of an invisible line of a strike that was aimed by union.
Multiple union voice actors doing it to multiple non-union voice actors? The only thing I saw was Jacob getting attacked.
Union actors to protect these actors from AI replicants. Now, this thing really kicked off recently when one Genshin Impact voice actor announced, after boycotting the last 6 months, after striking his position and not providing any voice acting lines, he was let go and replaced by a different non-union voice actor named Jacob Takanashi, who is based in Japan and didn't even know this strike was taking place. However, that did not stop dozens of Takanashi's peers, including people like Genshin Impact, from dogpiling on him, calling him a scab, calling him diabolical, saying he's a clout chaser, even saying he is now blackballed from the voice acting industry as a result of violating this supposed...
I mean, he is in Japan. Therefore, if he just takes Japanese rules, he should still be fine. I guess.
Strike. We even saw SAG-AFTRA themselves contribute to the conversation in a community noted.
Ooh. Ooh. Genshin Impact Honkai Star Rail ZZZ will make it easy for you. Here's a link to our interactive video game media agreements. Let's talk soon. This agreement has severe limitations on how MiHoYo can work with non-union voice actors, including a lifetime limit for the voice actor and eventually forcing the voice actor to join the union, which has large entry costs and fees to stop working on the project. Wait, so there's a lifetime limit even? Imagine you are a voice actor and you cannot work on certain project because there is a lifetime limit on how long you can even work on it. And I thought it was 90 days. That is wild.
Tweet, of course, and the media was running with this. You had PC Gamer and others using some of these direct quotes to try to spin a narrative. They even tried to imply that the original voice actor was replaced after voicing the character for around 5 years, which is literally impossible based on the fact this character that he was voicing was only around for about a year or so. But anyways, big mess, and things have not really been resolved. There's been community notes flying.
Yeah, Hirohei was talking about this, where this person, whoever wrote this article, said that he was voicing this guy for 5 years, but it's just a year now. Okay.
Around a lot of misinformation, a lot of harassment. But today, thanks to this individual right here, Joe Zija, he made a video as a voice actor and teacher trying to give some more insight as to what the hell's been going on over the past week or so. This video is extremely helpful. I'll put a link to it in the description, and it clears up a lot of things. And I want to begin with really the kind of money piece here, and that's the strike itself. Was this a formal SAG-AFTRA strike against Genshin and MiHoYo? The answer is no.
I'll say it again. The strike is for specific union games, for specific union signatories.
Interesting. So it is a strike against MiHoYo specifically in this case. Only for union actors in union games and companies. Okay, so only Genshin Impact was mentioned, and ZZZ, and Honkai Star Rail. So they are targeting only MiHoYo. Well, that's interesting.
For actors that are a member of the union. Games that are non-union, meaning that their companies are not signed to union contracts, are by definition not struck. In addition to that, games that started production before the strike are also not struck. It's a very confusing atmosphere, I know, but I can relieve that confusion for Genshin fans specifically by saying this. Do you know what company isn't in that select group of production companies being struck? HoYo. I cannot emphasize enough that MiHoYo properties are not and never have been union games. Therefore, Genshin has never been a struck property. There are 0 union rules governing Genshin or any MiHoYo game, period. End of story as of this date. This is not a debate.
So as you can see.
So what that means is that SAG-AFTRA, by striking, is trying to push MiHoYo to sign a contract with SAG-AFTRA. Okay.
MiHoYo, and as a consequence, products like Genshin, were never striked by the union. They were not subjected to this strike. So there was literally no reason to be going after people like Jacob Takanashi other than as a sort of social pressure that we'll be looking at in just a second. So in this case, you also have to realize there's a lot of Genshin voice actors who are union members who are still working with this company despite the fact it is non-union, which raises a lot of additional concerns. In fact, people who are raising this were called stupid and misinformed on the subject by people.
Not her again. Not Paimon again. Not Paimon again.
Like Karina, the voice of Paimon. If you remember this TikTok right here.
Here's the thing. If voice actors, both non-union and union, in a video game want a game to go union, the game should go union. Nobody else's opinion matters. That's it. And YouTubers don't know anything. YouTubers don't know anything. They're not voice actors. They've never been in my industry. They don't know what my industry is about. They don't know anything about SAG. They don't know anything about being young.
Fire her. MiHoYo! Fire Paimon! And I start playing Genshin Impact again. You know what? I'll even stream it. Just get rid of this chick. I beg of you. Just get rid of it. It. Her. Them. Whatever this creature is. Get rid of her. Thank you.
No, a non-union actor.
Also, by the way, she was saying this video that she has posted on her own TikTok. On her own TikTok is AI. That's what she said. This video here is AI on her own TikTok. This woman is retarded. We should just voice act and make your money. What's the damn issue? Well, the damn issue is that MiHoYo is not part of the union. If it even can be part of the union, because it's a Chinese company.
Either.
So it seems very clear that they think YouTubers and other commentators on the internet know nothing. Now, they're not perfectly knowledgeable about every little aspect of what's going on here, but I think the average person looking at the situation from afar can understand something wasn't right here and something wasn't adding up. In fact, Karina is one of the people who jumped in saying it wasn't a passing of the torch with the replacement of the role, and then later admitting that she's technically scabbing, that she's violating her own picket line in this protest, in this strike, however you want to categorize it, which is funny because now looking back, the words here kind of change. She is a scab to her own strike because it's an informal strike that she and others have launched. She is going against it by continuing to work with Genshin. But also in another sense, she is not scabbing because she's not crossing any sort of a line because this is not a union project and she is a union actor. But that also raises other...
The problem is that technically what SAG is doing, technically they couldn't be able, according to their own rules, they shouldn't be able to work with MiHoYo. They still do it, so they technically break their own rules. They're really weird. Whether they want to be part of the... Whether they wanted part of the union, I'm hardly paying attention since it sounds like a bunch of first world problems. Because that way they can a little more monopolize voice acting. Because you are removing chances of non-union voice actors to work on, for example, Genshin Impact, ZZZ, Honkai Star Rail. I would probably... No. Honkai Impact 3 doesn't have an English... an English dub. But regardless, with this, they can force non-union voice actors to join the union because they can practically put a limit on non-union voice actors on how much they can actually work on a project. The only reason is money, simply put. And canceling out competition.
Other concerns about Global Rule 1, which requires, as a foundational principle to SAG-AFTRA, that union members do not work on non-union projects.
There we have it. Like I said earlier. They can technically not work on MiHoYo games, but they are still doing it.
And in this case, that's exactly what she's doing, and that's what a lot of these Genshin Impact voice actors are doing who are engaging in this strike. They are violating this core principle, which, if violated, can carry a fine or a dismissal from the union or nothing, depending on how they want to treat the situation. But in this particular case, Corina has an exemption here. She is technically a 5-core status, which to make a very complicated situation simple, she has a way to continue working on non-union projects as a union member. All she has to really do is receive limited union benefits as she's working on the contract, which I find this to be very, very ironic because she is technically scabbing against her own informal strike here and using a technically exemption here. That's okay to her. But Takanashi, a non-union voice actor working on a non-union project, is somehow a scab and a bad person despite having no duty.
Yeah, because he's non-union. It all boils down to them not being part of the union.
To SAG-AFTRA whatsoever. That is very interesting, but you can see from the language here in other tweets that she made saying there's a huge difference when you take the role of an actor who is striking for AI protections. You are no castmate of mine, which again, very ironic. And also, as we saw with the TikTok, the AI protections part is a big farce. It is a Trojan horse to really just get more people to join the union. And that I think is very clear at this point. But I want to move on to the next part here where Joe talks about why these Genshin voice actors are doing this in the first place and what their goal was supposed to be.
Okay, so why the hell aren't actors going in to record lines for Genshin if it's not struck? When the strike happened, many Genshin actors got together in various disparate channels and decided that now would be a good time to try to engage with Hoyo and encourage them to take some action. Actors could use the momentum, the social momentum of the SAG-AFTRA strike to include Hoyo properties in the conversation. Again though, it's not a strike, and it has nothing to do with the union. Since this is not a strike, I'm not going to call it a strike. From here on, I'm going to call it a collective work refusal, because it's not governed by any one body like SAG.
Interesting. So we can't even call it a... So what it is, then by legal terms, is practically like you work at like a grocery store as a cashier, but you refuse to show up to work. Not because you're striking, but because you refuse to work in this situation. Pretty much, can they not just fire them all? Since it is practically you are refusing to work. It's not a strike, right? It's practically not refusing to show up to work. Interesting.
SAG-AFTRA. There is no one result desired, like a collective bargaining agreement, and there is no penalty for not participating, unlike the SAG-AFTRA strike. If you are a union member and you cross the line and record games you're not supposed to, you can be penalized. In a non-union environment, that doesn't exist. So, what did Genshin actors want? This is where some of the confusion kind of begins. The goal wasn't really totally clear.
So as you can already tell from these clips, Joe is a very professional and nice person. However, I'm not so professional and I'm not so nice. So I'm going to be a little more off the cuff here with how I'm describing everything going on. So he describes it as collective work refusal, and that all of these efforts by these voice actors on social media were an attempt to gain momentum. But as we saw in practice, this wasn't just gaining some sort of social movement. It was more like moral panic and dogpiling. We saw so many voice actors just needlessly harassing Takanashi, and it went way beyond some sort of social movement and way more like personal attacks and blackballing and harassment. I mean, one of the worst people.
Wait! Kaylee Mills, aka Kaching, has deleted her Twitter. She got her ass beat so much she deleted her Twitter. Deserved! Good riddance! Ribbozo!
People in this entire situation was another voice actor by the name of Kaylee Mills, who, as you can see, has nuked some of her social media accounts because she couldn't take the heat from the criticism she was facing. And you can see she joined in on the initial post, calling Takanashi diabolical, even calling him a clout chaser. And later on, she would make several other posts which would get hit with a note clarifying that despite her support of the strike, she also is scabbing and working on Nikkei, another MiHoYo product. And things kept getting worse over the past product. And things kept getting worse. She would make several other posts which would get hit with a note clarifying that despite her support of the strike, she also is scabbing and working on Nikkei, another MiHoYo.
You are spreading false information, my sir. Nikkei is not by MiHoYo. Nikkei is by the same people that made, what was it? Stellar Blade. Nikkei was made by, let me check. Who was it? Doesn't matter. It's not by MiHoYo. False information here.
Product. And things kept getting worse over the past couple of days since my previous video, where she admits that she's working on this game for a union rate. So previous complaints by people like Kaylee Mills about not getting paid enough on this project and yada yada yada, they're still getting a union rate in terms of payment. If they were FICOR status, for example, we don't know about Kaylee Mills, they still might have limited union benefits, but in terms of pay, it sounds like they were getting the same exact rate. Then things get unnecessarily personal. So referring to Takanashi, she says this is one small job for him, not his full-time work. It's Karina's bread and butter, the voice actor for Paimon we just talked about. He's done very little voiceover work, so it isn't what he's relying on to pay the bills. For all we know, his wife's the breadwinner. Either way, they bought a house recently, so I doubt it was a necessary job for survival.
That's kind of creepy. You literally searched for ammo. You literally stalked this man for ammo. That's so weird, bro.
That is very unfair on many different levels. Trying to claim the wife is a breadwinner to try to humiliate him, and also saying that he bought a house means he doesn't really need a job right now. That's the exact opposite. That's how the world works. You get a house, you got to start paying a mortgage or whatever. That's a very crazy thing to say. But like I said, she was getting a lot of flack and eventually just admitted SAG, quote unquote, winning the strike means that their contracts will all have AI protections going forward. It doesn't make every game union. Also, I've worked on several union games with international talent. A game going union does not bar that talent from working. And she's right in some regards here, but also admits that she has worked on several union games with international talent who assumably were not a part of the union as well. But that kind of leads to the next part. We're talking about these AI protections that was supposed to be the heart of this entire strike. Now, I'm going to summarize some of the portions that he had here about California law AB 2602. That is a law that protects non-union, non-represented voice actors in California, where a lot of these individuals reside. The whole point of this is that unless a contract explicitly says their voice will be used for AI replicants, it is assumed that that's not going to be the case. That there's going to be protections for their voice in terms.
Well, it is assumed. That's not a certainty, but it is assumed. I need a brain. You will lose it when you listen to these people. When you read what they are posting. In this case, that work refusal is, they're lying. In this case, they're completely lying. Or they're retarded. It's one of the two.
In terms of AI replicants. So unless the contract literally says we're going to use your voice for AI replicants, the actor is protected. And with the HoYo contracts, that sort of language is not included. So if you're a non-union voice actor, a non-represented actor in California, you're completely protected, and this strike means absolutely nothing. And like I said, California is the heart of this strike. So that is a very weird thing. And then, of course, the union members have their own protections as well. So it's a bit misleading how people are saying this is all about AI and that everyone's unprotected and there's so much confusion and yada yada. And also he raises the point of what happens if Hoyo decided to go union. Well, I didn't know this and I'm glad he clarified it. There have been Chinese companies in the past who have worked with unions before. However, if they go union, non-union members will not be immediately replaced. In fact, if they live in a right-to-work state in the United States, nothing happens as a result of a company like Hoyo going union. And Texas is important because a lot of voice actors live in Texas as well. That's why Crunchyroll and other studios have had a lot of studios there because they have this right-to-work law that works in their favor in terms of being able to hire both union and non-union. And again, in this scenario, if you're you are non-union, and you're not in a right-to-work state like Texas, you have 60 days to continue while receiving these temporary union benefits. Then you have to decide whether to join the union or not, or to stop receiving the benefits. But apparently, according to Joe, this has many caveats and is very flexible. But this leads me on to the last clip I want to see or share with you guys from this video.
So practically, if you're in Texas, you're kinda... nothing changes. If you're in Texas, nothing changes. And since there's a lot of voice actors in Texas, so Crunchyroll resides in Texas, you're kind of fucked. SAG-AFTRA.
And it has to do with SAG-AFTRA and the benefits and costs of joining a union like this. And as you can see, they got community noted because it's not as easy as they make it out to be. Joining SAG-AFTRA comes with a lot of requirements that are very costly.
The entry fee itself can be steep, depending on where you live. Mine was nearly $4,000 when I joined 10 years.
Oh my god. Entry fee? So you are practically what they want to achieve is that you are being forced to pay $4,000 to continue voice acting. My god. Hi, Raichu. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Wow! Neat!
Years ago. So that talent would have to know for certain they were going to get at least 5 sessions out of Genshin to make up for that loss. That's about how much money you'd make in 5 union video game sessions, depending on the tier that you're in. Again, complicated. Or that actor would have to feel confident enough that they could book other union work to help them bring that number, that entry fee number, back to 0. You do get pension and health benefits, okay? But you only qualify for health benefits if you earn a certain income of union work, around $30,000 a year. You would need to do 30 Genshin sessions.
Damn! After sending their voice actors into the coal mines. Interesting.
To make that. Probably more like 35. Here's another big one that's become a very hot button issue in the last 8 months. Joining the union also technically prohibits an actor from doing any non-union work, which statistically comprises nearly 80% of all voiceover work available. We call this rule Global Rule 1, so you might have heard that terminology before. When you're union, you cannot work non-union jobs. Period. Yikes. So now I'm going to start dividing the room here in this video. I'm going to piss some people off because even if you're a little bit of a detective, you have to be asking this question so far. If you're in the union and you're in Genshin, are you breaking the rules? The answer is, you guessed it, you've been paying attention, it depends. But yes, probably.
I mean, we already looked at this page from SAG-AFTRA here, talking about some of the initiation fees that apparently do fluctuate depending on where you live, and also how some of your base pay is taken and things like that. It is a mountain of responsibilities. Of course, there are some benefits.
The national initiation fee rate is currently $3,000, although it may be lower in some states. Annual base dues are $236.60. In addition, work dues are calculated at 1.575% of covered earnings up to... Okay. still paying to go into a union. I don't know about that one.
But they are tied to very stringent requirements. Like the requirement about 30,000 a year of union contracts is a very steep requirement. It's not a secret, guys. Voice acting is not some gold mine of money. Like, they're historically very underpaid. So to make that much just through union contracts, that's very tough. And a lot of the Genshin voice actors we're talking about in this scenario probably don't even have a chance at making that through at least Hoyoverse games. And yeah, again, we go back to Global Rule 1. And I think a lot of the Genshin VAs participating in the strike are probably breaking it, and they're not 5-core status. But anyways, I want to wrap up this video. I think it provided a lot of clarity, and I thank Joe Zija here. I'll put a link to his video in the description, again, if you want to check it out. But hopefully this clarifies some things. It seems like there's a lot of misdirection and people being misinformed about what this strike is in the first place, and a lot of voice actors really made fools out of themselves by misrepresenting what's going on here and what they were trying to achieve. But anyways, that's going to be for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below.
My thoughts are very simple. MiHoYo, clear up the trash. Every single one who refuses to work, who continues to be a piece of shit, straight up fire them. You could probably replace people who are a lot more grateful for the work and a lot more grateful for the position that they're in. Motherfucker. What the fuck is going on? If not, just fire Corina. Just fire Paimon. Thank you. Appreciated. My god, dude. By the way, let me check something that I wanted to look at, but haven't had the chance. This one. Please run. You want to see some brain rot? Oh, you hire me. I'll be the new Paimon. You want to see some brain rot that Samex recommended? There. American 2050 by Beluga.
Please rise for our national anthem.
Oh, say can you see by the G of Sympathy what the dog doing? Don't break this new extreme. We shall stand like hands in hand and pledge for eternity.
Samex, I must ask the question. Why? 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 Just why?
United States, united based, from tilted towers to blade. Cocomel and Grimace shake. Mr. Beast made a mistake. Will we get an apology before the 6 GTA? Or will he follow in the footsteps of Trey? The Sigma, tick-tick-tock, get better. Joe Biden, was that you? Is this what you planned? My aura is blessed. Don't mess with Ohio, or we'll raise the fire.
This, I hate you. Why, Samex? Why?
Sigma, I should get a job. You're a beta, I'm an alpha. Go outside and touch some grass. My friend Sniper Wolf has found your address. Yeah, one more time and she'll kick your behind. Ice, slice, slice, and that to Dennis, baby, mom. Every done, I shall speed Ryan Garcia, Logan Paul. Stick out your G-Yacht for the soldiers who died in the fight. To defend our nation from banning Fortnite, except Logan Paul, Rolfinsky's Walter White.
My brain is just starting to leak out of my right ears, trying to escape.
All the land is skinny, and the whole of the Ohio River.
Finally. This was the worst shit on the planet. This is deer level. This is deer level. This is the exact shit that deer would send me. This is the exact shit that deer would send me. This is the exact stuff. Okay, that's how I feel when I watch Parrot. Speaking of Parrot, we should watch a video of him. We should watch a video of him. I'm just joking. What else do I have left? I will do this one. We should watch a Parrot video. Right? Right, Sway? Right? 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 No way, Pogadone. Please. We're gonna watch this one. And Steve recommended this one. So we're gonna watch this as the final video of today. The teacher who became FBI's most wanted criminal by Visual Venture. I do not know who this teacher is. We are about to find out. Let's go.
He was just a real quiet guy. You know, he came to town, he never bothered anybody, he never gave anybody a hard time, he was never in trouble.
The students hated him, absolutely loathed him. Didn't have any class hours, he wouldn't talk to them.
The FBI has linked that single suspect to nearly 24 incidents around the country.
He was a brilliant criminal in that he was able to expertly exclude anything identifying himself.
Today, the FBI arrested Theodore Kaczynski, the suspected Unabomber.
When Ted Kaczynski was only...
So this is a video about the Unabomber? To be fair, I only know the name. I never knew the story behind this guy, to be fair. I never knew.
25, he became the youngest college professor at UC Berkeley. It should have been the start of a successful career. However, for Ted, it was the first step to becoming one of America's most notorious criminals. This is the surprising story of how a respected teacher ended up on the FBI's most wanted list. I'm Visual Venture, and you are awesome. The Strange Professor. Ted Kaczynski was dangerously smart. By the time he was 10, people were already calling him a genius.
He took an IQ test at that time, and according to his report, scored between 100...
Bro is smart. Bro is smart. The Unabomber. Is that Bumblebee when he blows up? Or is that just a bee? Is that the bee that Amber Heard's dog stepped on? He was a genius. Well, also a criminal.
160 and 170 points.
That's the same IQ range as Albert Einstein and Stephen Hawking. School was a
What the fuck? Bro was actually smart.
breeze for Ted. By 15, he was done with high school. By 20, he graduated from Harvard. And by 25, he had a PhD and cracked a math problem no one could figure out.
He won an award for his dissertation and because he solved a theorem that had been thought unsolvable for decades by mathematicians.
That's when UC Berkeley gave him a job.
Wait, why are you doing true crime? I usually don't do that. But I like Visual Ventures stuff. He may be able to solve an impossible math problem, but can he solve my bitchlessness? I think not.
As an assistant professor. On paper, his life looked perfect. But there was one problem. Ted hated being a teacher. He didn't like the job, he didn't like the students, and he definitely didn't like being around people. Even Ted's own
I mean, some of the kids I don't like either. Some of them. Not all of them, but some of them, certainly.
brother noticed something was off. He said Ted didn't seem particularly proud of himself. At the time, no one thought much of it, but looking back, it was an early sign that something bad was coming. By all accounts, Ted was a terrible teacher. Students walked in.
I can relate to that, not being able to be like proud of yourself, because like, you have like constant feeling that you're not doing enough, that you're not enough. I wonder if he felt like that.
His class expecting to learn from a genius. Instead, they got a grumpy professor who read straight from the textbook.
The students hated him, absolutely loathed him. Didn't have any class hours, he wouldn't talk to them.
By his second year at Berkeley, Ted stopped trying to fit in. He cut ties with colleagues.
So pretty much he was just spamming the material and that's it, and then left the people behind. Didn't he target politicians or something? The rat. You know, he targeted teachers initially, then he got political. He was the don't harm Earth kind of guy. Okay, interesting.
And he moved into a cabin miles away from campus. But there was a reason Ted hated his job and wanted to disappear. It wasn't just that he was shy or awkward. There was something bigger eating at him. He hated what technology was doing to the world. In Ted's eyes, technology wasn't making life better. It was ruining everything, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he got, until one day it pushed Ted to do something unthinkable. So the question was, why did this Einstein-level teacher have a problem with technology? The world is falling apart. Ted believed he was living in what he called an industrial society, a world where the goal was to produce as much as possible as fast as possible. And to do that, society relied heavily on technology. But there's a problem with this scenario. In Ted's eyes, people weren't in control anymore. Society was becoming too dependent on technology, and Ted couldn't stand it.
He viewed technology as evil, as the evolution.
I mean, he isn't quite wrong to a degree, because just because you have technological advancements, that doesn't mean that it's particularly good. Like, life is easier than it had ever been now, but there is dark sides to it. For example, social media makes people more isolated than we are. Yeah, we are more isolated than we ever have been. He wasn't completely wrong, but the methods he could have probably done much better if he actually used smart methods instead of harming people. He wasn't completely wrong. It does evil as well. It helps, obviously, but we don't need it for everything. True.
Evolution of technology as evil and the technical class as perverting the human spirit.
But hating technology wasn't enough. Ted wanted to escape. In 1969, only 2 years after being hired, Ted quit his job as a college professor.
He wasn't able to negotiate the social world with other people. And so he grew convinced that he had to get away from people, away from society.
For a while, Ted moved back in with his parents, but soon he bought a plot of land deep in the woods of Montana. Ted built a tiny cabin there, and he made sure it had no technology.
No electricity, no running water, and just a wood-burning stove for warmth.
It was just Ted alone with nature. For a while, he was at peace. He spent his days foraging for food, reading old books, and riding into town on a bicycle. But in the middle of nowhere, his
I mean, that's not bad, particularly. I've returned, although I know it's going to be short term because of the time. Yep.
His hatred for technology didn't fade. In 1971, Ted wrote a 23-page essay laying out exactly how he...
His manifesto, okay, but really smart people believe you are too dumb to even argue with. True.
Thought technology was ruining the world. He said the more people trusted machines, the less control they had over their own lives. The only way to save the world was to...
In that aspect, he isn't quite wrong either, because a lot of what we do now, a lot of our behavior is influenced by algorithms at this point, which is true because of how we consume information now.
To stop the advancement of technology. He mailed the essay to his family. This was the first time Ted shared his dark thoughts openly.
He began to write very hostile, angry, resentful letters to our parents. I had a hard time understanding where the resentment came from.
Then after years of hiding deep in the woods, Ted's quiet life was destroyed. The same technology he hated came crashing into his life, and it finally sent him over the edge. In 1975, developers moved into Montana. They cut down trees, built roads, and put up new houses. The wilderness Ted loved was disappearing.
Planes started flying overhead. He noticed motorcyclists riding through the forest and disturbing the nature that he was.
So simply put, if they left this dude alone, nothing would have happened.
Glorying in.
One day, Ted hiked to his favorite spot, a rocky ridge by a waterfall, but everything was gone. Bulldozers flattened the ridge, and a road now ran straight through it. Ted described this as the moment he snapped. His exact words were, "You just can't imagine how upset I was." It was from that point on that I decided rather than trying to acquire further wilderness skills, I would work on getting back at the system. Revenge. The revenge begins.
Damn.
Ted wanted to attack the people and places that represented technology. He started small. First, he trashed a vacation home near his cabin. Then he set fire to a bulldozer. After that, he poured sugar into a snowmobile's gas tank. And soon afterward, he smashed some construction equipment. But Ted wasn't satisfied. He wanted to hurt the system, not just machines. That's when he decided to do something absolutely insane. He was going to build bombs and mail them across the country. Ted's first
Okay, well, that's where the name comes from, so to be expected that would be happening. Okay.
First target was Professor Buckley Crist. He was an engineering professor at Northwestern University. In Ted's mind, Buckley represented everything he hated about technology. Ted built a small bomb and hid it inside a package. Then he mailed it to Buckley. On May 25th, 1978, the package showed up at Northwestern University. It had Buckley Crist's name.
Uh-oh, that thing's gonna blow up so bad. Reasonable crash out, very reasonable. I don't know if I would call it understandable, sure. Should he have done it? No. Exactly, he just wanted to live peacefully in nature without human intervention. Well, they still intervened.
Name on it, but no real return address. Buckley felt something was off. He called campus security to inspect it. That was a mistake, because as soon as the guard opened the box, it exploded. Luckily, no one lost their life, but both Buckley and the guard walked away with injuries. The police looked into the incident, but they couldn't figure out who sent the bomb or why. In the end, they concluded that it was just a prank, but little did they know it was just the beginning of Ted's campaign of terror. A year later, Ted sent another bomb to the same university. This time, a student opened it and got injured. But Ted's next target was far more extreme, an airplane. In November 1979, an American airline...
An airplane? Also, what kind of bombs are you building that they're not really that useful? What are plastic?
Airline's flight took off from Chicago heading toward Washington, but mid-flight smoke started filling the plane. The passengers were screaming and panicking. Luckily, the pilot was able to make an emergency landing, but when authorities checked the plane, they found something that made their jaws drop. There was a bomb hidden in the cargo hold.
We found that it contained a barometric switch and some other initiating components, batteries, wires, and a container for the explosive charge.
It was designed to detonate when the plane reached a certain height. Luckily for the passengers, the switch malfunctioned. Bombing a plane is a federal offense, so the case was taken over by the FBI. As the agent...
Which makes sense, yeah? If you try to blow up a plane, right? Undetectable bombs. Well, yep, in this case, there were bombs made from wood. Well, that makes sense. He probably doesn't have much access to the good stuff.
And studied the bomb, they noticed it looked a lot like the ones from Northwestern University.
There were construction techniques, the way the wood was cut, the way it was put together, the markings on the wood, the way the tape was applied.
That's when the FBI realized they were dealing with a serial bomber, a domestic terrorist. They gave him a name, the Unabomber, short for the University and Airline Bomber. Unfortunately for the FBI, they had no fingerprints on the bomb, no witnesses, and no leads. But they did find one strange clue.
The initials FC were put in these to be found, clearly protected in such a way that they would survive the blast.
At first, they thought FC might be a secret code or initials for a radical group. But after months of investigation, they discovered the truth. It meant nothing. Ted placed the initials there to throw investigators off his trail. Meanwhile,
that man is actually smart. He literally just put initials there to make it hard to find him. Not interesting. Interesting.
Attacks continued. For the next 6 years, Ted did a lot of damage. In 1980, he mailed a bomb to an airline boss in Illinois. In 1981, he sent one to the University of Utah. Then in 1982, he mailed 2 more, one to Vanderbilt University and one to UC Berkeley, where he used to work. Almost every time, people were injured, but no one lost their life. Ted paused the packages for 2 years, but in 1985, he returned with a bang. That year alone, he mailed 3 packages, hurting even more people. Each attack made the news.
Imagine you get mail, right? You just get mail, you get a package, you open the you don't think about anything bad, so you open the package, and then it just blows up. I'd be so scared of any package that would be brought by the mail now. I would be so scared.
Soon, ordinary people were scared to open their mail, just in case it contained a bomb. The FBI couldn't calm people down because after years, they still had no real leads.
He was a brilliant criminal in that he was able to expertly exclude anything identifying himself.
So far, no one had lost their life because of the Unabomber. But that was about to change. In December 1985, a wooden box was left outside a computer store in California. When the shop owner went to inspect it, it exploded. Unfortunately, he didn't survive. For the first time, the Unabomber had taken a life, and now the FBI was desperate. Then 2 years later, they finally caught a break. On February 20th, 1987, Ted went to drop off another bomb. This time
somebody died. He probably didn't plan for that. Or maybe he did. Who knows? He's getting better at them. Now he's making progress. Seems like it.
At a computer store in Salt Lake City. But while he was planning the bomb, the store's secretary spotted him through the window. He was wearing a hoodie and dark sunglasses, trying to hide his face. At the time, she didn't think much of it, but an hour later, the package exploded, injuring the store owner. When the police showed up, the secretary told them about the man she saw. Based on her description, they created this sketch. For the first time, the FBI had an idea of what the Unabomber might look like, and they broadcasted the sketch on practically every TV station in the
feet. Huh, my little feeders.
Country. Luckily for Ted, this sketch wasn't enough to identify him, but Ted knew they were getting closer, and it scared him. A new beginning. For 6 years, the Unabomber went silent. There were no attacks. The FBI started to think he was gone forever. But they were wrong. Ted only stopped because the police sketch rattled him. By 1993, his confidence returned, so he struck again. Ted's new target was Dr. Charles Epstein, a scientist at the University of San Francisco. On June 22nd, 1993, Dr. Epstein received a padded envelope in the mail. When he opened it, the package exploded. Just 2 days later, Ted struck again. This time, the package was addressed to Dr. David Galerner, a renowned...
Pretty much bro realized that he had to wait for a bit to get the police away from him. Damn. That is crazy.
Computer scientist at Yale. As soon as Galerner opened it, it detonated. Both attacks made headlines. Everyone knew the Unabomber was back. In 1994, Ted took it even further. During a 5-month period, he mailed 2 more packages. 2 people lost their lives. But Ted didn't want it to seem like random attacks. He wanted everyone to understand why he was doing this. So he decided to send a message to the entire world. In June 1995, Ted mailed a 35,000-word essay to major news.
35,000 word essay. too long ain't reading that. Sorry that happened, or congratulations. What the heck?
Newspapers, including the New York Times and the Washington Post. Attached to the essay was a chilling ultimatum. Publish my essay and I will stop the bombings.
He wanted them to consider publishing that essay, and if they did, he would make an agreement to cease
committing these terror attacks? Yeah, I don't know. I dare you to watch one more video after this poke. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Sure, why not?
It wasn't an easy decision. On one hand, the newspapers didn't want to publish and spread the Unabomber's ideology, but if they refused, more lives could be at risk. So on September 19th, 1995, the Washington Post published Ted's essay. They called it the Unabomber Manifesto, but the official title was Industrial Society and Its Future.
It was all there today, all 35,000 words of the Unabomber's message to America.
In the essay, Ted explained why he thought technology was destroying the world. He said,
I mean, how do we put this? It would be an interesting read for sure. You can probably read that somewhere.
Society was so dependent on technology that humans were mere cogs in the social machine. He even warned that one day technology would alter human DNA.
His purpose was to wake people up to the danger.
Oh, that is certainly... he is not wrong with that. That is certainly happening. We will eventually reach the point where parents will be able to genetically engineer their babies. We're gonna eventually reach that.
Of technology.
At the end of his essay, Ted called for a revolution. He wanted society to rise up and destroy technology. In his mind, he wasn't a terrorist. He was saving the world. The essay sparked debate. Some thought he was a genius. Others dismissed it as nonsense. But for the FBI, it was a potential breakthrough. Millions of Americans were reading the manifesto, and the FBI hoped someone would finally recognize the Unabomber's ideas or writing style.
It was recognizable. Somebody in reading this, we hoped, would read it and say, I remember that guy. He was sat next to me in class.
And that's exactly what happened. One person recognized the writing style immediately. It was Ted's younger brother, David. Can't hide from a family. When David first read the Unabomber Manifesto, it reminded him of Ted's old letters. David mentioned it to his wife, and together they began poring through Ted's old letters, searching for similarities. In one letter, Ted called himself a cool-headed logician. That exact phrase showed up in paragraph 18 of the Unabomber.
Damn, so publishing the manifesto is what got him cooked. And this was his biggest mistake. Okay.
Unabomber Manifesto. And there were even more similarities.
There were phrases that appeared in the manifesto that were unusual, spellings that appeared that were unusual, and David recognized him.
In one paragraph, the Unabomber referred to the popular saying, "You can't have your cake and eat it too." But the wording was off. Ted wrote, "You can't eat your cake and have it too." When David checked Ted's letter, he saw the exact same line. "You can't eat your cake and have it too." Still, David was in denial, until he found one final piece of evidence. David found an essay Ted sent him in 1971. It had the same tone, the same ideas, and even the same phrases as the manifesto. At that moment, David knew his brother was the Unabomber. In February 1996, David made the hardest decision of his life. He decided to turn his brother in. David gave the FBI Ted's 1971 essay.
Well, he did what was necessary. If my family member was committing crimes, I'd do the same. It is what it is.
Linguistic experts compared it to the manifesto and found over 160 matching phrases and patterns.
It was very clear to us, many of us in the task force, that the similarities were more than coincidental.
Finally, 17 years after the first bombing, the FBI had a real suspect. On April 3rd, 1996, the FBI made their move. At 5 a.m., agents set up command posts near Ted's remote cabin. Two agents disguised as forest officers knocked on Ted's door. They pretended to ask for directions. As soon as Ted turned his back, they grabbed him.
He looked just absolutely disheveled. He looked like he was covered with soot. The agents that had grabbed his arms to restrain him had soot on their hands.
With Ted in handcuffs, the FBI turned their attention to his cabin. Inside, they found a live bomb ready to be mailed, handwritten notes about his attack.
The bomb was just waiting. Depends on the crime, I guess. Yeah, of course it would depend. It would depend.
The hooded sweatshirt and sunglasses from the police sketch, and the manual typewriter used to type the Unabomber manifesto. The case was closed. Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, was finally caught. But for the people of Lincoln, Montana, it didn't make sense. They've known Ted for years. He was their gentle, harmless neighbor.
He was just a real quiet guy. You know, he came to town, he never bothered anybody, he never gave anybody a hard time, he was never in trouble.
Catching the Unabomber was one.
He was initially technically a good boy. That is what he was originally, and then yeah, it escalated. Also, can it be one of those Pokemon videos you watch that are parody, please? Yep, I can still do that. He was initially denying it, but his wife encouraged him to continue finding similarities, and when he came to the realization, oh, he really is the Unabomber, finally confessed everything. Okay, interesting.
One of the longest, most expensive manhunts in FBI history. So what would happen to Ted when he got in front of a judge? The trial. In April 1996, Ted appeared before a federal grand jury. He was charged with 10 counts of illegally mailing and using bombs, as well as other crimes. The evidence against him was overwhelming, but all hope wasn't lost for him. Ted's lawyer had a plan. They wanted to argue that he was insane so he would escape the death penalty, but Ted refused. He believed calling him insane would make everything he did meaningless. It would destroy his message, so he fought back. First, he tried to...
So he simply, probably got the penalty, I would assume.
Fire his attorneys. Then he tried to end his own life, but the guards stopped him in time. After the attempt, Ted was sent for psychological evaluation. After 6 days of analysis, he was diagnosed with schizophrenia. But Ted rejected that diagnosis. He refused to be labeled insane. He wanted to stand trial as a sane man, no matter the consequences. On January 22nd, 1998, Ted pled guilty to all charges. He was sentenced to 8 consecutive life sentences. After his conviction, the US government seized...
Interesting, so no death penalty. I would have assumed that he would have gotten that, but I guess not.
His cabin. The contents of his cabin were auctioned for $232,000. That money went to help his victims. Ted was sent to a supermax prison in Colorado, locked in a concrete cell for 23 hours a day. But even when he was behind bars, people didn't forget the Unabomber. Ted received hundreds of letters from people who agreed with his warped philosophy. For years, the world...
I was expecting crazy ladies sending him love letters, but he wasn't pretty enough of that. I guess he wanted to die for his cause. Yep.
Heard little about Ted. Then in 2021, news broke. Ted had cancer, and on June 10th, 2023, he was found lifeless in his cell. Ted Kaczynski had a brilliant mind, but his intelligence will never become a substitute for morals and values. An intelligence without empathy can become destruction. Visual Venture. If you guys like this video, check out my video on...
That is the end of this one. Very interesting, very interesting. Obviously I knew who this guy is, but I never knew the full story. So that was very interesting to see that. Cool. They normally would, but whether Ted likes it or not, he was schizophrenic, it's a fact. Yep, likely, yeah. But he died on his own terms, technically. Anyways, let's do that Pokemon video. Let me reload. Let's finish off with that. Now I know the guy who posts that one selfie of his. Well, time to go. What really happens in Pokemon Episode 9, Part 1 by Gambino. Let's go. We can do the last one tomorrow. Okay,
This is
Squirtle.
it at last, Giovanni.
I'm so grateful to be right here by your side, Master Squirtle.
Yes. Initially, my plan was just to imprison humans to allow for a world where all Pokémon are free from captivation. But for some stupid reason, every human I imprison seems to always get out of their prison.
It's beyond me that they have such a power, Master Squirtle.
Yes, but I've realized the only way to truly free Pokémon from captivation is if I get rid of all of them, erase them from the universe. But I
Erase humans or erase Pokemon? Also, that looks more like, Meltan than anything.
alone don't possess such power. Only one being has the capability of achieving such a goal.
Humans, all humans.
Giratina, the god of destruction. Oh, what the hell are you gasping about? I've told you about this plan yesterday.
Sorry, I just wanted to add to the drama.
You see, Giovanni, behind this chamber rests the only gate that connects our world to the world of distortion where Giratina resides. Professor Oak thought I was just another one of his harmless starter Pokémon, but I've been silently preparing for this my entire life, watching from behind the scenes. Do you have it finished, Giovanni?
Yes, Master Squirtle. This is the main reason I assembled Team Rocket in the first place. To create the only thing that could defeat a god of destruction.
The Master Ball. With this, I can control Giratina and use its power to finally erase humans from this world. Let's get going, Giovanni.
Hold it right there.
I've been
Bay! Cynthia! She's also breedable.
expecting you, Cynthia.
Garchomp, use Dragon Claw.
My, Cynthia. Is this how you're going to treat an old friend? Not even a hug?
Squirtle, you have no idea what you're doing. Giratina and Arceus are the forces that balance the universe. Letting the god of destruction free will not only erase humans, it will erase all life as we know it.
You don't think I know exactly what Giratina and Arceus are capable of? Your childish dream of getting rid of the Pokeball system peacefully isn't working. As long as humans exist in this world, they will all...
So Squirtle and Cynthia are the opposites of each other. Cynthia wants to free Pokemon to, like, peacefully, and Squirtle says, go away humans, annihilation.
Always try to keep us Pokemon captive.
I'm not here to argue with you, Squirtle. My Garchomp is a dragon type, one of the biggest counters to a water type Pokemon like you.
I'd take a closer look at that Garchomp if I were you.
Garchomp!
Cynthia. I've known you for a very long time. I know I'm not strong enough to defeat you. This is what my friend Giovanni is here for.
I've genetically modified my arm to transform anything it touches to an unknown Pokemon.
Squirtle, don't do this! You're making a huge mistake letting Giratina back into this world. One you'll end up regretting.
This is our goodbye, Cynthia.
She's like, talk to him while her Garchomp just like rots away on the side. Oh no, anyways.
Yeah.
Oh, she's also dead.
This must be the portal to the world of distortion.
That looks more like somebody's stomach, to be fair.
I'll call Giratina out. You stand back and get ready to throw the Master Ball to me when it arrives.
He's throwing, what was it? Like one of those I forgot what it was. One of those smelly thingies that you could throw. No, Giratina, you're not Orochimaru. Calm down.
Quickly, Giovanni, the Master Ball! I only get one shot at this.
You've done it, boss. The Master Ball was designed to capture every single Pokemon with a 0% failure rate.
God, let it fail. It would be so funny if it fails. It would be so funny if it fails. It would be so funny if it does fail. It did!
What? That's impossible!
Giovanni, these next 5 minutes are going to be the most important 5 minutes of our lives.
My first order as your new Pokemon champion is to tell you guys to click here to subscribe to Gambino right.
Well, that's the end of this one. Now we know. Master Ball does not work on Giratina. The more you know. Anyways, guys. I will end here. I will end here. I will end here. And sway. Anyways. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back tomorrow with more reactions. But yeah. Have a great day, night, wherever you are, and bye-bye. Good nighty. Rest in peace. And no gooning or gumping.